Well, welcome back to the Game of Tiles, brought to you from Kingston, Ontario, or King's Landing, Ontario, as we'll be referring to it. Matt Canick in the booth with you as always, and today I'm joined by a strange-looking Will Anderson. Hang on. Are you Will Anderson?
I wish I was. I'd have a lot more national championships under my belt if I was Will Anderson. Probably a lot more other accolades as well, but I am in fact not Will Anderson. I am Charles Reinke, and that is not my YouTube channel. I do have a Twitch channel, which will get up shortly. But regardless of my identity, Matt, I'm really excited for this day of games, a very interestingly themed day of games, Game of Thrones day of games from, as you said, King's Landing, which if you look at that on Google Maps, you're not going to find it. We're actually coming at you live from Kingston, Ontario. I think this is going to be a great day, Matt.
It's going to be super fun. Charles, for those of you watching at home, has not seen Game of Thrones, so I will be doing my best to make some references. They will all go right over his head, but we're going to do our best. We're going to stick to our theme, the Game of Tiles. And Charles, I know you're a death metal guy. You missed some brutality yesterday. 4 players already eliminated from the field. 4 survived to season 2 of the Game of Tiles. We're going to cut over to the bracket and show you who was decapitated. Yesterday, House Castellano. He got to choose his opponent, and facing a gauntlet of defending world champion Adam Logan, one of the best players on the planet in Matthew Tunnicliffe, and an extremely strong top expert in Jason Keller, he chose to face off against Jason Keller, which means Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe will be playing in the other set. Best of 8, Charles. Have you heard of a format like this before?
It's a little bit different. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Usually a best of series is an odd number so that you can just get a nice clean, somebody has more wins than the other. We're doing 8 games here to better fit the format of the rest of the tournament that's going on around them. So it could come down, in fact, very likely to come down to a 4-4 split on wins decided only by spread. And I think some of the gamesmanship of who you want to play, I think that's also a very exciting part. It does feel a little bit like going back to elementary school and getting picked last for dodgeball. If you're in Jason Keller's shoes, you feel like, oh, he must have judged me as the easiest opponent out of these 3. He's got some extra vengeance going on in his head. If we tie it back to Game of Thrones, he's probably sharpening his sword, putting on his battle armor, ready to decapitate some people, or more specifically, just decapitate Josh Castellano.
Yeah, Jason Keller perhaps taking it personally that he was singled out as the one Josh Castellano wanted to face. Jason and Josh are at the board, so let's cut over to it. We interviewed Josh Castellano yesterday and asked if his strategy would change at all, and he said, yeah, I'm going to be more willing to throw in the towel a little bit quicker and try to salvage spread. So we'll see if Jason's got a similar MO. We'll see if we see any unorthodox style of play here. We're going to get those scores updated as soon as we can. Josh is not starting out with 492 points. Josh is going to start with an A and a U on his rack, and we'll see what finishes out the rack. ADEMOPU, the opening rack here for Josh. How are you feeling about this, Charles?
I'm kind of wishing I was going second. Maybe Jason would put down an S for mouse pad, but passing here to try to get the S on the board's not the strategy here. I'm looking to play long here. Josh has a few 6-letter words he could go for if he wants to. Something like up made or mouped. I think maybe a little bit of a test here. Up doming is the word, but up dome is not. So we would not want to see a word like up dome hit the board here if you're Josh. But his word knowledge is strong. I think he can come up with these plays.
Yeah, Mouped looks to be the standout option here. 28 points, holds an A. Up made would be a good consolation prize, but you'd rather hold an A than an O, given equivalent scores. And here we are, precise play from House Castellano to start this one. But Jason Keller saying, I will reign supreme over the realm, as he's drawn a first turn bingo. Reigned set up on his rack. He threatens numerous bingos in different sections of this board. The most he can score, 78. It would be flashy, and I suspect he'll be able to find it here.
Yeah, if you're Jason here, you're basically iterating over all the multitude of 7-letter words you have and seeing how they fit under the play of Mount that Josh started with. And all of these tiles, all of these letters are easily underlappable. The vowels work nicely with the consonants on the board. So you basically have to go through every single one and figure out which one's going to score the most points while also, not opening too much up for your opponent. Jason can score 78 points with Energids starting about here. Hopefully that Telestrator is looking good. But I think I actually prefer something like Dreeing starting here to avoid setting up an X-Bomb here.
The X-Bomb could be devastating, and Telestrator looking awesome. Thank you, Charles, for your contribution to the stream. All right, we're going to see if we can get the script running. But yeah, an embarrassment of riches here for Jason. Many bingos playable for him in this rack. There are 5 7-letter words plus a few playable 8s. Jason has spotted Energid. This is the 5 underlap Charles just mentioned. Is he going to play it with 5 overlaps? Is he going to take the extra point, set up the X-Bomb? Will he look for something more defensive? We will see. You choose how you reign in the game of tiles.
Yeah, I think just for theme purposes, he's going to be looking to go for reigned. It just makes too much sense. He set it up immediately. Certainly, that's what he's looking to do at the end of this bracket tournament, is be reigning over everybody else. But sadly, to do that, he's actually going to have to make the best play, and the best play probably is not playing reigned, which I think only goes here for 67 points, leaving a lot of points on the table. We do see him go for Energid. That is 78 points. That is his highest scoring play. I think I do slightly prefer Dreeing for 1 fewer, but every point counts here. In an 8-game set, spread's obviously going to matter, and 1 point of spread could be the difference. So we do like this play from Jason.
Yeah, Simulation has Dreeing, despite the 1-point sacrifice, ahead by nearly 4. The delta in Josh's score between Energid and Dreeing is 7.5 points. So Dreeing remarkably more defensive somehow than Energid. But Energid, what Jason opting for here, I was shocked to see the difference between the plays be that high. But now, because of the placement of that E, Josh is going to be able to threaten large plays. He can score as high as 40 on this turn, the play of FADE, quadruple underlap beneath Energid. We'll see if he opts to take all 40 of those points, or if he chooses to play a little bit of defense earlier on in this one. Are you playing Fade here, Charles?
Yeah, Fade is just too many points to pass up. 40 at this score, especially your opponent just bingoed. You need to start making up points immediately. So this is the natural place to do it. This is why maybe Dreeing was a lot better from Jason's POV, is it just doesn't give back the scoring hotspot that Energid did. It doesn't even, we're not even strictly concerned about the X. We're just concerned about any number of tiles that can play here for 30 or 40 points, including the F that Josh has. So Josh would have been in a little bit of a pickle if Dreeing had come down. I don't know if he would have really had any standout plays. But now he has kind of a very standard, easy place to score 40 points. I think he's going to hit it pretty soon. Something he might be thinking about here is whether he can double-double through this OR. that is looking a little bit fruitful, especially if you could do something with ED here. There is nothing available, but it's worth checking. We do see him just go for fade here for 40.
All right. Well, fade for 40. The decision from Josh Castellano makes this 68 to 78, but a second consecutive bingo drawn from Jason Keller. A pretty similar looking rack. He's already found it. Regests, Regests, plays in just one spot. This is the only playable bingo for Jason Keller. He's going to take a little time, likely looking for double doubles, or plays down to the ED, plays through the PI, but Regests the only bingo for Jason. He's going to take a big early lead in this one.
Yeah, he's got it set up. He's going to play it. It's worth noting that, and this was always going to get blocked, but Regests actually played as a 7-tile underlap before Joshua's play. So that would have been cooler. This is still pretty cool. Nice to get 2 bingos early, and a good spot by Jason.
Oh man, that would have been absolute content for us early on in this one, but alas, Regests blocked by Josh Castellano. That would have been sick. 7 underlap or 7 overlap plays are so rare in Scrabble. You're definitely going to make it onto a Will Anderson video if you're able to make one of those in a high stakes environment like this. But alas, Regests just 68 for Jason. He leads 146 to 68. Josh, though, can score quite well on this turn. Looks like a 5-point challenge coming as well.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit slow on the challenge cam. We do know this one's good. I think in Josh's shoes, he's not that close to a bingo with the letters that he currently has, AEIOPTY, and maybe just a little bit unsure of the word. So that might be a knowledge saddest for the challenge. That is his house motto, referencing the way he does annotated games, categorizing his mistakes. That one is a knowledge error and a sad one at that. So down by almost, looks like 85 at this point. He's got a tough road back into this game, first game of this best of 8 series.
Oh man, a huge decision for Josh now, as Jason has already identified Zoomania, one of 2 possible 8s that he can play out of this rack. Josh's highest scoring play, if you'll draw this for us, Charles, is TEAPOYS, and that would expose an A in perfect position for Jason to drop Zoomania for over 100 points next turn. So does Josh play T-Poise for 40 here? I don't know. It is an aggressively open move when he's got more conservative moves like OATY beneath the STS combo and Regests. But trailing early, I think opening the board might be your MO here. Are we going to see T-Poise and Zoomania? We'll find out shortly. What would you do here, Charles?
Yeah, I would be, if I saw T-Poise, I would be very tempted by it, but I would probably do the 6-letter word here of just T-Poise without the A, to avoid giving back huge plays on the top. Although then again, at this score, I might think about sticking the A in there for TEAPOYS. I think the score is not desperate enough at this point for Josh to need to be that wide open. If he plays T-Poise here for 38, that still gets him, within a bingo. So, we do see him going for putting the A out. This is going to be disastrous for Josh.
Oh man, and Jason has to try to hide a tell. Luckily, he's got the mask on his face. He knows exactly what has happened. He's already got Zoomania set up. He manifested that A. Zoomania incoming for 110 points. And this is the decapitation we were hoping to see in the game of tiles.
Yeah, this is the exact level of gratuitous violence that we expected, and honestly that we were craving, and we love to see it.
So this is perhaps where we discussed with Josh yesterday. I'd already be thrown in the towel on this one. Like I'm probably not winning this game. Let me just salvage as much spread as I can. That's my MO. Now, Josh, with a little bit of a board vision challenge now, he can score 54 on this move, but he's got to find a disconnected play.
Yeah, the Q draw is disappointing at this score. You really if you're Josh, you're trying to get a bingo down soon, and hopefully multiple bingos down soon if you want to pull this one out. But drawing the Q and the K together is not the way you're going to do that. But as you mentioned, Matt, he does have a nice Q play. Actually scores 54 points if he can spot it. That would be Kindar's through the N of Zoomania, hitting the Q on that double letter score. He should be able to find this play. I think that's a natural place to look. You might think that, oh, Kindar doesn't fit, but as long as you are paying close attention to the board, you see that it will indeed still fit. So we do hope that Josh can spot this play, maybe not with the goal of necessarily winning this game, but as you mentioned, just trying to keep the spread a little bit reasonable, given that this is best of 8.
Oh man, and Jason has already drawn and spotted his 4th consecutive bingo. He's looking to bingo down from the S. So Josh, dodging a bullet here, is going to block it by spotting Ken Dars. 54 points and the bingo block. Big swing in this game.
I think an even bigger swing, Matt, is the fact that this actually blocks triple. We see it mentioned in chat. Confetto played through the T of T poise. I don't think Jason had spotted it. Maybe that's good for his mental health to not have realized that triple is blocked. So 2 bingos blocked on this turn. A good play by Josh, of course, on its own merits, but also for what it prevents Jason from doing. Maybe a second decapitation. Can you even do that? We'd see if you could do that.
This is the equivalent of, well, if you're going to cut off my head, I'm at least going to stab you with the poisoned shiv before I go out so that you suffer as well. Man, Confetto for 167 was blocked. Confetto, of course, defined in the lexicon simply as sweetmeat, all one word. Softcore needs no definition. Y'all know that one, I hope. Boy. All right. So Jason now has no bingos. He's put his head in his hands. He's going to have to think on a turn for what feels like the first time this game. Bingos just kind of play themselves once you spot them. And now it's a more challenging turn. COOF through the O in Zoomania is 39 points, but it does open this board in several annoying ways. The back hook, but also bingos possible to the C for a huge score. That is not what you're looking to do when defending a lead. But hey, best of 8. I don't know if you're thinking about win percentage. You might just take the highest equity play literally every single move, and Koof is that play.
Yeah, Koof is really nice, just from the scoreboard perspective. 39 points, and you are keeping the blank. You're actually, if you're Jason, you're at maybe a higher percentage to hit those spots that you're creating than Josh is. Josh just played 5 tiles, including a Q, which means his rack, he's just drawing 5 tiles into probably he could be drawing into anything. So Koof looks good here. I guess I would also think about just playing OF here, keeping the C to make the bingo a little bit more powerful on the next turn. But the downside of ZO is you're still giving back a lane for 7s here. So I think Koof is just fine. It forces Josh to have an S if he wants to bingo in this spot.
And Jason reaches into the bag and finds the second blank. Jason putting on a clinic in exactly how you want to draw if you have to play one of North America's top players.
Yeah, I don't think we talked much about Josh's credentials, but he is Collins North American champion in 2024, I believe. So he's got some credentials backing him up, and it's nice to get a good start against a player of his caliber.
Absolutely. If I've got to play Josh Castellano, I want to draw bingos pretty much every turn because then I'll probably win, and that is what Jason is doing here. Josh on turn now, HIKLNRT. Does he try to open the board here, or is he going to take the big score? HAIK through the A in Zoomania is 42. LNRT is a leave that can go south very quickly, but can also lead to bingos next turn, depending on what you draw. I think at this game score, you just want to score as much as possible and hope that the tile bag bails you out. Would you be playing hike as well, Charles?
Yeah, I think you just need to keep up the scoring as best as you're able to, and don't get hung up on the fact that you're not keeping any vowels. With a rack like this, you're probably going to have to part with your vowels, so I think it's fine. Josh still has a little bit of life here because in Collins, red takes an E for eared. So there is this spot here for 7-letter words if he can get an E on his rack. There's also this spot here if you can get, an S or something. There's still a nice juicy double spot. Sadly for him, he doesn't know that Jason has both blanks on his rack. So Josh's meager comeback options in this game are considerably less than even he's aware of, given that Jason has both blanks and is probably going to be bingoing, if not this turn, extremely soon.
Jason can bingo this turn. His highest scoring bingo option is 70 points over wet and redo. But Jason is looking to pass on his bingos here. He set up OWSE, which plays in the top right corner of this board for 56 and holds back VT blank. That is definitely the right play here for Jason. But he's looking at over wet. He's probably going to count each of these and correctly now switching back over to Ows. Not correctly flashing the blank to Josh, but Josh is going to see it shortly anyway. Man, Ows, 56 points.
Yeah, that is a really nice play. There's still 2 S's out, so if I'm Jason, I'm pouncing at the chance to prevent Josh from doing a similar play in this spot, because you really want not only trying to play bingo defense maybe, but also just trying to play general scoring defense to make sure Josh has no avenues for comeback. A play like Ouse here takes out one of the most potent non-bingo scoring spots on the board. I guess I would say the most potent non-bingo scoring spots on this board. And he has to burn a blank to do it, but he's got another one in reserve. So it feels like a very strong play. And he drew extremely well into the leave of VT blank. That doesn't hurt.
It just drew starved double for like 1,000,000 points. All right. Well, there's not too much to analyze in this one. Sometimes you draw really good and you crush your opponent, or in Josh's perspective, sometimes your opponent draws like this and you just die. Josh on turn. This is going to be another fun one because it looks like his top options are each extensions of MED. He can play medicant, medical, or medicinal, MEDCINAL, which is apparently an alternate spelling of medicinal. But any of those long plays that expose a triple are likely to get punished insanely hard. You got to wonder, if you're Josh, like, how often does Jason have the second blank on his rack? If he's playing OWSE in under a minute, it feels quite likely to me. I don't want to open the triple if I think my opponent has another blank. And in any other format, I might roll the dice on medicinal anyway, but because Josh has said spread matters so much, I don't actually think it's appropriate in this instance to open the board like that. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think Josh is going to be spending some time here trying to figure out if Jason has the second blank. Like, how often would he want to play Ows not holding the second blank? And I think it might actually be fairly often that Jason makes a play like that, not holding the second blank. So I wouldn't be surprised here if Josh does spot the extensions down from med. I feel like he wouldn't necessarily turn those down because he thought Jason had the second blank. So it could go slightly, or I guess even more wrong for him than it already has if he strings out a letter in the triple line. But if I'm him, I think I would welcome that volatility at this score and, just see what happens. He's going to lose by maybe 200 no matter what happens in this game. It's going to be a tough one to come back from. But yeah, we'll see what he does here. There's not a lot of options other than going down from med, really. If he wants to fish, I don't see a good way for him to do that. And I don't know if fishing is really a good idea here, given that there's not a lot of lines for 7s or 8s. And the strongest line for 7-letter words involves a letter that he doesn't have, an E. So yeah, it's kind of tough to see what he would do other than extend med down to the bottom of the board.
I think he's looking at claimed, which would play down to MED instead of from the MED. And that's going to end up a lot less painful for him. He's still going to get doubled, but he wouldn't get tripled if he makes that play. So we'll see what Josh opts to do here. But when you bring a direwolf and your opponent has 3 dragons, you just lose. And that's what Josh has done here.
Yeah, I think I've heard of direwolves. I definitely have heard of dragons, and I know one is bigger than the other. So I think I give that one a 10 out of 10, Matt.
Excellent. We can follow that one even if we haven't seen Game of Thrones. All right, Josh plays claimed down to the MED. He will not get tripled on, but he will still get doubled on. We'll check blank cam to see what this is, but it's a rather moot point right now. The only consolation prize for Josh is he can't get hit by a Z bomb after this because the Z has already been bombed on his face for 110 points.
Yeah, I commend you for trying to come up with some upside here for Josh, because really there isn't a whole lot at all. That double is starved. We did see the blank cam. The blank is a D. 94 points. That gives Jason a 220-point lead. That's just painful. That's not the way you want to start a series like this.
Jason clearly took it personally that he was singled out as the one that Josh wanted to play. He said, "Fine, you want to play me? I'm going to bingo like every single turn. I'm going to draw like every single power tile, and I'm going to double your score." You like that, Josh?
Yep, the flashbacks to elementary school recess, getting picked last for kickball, or in this case, getting picked first to have to face off against Josh. There's some vengeance possibly had already formed in Jason's head, and he is enacting it with extreme prejudice.
Perhaps Ben Schoenbrunn yesterday had the Galaxy Brain strategy. Ben, as the 5 seed, also got to choose his opponent, but he didn't want to offend anybody or have them take it personally. So Ben let the chat decide who he played, and the chat overwhelmingly chose Josh Sokol. So Ben is playing Josh. Ben did not choose his opponent. The chat did. Maybe that is what you're supposed to do in this format, because if you single your opponent out, I guess this is what happens.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good point. You can avoid some of the more personal nature of this series if you just like roll dice, draw names out of a hat, or in the manner of 2026, just ask the YouTube chat to figure it out for you. We see Josh did not do that, and this is his reward.
Indeed. I mean, that's the future we're gunning for. You just ask YouTube chat or chat GPT to tell you the answer to everything, and then you don't ever have to make any decisions on yourself. Maybe that's the future of Scrabble too. Just ask chat GPT what you should play. This is what Josh should play here in any game state, any situation. It's just his strongest play, and he's done it. JEU through the E and starved was another option, but JEU takes one back hook, an X, and the way this game has gone, you know that X is going to be on Jason's rack. You know he's going to draw every single power tile this game, except maybe the J and the Q. So, that's just how it goes.
Yeah, we can say Josh did draw some power tiles here, but sometimes I wonder if we should even be calling the Q and the J power tiles. They score a lot, but they don't have power like the Z and the X do. So if we are calling them power tiles, they are the least powerful of the power tiles. Those are the only scraps that Josh was able to get this game. But Rejan does make a lot of sense here to open up floaters for 8-letter words if he can manage to draw something. If he can get a bingo, he can cut spread a little bit in this game, but it's really not working out for him here. And Jason's going to score pretty well with the X. He's got AX set up. I think if I was Jason here, I might just go for Ox Skulls from the O of Rejan. That does play off your S, but it blocks some of the 8s that Josh could have. It is a little bit tougher word to spot, maybe not a natural place to look. But if he does have 16 minutes on his clock, so he has some time to think about it.
Yeah, Oxgulls is a fine play, but I like seeing ILLGS as a leave with an N floating at the bottom of the board. If I draw one vowel, there's a good chance I'm going to bingo with an INGS word through that. It's only going to be 60 some odd points, but I'd actually be looking to play axe here and punch my opponent in the face just one more time. There is no sportsmanship at the game of tiles. You win as hard as you can.
So, Matt, you watched some Game of Thrones. Did people actually punch each other in the face, or were they mostly using weapons?
The most brutal and graphic death I remember specifically was just bare hands on cranium and pressure applied until the cranium burst like a watermelon. I wouldn't call that punching in the face necessarily, but face and weapons, you don't have to use weapons and you can aim for the face.
Yeah, that does sound brutal. I'd be a little bit surprised if it got this gratuitous on this particular stream, but I think metaphorically, this game might be similar to just crushing your opponent's skull with your bare hands.
Oh man, so Jason's gonna play AX here, blocking his own ING possibilities, but also mucking up the board. So that's going to bring Jason up to 479 and BHINRTU on Josh's rack. How much more does he try in this game? With spread likely to matter in a best of 8 format, you can't just throw in the towel. He could play Hub and Bread. It's 23 points, keeps very well, but INRT is unlikely to lead to a bingo on this board. If he sees it, I think his best play is to extend JA to Jabiru.
Yeah, look, Jabiru looks nice here. There's still some sort of outside chance that you could then draw an S and draw something there, pluralizing Jabiru. There's also this spot that you mentioned way back in the day. This kind of annoying bingo line ending in a C is still there, kind of unlikely to get blocked. So there is some upside to keeping the I and try to get an IC bingo here, but I think just taking the points here splits the difference pretty nicely.
All right, Jason now set up GALLS on his rack. Would he just play this with Jabirus right now and race towards the end of this game? I'm not seeing where else that word would go. You seeing anything, Charles?
Yeah, I think there's not too much else to do on this board. I guess if I'm really trying to eliminate any chance of Josh getting another bingo, I am kind of thinking about whether I should be playing sort of in this area of the board and try to prevent bingos through the N or to the N. But plays that are going to score so little, you could do like GI or something. It doesn't totally destroy the threat because there's still 9s playable through there. I assume there would be still 9-speed playable through there. But that just doesn't score very much. So yeah, not sure what else Jason might be thinking here. It is a little bit of a weird turn. The good news is he's up by so much it doesn't matter. In a closer game, you'd have to be sort of threading the needle between trying to fish with these letters and trying to score with these letters, and there's not a good way to really do either.
Yeah. In a different game, this would be a rather tricky position for Jason, but at this game score, you can do pretty much anything you want. So I was hoping for some tight games of Scrabble, but also some brutality is appropriate for the game of tiles. Question from Alex Dings in the chat a few minutes ago. Do they stop playing when somebody gets 5 wins? The answer we've received from director Josh Greenway is that's actually up to the players. If they want to play more, they can just have some extra rated games under their belt, get some extra Scrabble. If they want to stop, they can stop. And I know if I lose 5 games to the same opponent in the same day, I would not want to play that person again. But some people love Scrabble, win, lose, or draw, and they're going to take every opportunity to play 8 games if they signed up for 8 games. To them, I say, you do you, dog.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Like, I think if I was like 1-4 against a player in one day, would I want to keep playing them to try to get back some of my lost rating, or would I just cut my losses? This player obviously owns me today, and it's not going to get any better from here. You also have to figure out if your opponent wants to play any more games, and then you can fight about it. Maybe try some skull crushing tactics in person if your opponent's really desperate to get the 3 more games and you're like, I just want to go back to my hotel room and sob into my pillow or whatever they do in Game of Thrones. Kind of an interesting dynamic there.
I would not be in my hotel room after losing 5 times to the same person. I would be at the tavern, I think is the Game of Thrones equivalent, or perhaps, depending on your level of debauchery, some players may even head to the brothel a la Tyrion Lannister. But I digress. I'll behave myself. If I lose to somebody 5 times in a day, I'm absolutely done. I think preserving brain power probably going to be the MO for whoever comes out ahead in this series, as your prize for winning is either going to be a best of 7 against Adam Logan or Matthew Tunnicliffe tomorrow. I would save every ounce of brain power I have for that, because that's going to be tough.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you can get like 3 extra hours of downtime, no matter how you choose or how you elect to spend that downtime, either debauched or not debauched. I can't come up with the antonym of debauched. However you choose to spend that free time is going to help you face off either against Tunnicliffe or Logan in the best of 7 that's coming up tomorrow.
I'm going to go with botch as the opposite of debauch, or maybe de-debauch. Either one of those works for me.
Yeah, I think botch is not a word, so let's go with that.
All right. Lig, the option here from Jason. He says, I want a bingo one more time. I'm going to score 14 now. And the way Jason's been drawing this game, even though the board is pretty dead for bingos, you know he's going to draw one.
Yeah, it's just going to work out that way. Yeah, this one, I guess I'm not seeing how this works out for him better than just, doing GI and sort of taking the opposite tactic. But he's probably just trying to run up the score, which is totally justifiable when you need every bit of spread. We see Josh has, again, not drawn very well. He was keeping 3 consonants on his leave. He was keeping LNT after Jabiru. So that was somewhat likely to go wrong, and we do see that it has gone wrong as he's only drawn 1 vowel. I think if he gets a little bit creative with his board vision, I think a play like with in this spot just feels really strong. I believe swith is a word. So if that S is still in the bag, he could draw 7-letter words. The downside is if Jason has the S, then you might just be giving a 7-letter word back in response. And in fact, Jason would have urinals coming down after a play like with.
I mean, you know that Josh is going to spot with and play it, because I said after Jason fished, he's going to bingo. Right now, no bingos play on the board for Jason. With is a really great play for Josh. He's probably going to play it just so Jason can bingo one more time. We might see 600 from Jason in this game if that's the sequence that indeed happens. Although maybe if you're Josh, Lig for 14 points is really, really bad news for me. If I look at this unseen pool, Lig never holds UUVY. Lig is a terrible play if you're keeping UUVY. So if you eliminate those from your opponent's range, oh my God, look at those remaining tiles. I'm going to get bingoed on. So maybe I don't want to open the board here, even though I'm down by 200, because that's like just retina a couple times unseen to me. I'm not playing with fire.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, Matt. Given Jason's last play of Lig, which didn't really achieve much other than it looks like a fish, I think Josh is now perhaps rightly just thinking about something like went here. WENT scores nicely for 29 points, actually scores 3 more than with, and takes care of the fact that Jason could be hitting an S bingo in this spot.
All right, went indeed the play. So Josh saving himself from another Jason Keller bingo. I'm getting word from our production team that our next game, we're going to pivot over to Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe. So round 2, we're going to go to the other matchup in hopes that maybe we don't see a drubbing as bad as this one. And I just want to point out, like, Josh has done nothing wrong as far as I can say this game. I love every single play he made. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles in Scrabble. You do everything right, and you lose by 200 anyway.
Yeah, I'm going back through the list of plays that Josh made, and I don't think he made a mistake this game. I think we agreed with every single play he made. The difference between T-poise with the A and without the A was, academic and extremely minimal. It's just this one happened to give back Zoomania. And other than that, he's been making the right play every time. So this is kind of how Scrabble goes sometimes. If you play enough Scrabble, you're on the receiving end of this more often than you want. But that's just how it happens sometimes, where you can play very well and lose by a lot. If you want a different game where you can play very well and you never lose if you play well, chess is there waiting for you.
Chess is there waiting for you indeed. Curious, for those watching along in the chat, I know Scrabble attracts diverse talents. So what other talents do you have? What other games do you play? What other instruments do you play? I know there's a lot of overlap between chess and Scrabble. There's a lot of overlap between poker and Scrabble, some overlap between backgammon and Scrabble. I also know we have a lot of gamers and gamers with a Y in the scene as well. So when Scrabble's not going so hot, when you're sitting there like Josh Castellano losing by 200 points despite playing perfectly, what do you switch it up to? You go over to Mario Kart, you play some chess. Curious, let us know.
Yeah, if I'm not doing great at Scrabble, I'm putting on a cozy RPG game where nothing bad ever happens to me and I just walk around and plant flowers all day or something.
Stardew Valley.
Yeah, maybe that one.
I'm a big RPG guy myself, but I'm more like Fire Emblem, that vein. I love picking my dudes and grinding them up. That's my cup of tea, aside from Scrabble.
Yeah, and I feel like there's also a ton of overlap between Scrabble players and just being really talented musicians. I feel like the amount of skilled piano players is just insane in the Scrabble community. So probably a lot of Scrabble players, after getting beat up over the board, go tickle the ivories for a little bit to clear their heads.
Tickle those ivories. I'd be, playing Shostakovich or something after a game like this. Let's see, we got thumb twiddlers, we got poker, memory sports, drawing, trackmania, crosswords, painting, sewing. I just rage quit for 5 minutes and come back. Yeah, no matter how hard Scrabble punches you in the face, we always seem to come crawling back. I've tried to quit this game a number of times. I just can't. It's like crack or heroin. You always end up coming back to it anyway. Can't quit it for good. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Scrabble is permanently baked into our brain stems at this point, and nothing short of an extremely extreme surgery would get it out of there.
Yeah, to quote the great Matt Graham, I wouldn't miss dinghies if you hit me over the head with a claw hammer. Like, I will never stop compulsively unscrambling words I see in real life, no matter what. And that's fine. Scrabble is not as bad as a vice as some of the other ones out there. So to each their own. I want to shout out the Trackmania specifically as streamer Virtual, one of the biggest Trackmania streamers out there, is also a big Scrabble fan. In fact, he live streamed the North American Championship back in 2024 on his Twitch channel. And that was really sick. So lots of diverse talents out there. I know another former top expert, Avery Mojica, was a huge Mario Kart time trialist as well. So all kinds of different obsessions and compulsions we got out there in the competitive scene. Looks like Jason has extended claimed to unclaimed. So now we've got 2 9s on the board, although neither was a 9-letter bingo. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, some creativity here, trying to keep bingo letters, maybe thinking of bingoing through the N of Region. It does block the C of Koof if he's worried about that. So I think this is about as good as any play he can make. So good play by Jason. Josh, looking at the unseen pool, he's still a little bit worried about this. Something like aversion could come down to the N of Region for Jason. That would be bad. So I wonder if he's going to sacrifice a little bit of scoreboard here to just play something, I don't know, like HA, plays one vowel for few points, just to make sure that this doesn't turn into a 600 game. I think the standard play would be to try to keep bingo letters with a play like but I don't know if that's the order of the day here, given that he's never actually going to get a bingo on this board.
Yeah, Jason's last 2 plays of Lig for 14 and then unclaimed, and Jason spending a ton of time on each of those turns before making his plays. Like, he's quite bingo prone, but he would need like exactly the rack aversion to threaten a bingo. I'm not seeing too much else that would actually go on this board. So do you block? Do you just make a play? Do you try to bingo? Does it really matter? I don't know. That's what Josh has to decide here. Shake this one off is what I'd be trying to do and just get on to the next one. While we're talking about diverse talents, Jason Keller is an extremely talented person in his own right. He is an excellent crossword solver. He competes at crossword tournaments, and if you didn't know this about him yet, he is a multi-time Jeopardy champion. Jason appeared on the TV show Jeopardy and won over $200,000 with a run of, I think, like 9-10 consecutive victories. So, these Scrabble players can take their phenomenal memories and apply those to other things as well. Josh Castellano, an expert programmer who works at like Google. So, smart people over the board.
Yeah, I was going to say Jason won, tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars on Jeopardy. I think Josh probably just gets paid that in a week working at Google. So who's the real winner here?
Yeah. But these are the people I have to hang with over a Scrabble board. And I'm like, my goodness, you guys are all so talented. And I'm just like a dude sitting here, like teaching high school. Oh my God. All right. Well, I'll do my best. Jason, with the Y tile on his rack, there's one tile in the bag. If he wants to, he could fish the Y. Oxy and BY is 36 points. Would you do that?
Yeah, I think my first thought would be, is there anything that Josh can have that would play here? And if there is, I just block it. And I don't think there is in the unseen pool, because we see Josh has Niobate, the last unseen tile is the U, which isn't really helping very much. So I guess I would look at that first if I'm Jason, try to make sure that I'm not needlessly bleeding spread for no reason. Then I would go for something like Oxy here, just scores very nicely. I'm a little bit too lazy to actually figure out if this ever results in a bingo coming through the end. But, this looks good. This just feels good. And I'm trying to save some of my mental energy.
Looks like there is no bingo Jason could draw after fishing, but well, go ahead and do it anyway. Why not? It's so many points. So he'll fish, he'll empty the bag. ABEINOT, the final rack for Josh. No spot for the 7-letter Niobate. So he's just going to look to go out in 2 as quickly as he can and get away from this game. Oh my goodness. This is how we're starting. Blood drawn, decapitations, brutality. I think the best metaphor I could think of was Josh Castellano bringing a dire wolf when his opponent brings 3 dragons. Jason scoring 78, 73, 110, 39, 56, and 94 across his first 6 moves. Jason had 450 points 6 turns into this game. Sometimes you just lose.
Yep, I think that's just the best way to put it. Sometimes you just lose. Sometimes Scrabble does this to you. We did get word in the chat that the other Josh in this bracket, he's in the Consolation bracket, Josh Sokol, also got dominated in the first game. So if there is a concept of a house Josh, maybe the 2 houses combined to make some mega house of Josh, they're not faring very well at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, that is a house that, has had their entire bloodline eliminated, it feels like. Maybe there's one lone survivor who can claw back for redemption in season 6 or 7, but we'll see. Yeah,
Josh just has to come up with an out in 2 here. If he wants to get super creative, which he's been making these kind of little insertion overlappy plays the whole game. He can continue that theme and do something like Ambo here for 31 points. Ooh. It leaves EINT. I assume that goes out. I'm just going to, be charitable and think it does, although maybe it doesn't. Feels like it would go out through this L maybe, but that's just a lot of points. If I spot that, I'm just going to play it because I want to continue to impress the viewers.
Yeah, you got to try to flex when you're on stream, right? He would hold at least TEIN above the ENT of went, but that might be the only one. So maybe TEIN first and then Ambo?
Yeah, might get sniffed out there, and Jason might sacrifice a little to block an area because he does hold the A for Ahi. So, and Josh is down to a minute on his clock. For a game where he didn't score that much, I think this is often how it goes, Matt. The games where you score the least, you spend the most amount of time.
Yeah. Sometimes Scrabble just plays itself. It seems like the easiest games are the ones where you win by a ton, and the hardest games are the ones where you lose by a ton. But easy turns are easy turns, and often they're easy turns because there's one awesome option available. to you. All right, we got some heat applied. Is Josh Castellano going to go overtime and lose spread points in an end game that doesn't matter? We'll see. He's going to play BO and Boxy, it looks like.
This is actually I think works out very badly because it gives back Avulsion.
Yeah.
So if Jason has 5 minutes on his clock, he's got more time to think about this. He might not realize what has just happened to the board that gives him a 36-point play in response. And in fact, we do see he doesn't actually realize what the gift that Josh just gave him. I think that's fair in a one end game like this.
And Josh has multiple outs, but he's going to play his highest scoring one in Tia. We'll cut to overhead Mike after that bloodbath and see if there's any post-mortem.
382. Yep, 382 and 6. 388.
8, yeah, 388 and 563.
Yep, good game. And then I played NT. I guess I should have
just played 2 points without that.
I don't know. I thought for 3 more equity, I'd just play that. I felt like it was sometimes easier to parallel. But I'm sure the T play without the ASIM's better.
Sometimes, I'm very much more of like a reason it out and don't worry about the sim. And well, obviously, I was happy to see that. Well, I had a score anyway. I had to have quiz. Not Mozo, but like Azo even.
Yeah, you're gonna have something.
Have a big score,
pretty good.
but that
in reality.
Yeah, like. Geez.
Yeah.
Jeez. And
okay.
This was I don't think there's that much to.
Just trying to
I'm
200.
I'm like I'm like. This is kind of.
Regist. What does that mean? I think it means to register. Yeah. I wasn't like. It looked weird. But...
no. That's why it looked weird to me.
Yeah.
And I just said, you know what? Gotta go for it.
Yeah.
Gotta go for it. This is not the time to.
Yep.
I talked myself out of grained instead of entertained, which is probably slightly better. But
out of what?
Grained in the beginning, right?
Grained. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
I talked myself out of grained, and it just like good. It'd be safe because I could do it the same way.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Grained.
Yeah.
The same.
And that's I liked what it did. I saw the other things,
but. Do we submit results?
You do. Yes,
okay.
We do. Okay.
I guess it's technically a tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Right. So let's see. Oh wait, does this? Okay. Is there another? There's another thingy, isn't there?
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll let them figure out how to submit results. Josh shrugging and saying, I guess this is a tournament. Of course it's a tournament, Josh. It's rated Scrabble play over the weekend with a ton of prize money. If you haven't heard yet, $2,500 will be going to the winner. That money ponied up by the generous Bob Lynn, who has done so much to support Cullen's play in North America. So thank you, Bob, for your contribution and for giving us these awesome players all under one roof competing for something cool. Game 1 done. Not a lot of drama, but a whole lot of brutality so far. Charles, what do you think? More brutality in the next one?
Matt, I think we're going to see tons of brutality coming up. We've got Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe. I can't think of 2 more brutal dudes in the Scrabble scene, honestly, other than maybe me and you. But those 2 are extremely high-powered. Adam Logan, current reigning world champion. Matthew Tunnicliffe was the guy that Adam shouted out in his acceptance speech saying, "I'm not the best player at my own club." That would be Matthew Tunnicliffe of the Ottawa Club. I don't know what fictional location he picked for Ottawa, but Ottawa is the real life location. So we saw a lot of brutality. We saw a lot of bingos in the last game. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that in these next 7 games.
Charles and I, always fans of brutality. We are two of the biggest metalheads in the Scrabble scene, so we're always about the brutal. Let's get the double bass going as we have Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe coming next. We're going to take a little break while we get the scores reset, the players situated. Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe coming soon. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be back in a bit.
All right. Well, you're excited. I'm excited. Charles is excited. Soren is excited because Matthew Tunnicliffe and Adam Logan are coming up next. This is Can't Miss TV, and it is coming right here on Let's Play Scrabble. Before we cut to the game, if you could help us out just a little bit, we've got as many as 8 games coming today. Let's bump this video up the algorithm, especially to our international viewers who are not located in North America. You're probably not going to hang with us all day, but if you hit that like button underneath this video, you can help us increase the momentum on this video. So please and thank you, hit that like button. And if you really like watching Scrabble or Let's Play Scrabble, you can hit the subscribe button underneath as well. That way you'll get notified whenever Let's Play Scrabble goes live with more tournaments in your area. And if you really, really, really like watching competitive Scrabble on the internet, the best thing you can do to ensure that this continues to happen is what, Charles?
You click that join button somewhere on the screen. Just keep looking around. You'll see a button that says join. You'll pay 5 real life American dollars or whatever the equivalent is in your local currency, and you will become a Scrabble super friend. They just instituted titles in WESPA. People can be grandmasters, international masters, but I think there's a title higher than all those things, and that's being a Scrabble super friend. And all it costs is $5. So make sure you do that. You'll be enshrined with all the best, the coolest of the Scrabble supporters that are out there.
The coolest Scrabble supporters are the Scrabble Super Friends, plus you get some extra swag in the chat. Thanks to all of our Super Friends who are hanging out here with us today. We appreciate you all. Shout out. All right, Adam Logan, Matt Tunnicliffe, situated, ready. Let's cut to the board. Let's play Scrabble.
I don't know if Matthew really wants to play any more Scrabble after what happened in the first game.
Yeah, 0-1 minus 282. So bloodbath in both games of the winner's bracket. But this is a nice start for him. He's drawn into the 6-letter poleaxe. I'm pretty sure that's the play here, right, Charles?
Yeah, that looks strong here. It's the only play that gets the X on the double letter score. So if he spots it, I think it is the clear winner here. And one downside, and maybe I don't even necessarily consider it too much of a downside, it does take an E here at the end. So you are setting up big plays coming back if Adam has a bingo. Maybe we'll see Adam try to play something like yoinked. It's very cartoonish, but not a word. So I think if Matt spots poleaxe, it has to come down.
Oh, wow. Yoinked would be so good if it were good. But hey, here comes poleaxe, quite the Game of Thrones word as well. I'm certain at some point, some character in that show wielded a poleaxe and did some brutal stuff with it. So poleaxe puts Matt ahead 46-0. He's almost got as many points as he scored all of last game. Just kidding, but only sort of. And Adam on turn now. As we said, yoinked is not valid. Different lines for him here. YOK above the AX in poleaxe. 29 points, sets up the back E, holds DEIN, but he can score a lot better. Donkey scores 39 points, taking that back E hook on poleaxe. So, Charles, putting you on the spot, would you play shorter with yoke here, or would you play longer?
This is actually kind of a tough one for me, because a play like Yok keeps very nicely with DEIN. I feel like that goes nicely with the L that's floating out of poleaxe. Also feels kind of nice with the P. Plus you've got this bingo spot. Now you've got this new bingo spot. All works very nicely with the E that you keep in reserve. That just feels nice. But scoring 39 points with Donkey, maybe a little bit too much to pass up. You almost equalize on the scoreboard with a play like that. You're not pinning your hopes on getting a bingo down immediately, and if you're thinking you've got a lot of floaters, if you get bingo tiles, there's still all these letters of poleaxe to work with, plus these new floaters of Donkey. I think in the end I probably go for Donkey here, just to get 10 more points and maybe not be so reliant on bingoing early.
I'm generally the guy who hates smaller plays like yoke that put you in bingo or die situation, but I would play yak or yoke or however you pronounce that word. I'd actually play the 3 here. We'll see what Adam chooses to do. He set up Donkey on his rack. He's got a hand on his neck, showing him deep, deep, deep in thought. What will the decision be for Adam Logan?
Yeah, so I'm leaning on your Game of Thrones knowledge here, Matt. Again, did they have donkeys in Game of Thrones? Is that a thematic word? They probably had poleaxes. We could be 2 for 2 here if they did in fact have donkeys.
I'm not familiar with any donkeys, though. If you've ever seen the show, you know there's a good degree of ass.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of aware of that. That was kind of a big deal when that show came out.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely, it was. But no donkeys that I'm aware of. We'll have to switch to Shrek references. Are you going to be a little more up to date on those, Charles?
I think I watched Shrek in middle school, so if I can rewind the clock 20 years, I can probably pull some quotes out.
You haven't seen Shrek in 20 years? Oh my God, you're going to have homework after this, Charles.
Yeah, if the next theme is fully Shrek themed, we might have to hit Josh Greenway with a poleaxe.
All right, I think we're going to start brainstorming some options here. What should the next themed Scrabble tournament be? I'm all aboard Shrek right now, but there's got to be some other really great ideas or options out there as well. All right, chat, this is up to you. Shrek theme, what other themes can we think of for a Scrabble tournament?
And meanwhile, Adam is spent. I think this is a little bit unwise. He has spent almost 4 minutes on the opening turn. I think spending that long on an opening turn is almost never correct.
All right, you just heard it here. Charles calling Adam Logan unwise. Adam taking it personally and making his play immediately after that comes down.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to speed it up, and that little earpiece I've got, you see it in his ear, it's patched directly to my voice. It did its job.
Oh, you put your piece in their ear. Okay, I stole from Chess and put it in there. Oh, sorry. All right, God,
we're not going to think about where that one went.
Oh, heated rivalry. Okay. Well done, Josh. Yeah, Shrek, Harry Potter, Star Trek, or heated rivalry. I just got through the first heated rivalry book. Like a madman, I read it on public transit. I'm sure I got some looks from strangers. I would be so down for a Canadian heated rivalry tournament, especially as this is featuring Montreal versus Ottawa in this matchup right now. All right, Josh, you know what? Cancel the Game of Thrones heated rivalry from here on out.
Yeah, I don't know either, so you might as well do it. I'm not losing anything.
Oh, heated rivalry is so good if you're 18 plus. Minnow, the decision we're seeing for Matthew Tunnicliffe, just 14 points, but out of a brutal rack, that's a pretty solid play for him. If he wanted to score a little bit more, Minyan, as Charles has drawn up, was another option. But Minnow, what he's opted for, and he's going to get bingoed on immediately. Adam Logan bingoing with Marinade for 74. Looks solid to me, right, right, Charles?
Yeah, that's a clear improvement over what Adam had available to him without Minnow, which was just playing Iraniad, making Yoke, which gives back triples all over the place. This one feels like it's just giving back one triple, which Matthew is probably going to have to use, even if he doesn't want to. And then you're kind of in a secure position as long as your opponent's not tripling.
Oh boy, so this board is now wide open, and Matthew Tunnicliffe has a puzzle on his hands. There is one play that is head and shoulders above any other option for him. It is a toughie to spot, but 34 or 35, I guess, if he wants to tack on one of his two S's, is the best play here for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Now he's got to find it.
Yeah, there's a very creative underlapping play here available for a lot of points. And it, maybe more importantly, does not involve using the E of Marinade. So that would stay open for future opportunities for either opponent. I'll sort of say meaningless things for another 5 seconds to give chat a chance to think about it. But now I'm going to spoil it. The play is Wandu from the W of Minnow. Either keeping SS, or if he wants to go one further, he just puts the S on it, keeping a single S for 35 points. That's considerably better than anything else he's going to do. And maybe a side effect of that, it also blocks poleaxing, which we haven't talked about yet. So poleaxing still played after Yoke, but will not play after Wandu. I guess Matthew has to decide, does he want to keep that opportunity open? He's not really that close to it. Maybe just better for his peace of mind to take it away right away.
Yeah, with those extensions, we saw yesterday, Foliate was an opening turn bingo with the F on a double letter, and both players, Matthew Tunnicliffe and Josh Sokol, were thinking about the extensions all game. With those extensions, if you notice them, that tends to be advantage you. If you notice poleaxing, maybe your opponent hasn't, but if your opponent's Adam Logan, he's going to notice poleaxing too, so you probably want to block. I like to leave those things open in general, just on the off chance my opponent oversees them. But I don't get to play against people as strong as Adam Logan too often.
Yeah, and maybe for the better of your mental health that you, unlike somebody like Matthew who has to get beat up by this guy constantly, we only run up against players of this caliber every once in a while.
I mean, it is great to get to play and practice against people like Adam Logan, but it is also quite the confidence killer, just losing over and over and over. And yet it seems like anybody who's exceptionally good at Scrabble has a very regular, very strong sparring partner. Jackson and Josh all too well. Adam and Matthew Tunnicliffe spar all the time. Mac Meller and Joey Malik play all the time on Blitz games on Woogle. So it seems like everybody's got another very strong nemesis. Charles, do you have anybody like that in your life? You get to play all the time, roughly equivalent in skill to you?
Yeah, and you know what, Matt? Actually, I can't think of anybody. It's not like I have somebody who lives in my house who's exactly the same as me and is exactly my skill level that I can just play whenever I want. That would be awesome, but I don't know if I have anybody like that.
Man can dream, right? Like maybe just an identical clone of myself who's just as good at Scrabble, but isn't me.
Yeah, and who might even be in chat at this very moment. Yeah, I can't think of anybody.
My understanding is you do live with another Scrabble player, but he is far, far inferior to you. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I think the rating difference at this point might be close to 1,000, if not more. So yeah, it's sort of like when you beat up on your family members who don't play Scrabble, and they're like, "Oh, let's play Scrabble," and they pull out the board and you crush them. That's kind of like what's going on in my house on a regular basis.
For those missing the extended sarcastic joke there, I'll explain it just in case you don't know Charles super well. He has an identical twin brother named Thomas, and they live together and they play all the time. But Charles, you're clearly the superior ranking, correct?
Yeah, I think I come first in the alphabet, so yeah, I would say superior.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, ratings, what are those? Who cares? You're the one on the headset.
I'm making the big bucks doing the Scrabble commentary. So sorry, I think Cosmic Authority in chat, you can mock him a little bit if you want to.
Yeah, it's all about the ancient cosmographer instead. Matthew has spent so much time on this move. It's probably one of those where your spidey senses go off. Like I feel like there's something better than like DOO and docs or DOON and docs, but I can't figure out what it is. He spent over 5 minutes on this one. Once again, early on in the game, we're seeing a player spend a lot of time.
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking about, he might not have spotted Wandu. I think Wandu would be the play if he spotted it, but it's hard to see. You're not thinking of this area as the place you want to play. You might be thinking about this as a place you want to play, like maybe playing DOO underneath it, or I think Matthew might actually be thinking of SOO in this spot. But it's not going all the way to the W. And then if your play is going to be something like Sue, you're like, that scores few enough points that I should just be trying to do something here instead. So this play gets a lot more challenging if you don't spot that crazy underlap play for 34 points. It gets a lot more touch and go in terms of what you're trying to do with this board.
SOO would be shocking to see because it's not a word, but I don't know what he was thinking of with SOO sequestered off to the side of his rack. Tricky turn here for Tunnicliffe. You have to let the game state dictate it a little bit, but this is pretty close to neutral. You're down just a smidge, but you've got the S to hit minnows. I don't know. It's a hard turn if you don't spot Wandu.
Yeah, I'm so suggestible here that when Matthew put up SOO, I just assumed that was a word. That is not a word. He would have to do something like soon in this spot, which is a little bit worse because you get rid of a nice bingo tile with the N. So apologies that I just wrote that phony on the board and kind of let it sit there for a while to confuse everybody. I'm the confused one here. Matthew, also maybe a little bit of the confused one here. I think this does some okay things for him. It's a little bit unorthodox, but this isn't so bad. Blocking the S hook of minnows, but setting up a new lane for sevens here, plus setting up your A for a deuce. And keeping I think the best leave possible with the E sitting out here still.
I just threw up in my mouth a little bit at that play. I don't like it at all, but that is what Matthew has opted to do here. And he's drawn into Ravenous as a triple if it stays open. So perhaps I should just never criticize a play. We'll see. Adam with an unwieldy rack, EEFUUL blank. His best plays are not going to block the triple. UKE through the K and yoke, making poleaxe is 23. Feels very strong, but he would get hit super hard. We've seen Adam yesterday block triples at multiple different junctures. Will he do it here? FEU and yoke, as he's got set up, should do the trick.
Yeah, I think Adam has maybe correctly realized after play like DOS that Matthew is going for something. Matthew played an S. He's got another S for sure. He's setting up bingo lines because he wants to bingo. That makes this E triple spot even more dangerous than it usually is. Like if you think your opponent's never going to triple, this E isn't actually that bad. You don't care if they score 30 points here playing an H and an M. But if you feel like they're very strong with their leave, it becomes more of a priority to block this. And so while a play like Uke just feels so perfect, keeps a great balanced leave of EFLU blank and scores points while doing it, I don't think you can make that play here if you're Adam. I think you have to do something about this triple spot.
Yeah, chat in agreement, Matt in agreement as well. After DOS, Matt's tiles are quite good. He's got another S almost certainly, and probably some other goodies to go with it. In a vacuum, I'd play UKE. It looks like the strongest play, but because DOS just happened, I want to block if I can. Now, FEU is not the most inspiring block. It knocks out triples, but still sets up really high-scoring bingos, depending on the combination on Matthew's rack. It's so hard for us in the booth and for you guys watching at home to uncouple, we know what Matthew has on his rack. We know the triple is there. Adam's guessing.
Yeah, Adam doesn't know for sure what Matthew has, obviously, and there is a little bit of a balancing act here where if he plays Uke and Matthew, he goes up by 50 points or whatever with a play like that, 40 points. If Matthew triples and then Adam just bingos here with his great leave next turn, it's still a relatively close game. Matthew didn't keep scoring letters with a play like DOS. Otherwise, he would have, tried to hit his H or here or something like that, or just scored more naturally on top of Marinade, for example. So you're thinking that if Matthew does triple, it's probably going to be like 122 points or whatever. It's not going to be that bad, something you can recover from. So it's maybe not the end of the world if you leave that E open, but I think just generally, the good strategy is if you feel like your opponent's blatantly fishing, just don't leave that triple open. We see Adam going for the block. I think this is, in the end, the right call, although a little bit sad to turn down a play like Uke.
Man, Matthew showed it on his face. He smiled a bit and shook his head side to side. Man, dang. I was hoping that would stay open, but I figured it probably wouldn't. And Adam with the big draw here. ELU blank can go south, but it does not. He's pulled quite well. That P is going to be especially valuable to hit UP plays. Matthew on turn now, ANORSUV. Where will he play? He's got good plays in different sections of the board. He can take that newly exposed triple word square with a short word, Nova, or a long word, Savor, SAVOUR. He can also play in other sections of the board as well, VROU, beneath the DO of Doze. Makes a ton of sense. And he's got that front hook on a Doze as well. So what are you thinking, Charles?
Yeah, something like Nova does feel really nice to set up another straightforward lane to hook Novas. You keep the S in that scenario. Downside is you get rid of the A for a deuce, but you do keep the U. The U is not a top you want to keep, but you have the U for Udos here. So there's still a little bit of life here in terms of trying to get a bingo down here or here. So a play like Nova does seem pretty nice here. The scoreboard isn't that dire at this point. We know Adam has the blank, so it's about to get a little bit more dire for Matthew, but he's not at the point where he needs to sacrifice absolutely everything to go for bingo. I think the nice in-between play of scoring, it looks like 27 points for Nova, keeping an S while still having bingo chances. It does feel nice on this turn.
Adam's going to have a fun decision to make next turn because his bingos play with UP, but any bingo he can put there is going to set up a huge hook in the bottom corner of this board. He's only got 2 playable bingos in that spot that I see: Prelude, which takes a D, R, and S, or Pendule, Pendule, which takes an S as well. So if Matt chooses to play elsewhere, he's going to need to hold that S to have a shot back in this game. And it looks like if he plays elsewhere, he's almost definitely keeping the S. UVAE down into the E of Marinade is a play that makes a lot of sense here. VROU underneath DOS is a play that makes a lot of sense here. So we're going to see a huge swing no matter what. But Matt pulling the trigger on Nova here.
Yeah, I think I do like this play over something like Juve. Juve plays the U and the A, so then you're no longer really a threat to hit the spot unless you redraw one of those letters. Nova at least keeps some upside here while setting up an S hook. So I think this play is very strong. Nicely spotted by Matthew. Unfortunately for him, Adam has drawn well into his leave of ELU blank and is going to bingo, and in fact does have a double available. Kind of hard to spot, and
he's rushed it.
He rushed it, I think.
Yeah, Prelude 79, but 97 available through the I in minnows. And Adam, there's no strategic reason to pass up on the double here. He's just missed it. Epulides, Epulides was the double, but Prelude instead what Adam plays here. Matt has drawn into guitars, and this is going to play either with Udos or Ados. I suspect it's going to be Ados because Udos is going to string an S in a triple. So you got a Prelude played on a guitar, perhaps, in this game.
Yeah, what was the soundtrack for Game of Thrones? Was this just like epic cinematic orchestral music, or did they have like quaint little folky guitar sections too?
No, it was epic orchestral, the whole 9 yards. Not just a little guitar here and there.
All right, so yeah, maybe not the most Game of Thrones, but they probably had some guitars in there somewhere, probably playing a lute or a mandolin in a tavern while getting totally sloshed on meat or whatever.
That's the D&D experience if I've ever experienced it, and I've experienced some D&D.
We see Matthew, I think, correctly going for guitars with a safer placement here. He's still perfectly connected on the scoreboard here, down by about 30. That's not where you want to be, but at least you can recover from that, unlike the previous game. Matt, I don't know if we actually said the score of that game, but it was 291 to 573 in the first game that these two played. So Matthew at least on track to do better than that.
Yeah,
maybe not with that draw though. The draws here maybe tell a different story.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Adam bingoing with 1 blank and drawing the second blank. Matthew fighting to draw a bingo and then drawing 6 vowels out of the bag. So a tale of 2 stories here it is in this game. Adam is not going to bingo on this turn. He may burn the blank, but I don't think that's correct. He can score 62 and cash in the blank, but he can score 47 with just ZEL atop Marinade. Charles has drawn the spot for 62. That'd be Mazer, M-A-Z-E-R, but Zell feels much stronger here. Adam agrees. What about you, Charles?
Yeah, this looks really good. Zell does not give back this triple letter square because LI doesn't take any front hooks. Also, ZA does not take any front hooks, so this is not creating any new life for Matthew in terms of trying to get a bingo. And now we're seeing sort of the state of the board at this point, even if Matthew had drawn well and was, threatening to bingo imminently, where would he do it? He can't bingo easily here or here just because you need specific vowels for that. It's hard to underlap prelude. You need exact letters for that. There's nowhere for eights on this board. Zell does everything you want if you're Adam, not giving anything back, keeping the scoring pressure up, keeping the blank. And Matthew, I think, forced to just do a vowel dump here, which he just has to hope that something materializes for him in a future turn.
The vowel dump, very appropriate. Matthew needed to find that play, a strong one for him, and one of the only plays that is worth making out of that rack. So he's found owie, he's found it quickly, and Adam has found all consonants on this turn. We'll see what he chooses to do. He's got exposed vowels in different sections of the board. The E and U of prelude are calling out to him, but any play through those vowels are going to open the bottom of this board. So will he choose to play elsewhere? I don't think you can play cram through the A in marinade. That sets up the front S that you don't have. You can play crem, C-R-E-M, for just 8 through the last E in marinade. How would you approach this turn, Charles? It's tough.
Yeah, this is a weird one because Adam does not have any vowels. He basically, if he wants to make a play, it's going to be through a vowel on the board. It can't be any of the vowels of prelude. If he did something like creme through the E of prelude, that takes an E. That's just not what you want to do at this score. It also obviously takes an S, another reason why you wouldn't want to do that. And so then you would be looking at making just a short play like creme. Maybe the downside of a play like creme for Adam is this looks suspicious. This looks like, maybe he's trying to do something, get another bingo. And so then Matthew might actually clam up a little bit, not give him bingo spots. And then Adam's sort of still in a position where he doesn't, know how to get a bingo on this board. Then again, creme also could just be viewed from Matthew's POV as Adam has no vowels but wants to block this E for scoring plays. And I think that would be a valid reason to make a play like creme in a vacuum, was you're just concerned about the scoring plays. We do see Adam just stringing it open. I guess he feels like he's at an advantage to bingo holding the blank.
Perhaps so, yeah. Krim taking 2 back hooks, an E and an S. So Adam opening the board wide up. But after Matthew has shown vowels last turn, he's unlikely to get hit very hard with counterplay. So Adam feels safe to play Krim here, opens the board up, and does not capitalize on the bingo draw. He does find a vowel, but a J and a Y to go with it. Now, how will Matt respond to the opening? He can't feel great about it. It likely implies strong leaves from Adam. If Adam has a bad leave, Adam's going to exchange rather than open the board with a weak scoring play. Does Matthew need to block here? Does he need to just cross his fingers and hope that Adam has missed? Should he counter open by opening a different section of the board? This is a fascinating turn for Matthew, and this is one where I would slow down and take a lot of time.
Yeah, he's already slowed down a bit in this game. He is down to about 10 minutes on his clock, so he can't slow down too much more than he already has, but this is a play worth taking some time on. I sort of do like the idea here of counter opening, as you said, Matt. So maybe something like E here is a little bit aggro, maybe uncalled for, but a play of that nature might be nice here, so that if Adam does hit this spot, there's at least another spot to Matthew hit back. He's looking at the unseen pool, and there's still a lot of T's unseen. And so these letters A-E-E-O-R-S would be really nice if he could just get one of those T's. So he feels like maybe this keeping a vowel heavy leaf could work out better than usual for him. Adam might also have been thinking if Matthew just immediately bingos here, Adam will get a counter bingo in response. So Adam definitely at an advantage here with the blank. We see Matthew going for arrow, playing the R. That's hard for me to do on this because there's only one unseen R that he could draw back, but is setting up an S. Arrow does take an S in Collins. So I think that there's some upside to this play.
Oh, Arrow does take an S in Collins. Okay, huge to know. Jerry coming down almost immediately for Adam. So Matthew dodging the bullet at least once, but the tile bag literally laughing at him. Ha ha plus AES is his draw. AAEHHS is not what you want to draw in this situation. What are you thinking here, Charles?
Yeah, this is a turn where I would be thinking, I just set up that S hook of arrow. I want to leave that open. That I deserve that spot. I earned that spot. My creativity resulted in that spot. So I might be a little bit disinclined to play something like haha here, just because it gets a lot harder to use this S hook. The upside of aha is it does set up she's, which sounds like it might not be a word, but SHES is in fact a word. So you do get an S hook in response with something like haha. So that looks good. He could also just go for maha and keep the SH together for a little bit more synergy.
All right. Well, Adam has drawn into deistic, which would play with arrows. It has been blocked by haha. I think I would have played maha there also from the M, but it's a tough position, and they're both like very close to one another. Adam's still threatening bingos on this turn, though. CDIIST blank. Deistic will play with crims for 81. There's one other bingo that plays with crims for 81 as well. We'll see if Adam takes that spot or if he tries to muck up the left side of the board with a point sacrifice.
Yeah, if Adam did have a bingo that, for example, started with a C here and went down ending in an S, that would be great. That would be a very nice way to sort of eliminate possibilities on this side of the board. But he's still dealing with the fact that he set up creme, and even if he blocks this spot, Matthew can just hit a bingo here relatively easily. There's still a lot of ease unseen from Adam's POV. He does not hold one. So there's maybe not too much upside to trying to do something over here. He should probably just take the points here with something like deistic or maybe something like distick. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It's some part of a poem that would play nicely here as well, making crims.
Distich, I don't know, DISTICH. Yeah, as you've drawn there, is the other 81 pointer for Adam. I totally agree with your analysis. I would take the crim spot. I would let Matt have the right or left side of the board. That crim spot with 4 unseen E's and an unseen S is what I am tunneled in on, and I'm going to knock it out. Adam's setting up Diciest right now, which would play with CREMS for 72. But when its anagram plays for more, you feel like you would take those points. So maybe he just wants to knock out the nightmarish triple triples that could come through the A. And now he has shifted over to deistic.
Yeah, that's actually a good point that I wasn't thinking about here. Was if he hits the C here with Diciest, there's no H's and no blanks unseen, so nothing else goes after the C in columns. So even if there was some outside chance of a triple putting AS in the middle of the word, even if Adam doesn't specifically see one, there's something nice about just knowing that one can't happen, even one that you don't see. I do find myself playing this way sometimes where I don't trust my word knowledge enough to know that I'm seeing everything, and I just make a play that is literally impossible to play through, even if I know that I'm sacrificing a little bit of equity.
Yeah, just play the word you're sure of. Oh, Adam is taking the point sacrifice, playing Diciest, knocking out the crazy possibilities. But that triple is likely the only way you lose this game if you're Adam. So he's going to leave some points on the board now, maybe a little bit of spread, but guarantee that win for himself. Matthew's quickly going to play EW, which seems like a pretty strong play. I also liked the play of WALIE through the IL, but this is going to set up a very high-scoring bingo line for him. So that's the option he's gone for here. Adam drawing Bonier plus a Q. That Q is going to score 44 for him right now alongside guitars with QI, unless he chooses to make another sacrifice to obstruct the left side of the board.
Yeah, I think in this situation, I'd be very tempted by a play of, I don't know, maybe just Bonier keeping the Q. That seems a little bit insane, but you know Matthew is fishing for something. He would never make a play like EW, setting up the T, setting up the S, setting up the R, setting up many things, unless he felt like he was very close. And if Matthew was playing defense, he would have just played WE instead. So this is indicating that Matthew, it feels like he's very close. That means Adam should be thinking about this spot. All that being said, QI is 44 points. He basically goes up by 2 bingos with a play like that. And he maybe doesn't care too much if Matthew bingos in this spot. I think the play for Adam after that would be to make like a little 2-tile play and just prevent Matthew from, getting a second bingo.
Adam just counted the tiles unseen, and that's huge. There are 19 unseen and 12 in the bag. So a play of Bonier is going to leave just 6 in the bag. That means he cannot get bingoed on twice by Matthew. You can live 1 bingo. You can't live 2. So eliminate the possibility completely. The Q is not something you can get stuck with. There's an I in guitars, an I in Diciest, both sitting out there, some unseen I's and an unseen U. So the Q is not the Trojan horse that it sometimes can be. Bonier looks to be the 100% I'm winning this game play. I love it from Adam.
Yeah, I think that's a very good example of where knowing the count of tiles in the bag is important. And sometimes if you've judged that the only way you can lose is to have 2 bingos played on you, you just remove tiles from the bag until that's no longer an option. And that's exactly what Adam did here. So keeping the Q, that's okay because he's never going to get bingoed on twice. He also does happen to block Matthew's bingo of Estival, which now has nowhere to go. It's hard to see. He doesn't really have a natural way to play off the V and just immediately go for a bingo to the right of Bonier. And I think if he did something like that, Adam would be very suspicious, although maybe that spot is kind of hard to block. If Adam tries to make a short play here, he's usually giving back lanes for 7s in response. So if I'm Matthew here, I'm thinking, can I just get rid of this V and maybe one other letter, maybe the I, maybe play vid or something, and just try to get something to cut the spread a little bit. He probably knows that he's not winning this game, but he can at least get one more bingo down and make it a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'd be looking at the unseen pool as well. There's just 4 vowels and a lot of nasty stuff. B, F, G, G, Q, T, T, T. So if I play long, I'm going to draw a lot of that crap. Maybe I want to play a little bit shorter here. But yeah, the bingo is just going to be a consolation prize at this point. A lot to think about, especially when spread matters as much as it does in this unorthodox format. But I don't know how you actually approach this line of thinking, knowing spread matters so much. Do you try to bingo?
Yeah, it's kind of a different way to think about the game. And I think Josh Castellano articulated it pretty well at the end of yesterday's games, where he said he might start playing for spread rather than wins at certain points. But exactly how you do that without accidentally giving up more spread is maybe the more important question. And while we're on the subject of format, if our viewers look up in the top right of the screen, we do now have a running scoreboard of how all these matches are playing out. And so we'll see updates in that area as the results come in. So again, thanks to Josh Greenway for cramming even more stats onto a screen that has plenty of them to start with.
Yeah, awesome stuff. They will automatically update as results come in as well. So thank you to Josh Koff for writing the script and to Josh Greenway for integrating it seamlessly into our viewing experience. Stuff like this is only possible thanks to the Let's Play Scrabble super fans who are able to donate enough money to help Josh and Josh do this stuff. So thanks to Josh, and thanks to the super fans out there. I wonder, should Matthew play like vid down to the V and marinade? If you miss your bingo, at least you set up avid with the case A. Downside to vid is if Adam has the Q, he's almost definitely got one of those 3 T's to go with it, and you just allow him to play caught for 1,000,000 points. But I don't know, that's a thing. And then Adam won't block your bingo because he's playing caught. Maybe that's a thing you could do. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Charles?
That does feel like you sometimes give up a lot of points for no reason. It also feels like you often bingo after play like vid, although with a lot of vowel or a lot of consonants on scene, especially 3 T's, and then I'd be thinking, do I actually want to get rid of a T on this turn? Play something like Vite maybe. In normal circumstances, you would definitely want to keep the T with AELS. That leaf gets considerably weaker when you drop the T. But maybe you also think about that. That doesn't give back the Q play as badly as this play does. Then again, 2 T's isn't so bad. 2 T's maybe actually does do some things to help you bingo next to Bonier. So we do see Matthew going for vid here. I think that's a reasonable choice here, given that where the scoreboard is.
Adam has a great rack for phonies right now. You can figure out what fun creative phony he could make there. But he's also got a great rack, given Matt did just play vid, caught coming down almost immediately, and Matthew drawing into tablets. I don't think that's going to do anything, but Battles will. Yeah, Battles plays.
Yeah, this rack actually makes a ton of bingos and columns, Blatist, Battels, Battles, tablets, and maybe one other. I think there might be 5 in here. Battles does play to the left or to the right of Bonier. That is Matthew's only bingo. So he's probably just having a little bit of fun here with his last 2.5 minutes, trying to ask his own brain if it can identify all the available 7-letter words. I should say all the 7-letter words in this rack. Only one is truly available, and I'm sure he'll find this. This is actually the one that most players would find. It's the most straightforward word in this set.
Yeah, wow, 5 7s in that rack in CSW, just 2 in NWL. How much does this score, Charles?
Looks like this. I'm not going to say it. You tried to get me, but I see where you're going with this, and I refuse to partake.
All right, so Battles comes down. It makes it 359 for Matthew Tunnicliffe to 458 for Adam Logan. Battles scoring 67.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it, and I'm not going to further acknowledge that number.
It is burned into my head forever. The high schoolers got me.
Yeah, I don't interact with a lot of high schoolers or middle schoolers on a day-to-day basis, so I think I'm free from it, other than people like you, Matt, who are trying to rope the millennials into it.
I'm actually trying to do my job as a boring adult and just kill it. The more that adults say it, the less cool it becomes. And it is my God-given duty as a teacher to make the things that the kids think are cool as uncool as possible. So 6 7.
Yeah, that's a very good strategy, Matt. Other than I feel like with your unique haircut and your demeanor and personality, the kids probably actually think you're cool. And so if you say that number that we're not discussing, it might just fuel their fire a little bit. So maybe get me in there, and I'll make sure to kill it.
You made me shudder. The kids think I'm cool. God forbid. I need to cut all of my hair off or something. All right. We're getting to the end of this one. Adam has played Fugue, which seems totally fine. Matthew's going to go out with ON. He can get as much as 14 for this. Matthew Tunnicliffe going to fall down 2-0 to House Logan. He's got to win a lot of games now. It's going to be tough to go 4-2 or better against Adam Logan in his last 6.
Yeah, it's tough against any of these experts, but maybe against Adam it feels the toughest of all. This game ends with Matthew's play of on, and we can cut over to overhead mic.
No idea what to do about the ARS turn. Okay.
Who's guessing? So what did you keep? ARST?
ONAS.
ONAS.
I saw such a variety of 20 to 25 point plays.
Definitely they do here. You
think so?
Yeah, just keeping the second best is definitely an improvement with the leaf.
I was considering these dudes. I was considering Soda. I was considering Dosa here. For some reason, I like setting up this A hook, but I guess the leaf is much worse. Yeah, the O makes it. Yeah, you're right. I need to unload both of those.
Yeah, either. Well, you need to. Either both those are in here now.
So do here or do here? Probably do here.
Probably do that.
Yeah, you're right.
It's 19.
19. Yeah. SANS versus SAON.
SANOS versus. You could play DOO, in fact.
Oh, you're talking about keeping. No.
I was just thinking of DO.
Oh, I thought you meant DOO.
Well, DOO is also possible. I mean, I wouldn't play DOO here, but DOO here is fine. I believe it seems clearly better to me.
Yeah. I don't know why I put value in setting up the abuse hook. That doesn't really help that much. My nose is fine. I don't need to improve on that. Yeah, I just got handcuffed there with something stand out. I was tempted to try and block the E, but I decided to do that. And stuff like soda that was sort of tempting. And those. No, that's not very good. It almost worked. If you don't block the E, it almost works.
What you have for it?
Oh, I had a good play for the E,
Okay.
which you blocked. Which I assume was part of your agonizing for making that play.
Well, I figured if you did this, it was because you wanted to leave this open because you could have played over here instead if you wanted to. So,
I mean, obviously, I kept a good lead.
yeah, I did actually have the blank with this. I thought about just playing Uke.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't work out for you. I had a ravenous.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Polaxing is for sure good.
Yes.
It's like 90-something%.
Yeah, who's going to do that?
Yeah, this isn't very good. Either way, draw VU and probably missing next turn. Yeah, unless ravenous stays open.
I gotta say, adding the overhead mic is probably the single best feature that we have added to these Scrabble streams. Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe pointing to exactly the key decisions that we talked about immediately. Tunnicliffe lamenting his play of DOS. Seems like neither player quite got to one do, which was the standout option, but winner, if Matthew analyzes the game, he'll be kicking himself a bit. And then Adam looking right at the FEU versus UKE turn. Matt just giggling and saying, yeah, that wouldn't have worked out for you. I had Ravenous. So they identified the pivotal turns. They discussed them. God, I love it. Overhead mic, so awesome. How you feeling after 2 games, Charles?
Honestly, I feel a little bit struck in the heart. I might have been assassinated here because I liked the play of DOS and Adam thinking that wasn't the best play, and then Matthew coming to the same conclusion. So both players thinking that that play that I liked so much, maybe not the best one. So I'm ready to throw in the towel here. I can't take the disagreement from these 2 top experts. But unfortunately for Matthew, he's 0-2 now with a huge spread deficit. He only lost by 104 in this game. It's not too bad by itself, but he lost by like 280 in the first game. So he's not only sitting at 0-2, he's sitting at 0-2 minus 380. And even if he equalizes on the win column at 4-4, is he ever going to make up that spread? He's just going to need to start winning a ton of games. It's going to be very tough for him coming up in this game of tiles best of 8 series for him.
That's going to be tough. He's looking at least 4-2, but more realistically, he's got to go 5-1 against Adam Logan from here on out. Now, for those who did not watch yesterday, Matthew Tunnicliffe started 1-3, and the one win was a narrow, just pulled a miracle out of a bag. And then he won the rest of his games to qualify here. So can he get hot in the afternoon once again? I suppose we'll find out soon. We're going to give Matt and Adam a break from the stream. We're going to pivot back to the other half of the championships bracket. We'll watch Jason Keller and Josh Castellano face off in the next game. They are still finishing up their game. It's in progress right now. So we'll have a short little delay. In that time, I task you to hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. I task you to check out Charles's Twitch channel, Ancient Cosmographer. What kind of stuff do you do on that Twitch channel, Charles?
I do a lot of Scrabble-related stuff, as you can expect. I think on Tuesday I did a Valentine's Day themed stream where I replaced the tiles on Woogles with hearts and tried to play that way, which I think at the end of it, I was not seeing stars, but I was seeing hearts in my dreams. That was maybe a little bit too Valentine's Day for me, but all for the sake of entertaining my viewers. I've also devised a word program of my own creation called InfiniWords, where we can solve anagrams together in chat. I do a lot of anagram solving. I think everybody involved has a great time with that. So if you want to come to my channel, solve some words, pretend like you're doing airlift with other people, that's the place to do it. Check me out on Twitch. And Matt, I don't think you're uploading YouTube videos anymore, but maybe with enough of encouragement, we'll get you back into it. I think you were one of the OGs of uploading Scrabble stuff to YouTube.
Yeah, I tried it a million years ago, back in like 2013, 2014. You can find me on YouTube. My videos have like 200 views and use a lexicon that is like obsolete by 3 or 4 updates. But hey, if you really love the sound of my voice and my self-deprecating humor, I guess there's a trove of ancient videos where I'm like barely in my 20s, and you can check all that stuff out. I had just as much hair then as I do now, and I won't stop flexing about it. Sorry, Charles. All right, with that, we're going to cut away to a little break. I'm going to get some coffee. You guys are going to hit that like button. You guys are going to check out Charles's Twitch channel, and we'll be back as soon as Jason and Josh are ready. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, well, last round you saw Adam Logan go up 2-0 on Matthew Tunnicliffe in a best of 8. What we missed on the stream was Josh Castellano evening up the series against Jason Keller. They are now tied 1-1 in today's elimination best of 8. We're going to cut over to game 3 now. Thanks for joining us, everybody. 8 games of Scrabble coming your way today from King's Landing, Ontario, in the game of tiles. House Keller could be represented by no color other than orange. If you've ever been to any Scrabble tournament Jason Keller's at, you probably know what that's about. House Castellano taking my favorite color, electric neon green. 1-1 between these so far. We're now at a best of 6. Game 3 coming your way now. You stoked, Charles?
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. So the last game that we missed on stream was a blowout in the opposite direction. Josh is actually positive on spread now, plus 32. He won his game 523 to 316, totally reversing their first game, which was 388 to 563. So, Matt, I think we're hoping for a little bit more of a closely contested game here than these players have played in the first 2 matches.
I'm looking at the interactive scoreboard over there. How on earth is O'Connor Ubika already 3 games in? Like, we're just starting game 3 over here, but I digress. 1-1, a big victory for Josh. Chat was saying that, Josh might have to win 5 games. He got beaten so badly. But Josh says, nah, forget all that. I'm good. Josh now up 1-1, up on spread as well. That's incredible. DIKOOSU, the opening rec for Josh. Kudo, 18, or Skidoo, 32. Which you playing, Charles?
I feel like it's breaking a cardinal rule of Scrabble to keep just a lone U on your rack. So for that reason alone, I would not play Skidoo, although 32 points is nice. I think I'm going with Kudo here. This has some upside in that it sets up the S for Josh for possible doubles or just hitting a bingo to one of the double word scores. This just feels really nice when you're holding an S.
It does indeed. And I totally agree. Holding the lone U is so tough to do. The S already is worth about 8 to 9 points in Scrabble. And the U is such a bad tile. Like that alone is like, nah, I'm playing Kudo. Keeping it tight here. Simulation agrees. Josh Castellano agrees. Charles Ranke agrees. So I think that one's pretty slam dunk. Play Kudo there. Jason on turn, AEGHIRZ, can play small here. Just ZHO, 35 points. Holds a synergistic AEGIR leave. You playing that, Charles, or are you going to go much longer on this first move?
Yeah, ZHO looks really nice. In a vacuum, it keeps a good leave, or a relatively decent leave, AEGIR. The downside of that is that your only floating consonant with that leave is the K, unless Josh gives you something nice to work with. So that leave at this point in the game, actually not that great in terms of bingo potential. But also 35 points for ZHO, that just feels like as good as you can do this turn. Downside again of ZHO also being the Z takes so many vowels here. It takes an A, it takes an E, it takes an O to side lap it. You're probably just giving back a 20 or 30 point play back to Josh. So the other option would be maybe do something like Gazier on top of Kudo. That sets up your H actually kind of nicely, but the downside is that spot's almost never going to stay open. So 2 different strategies here, both with significant downsides. I'm curious what you think, Matt, and I'm curious what Jason's going to end up with.
I really don't like the play of ZHO because that AEGIR leave, if you just imagine pulling another A, another I, or a U or an O into it, like that sucks. But ZHO is so devastatingly defensive compared to some of the other options. After ZHO, your opponent averages 38. After many of the other plays available, your opponent's in the mid to upper 40s. So ZHO doesn't give very much back. It's a defensive play. But that leave is so volatile in a way that makes me unhappy. Jason feels unhappy about it as well. I will say ZHO is winning a simulation by 6 points, but that feels strange to me.
Yeah, I think maybe the deciding factor is here after ZHO. Sure, you're giving back some plays here, making ZE, but you're almost never giving back bingos, and in fact, you're blocking considerably more bingos than you're ever giving back. After ZHO, a bingo would have to like start with an S, seems unlikely, or just fit perfectly with underlaps under the K of Kudo, which you can't do an E here. That's not going to work. So it has to be one of the less useful vowels in this spot. So Josh, we know his leave was decent, but his draw was poor, and he's not going to bingo. But from a bingo defense perspective, ZHO does quite well, considerably better than a play like Gazier, which just floats out easy stuff to bingo through.
Yeah, Gazier 36 points or Gazer 34 points are other options Jason has here. He also originally set up GHAZI. Now looking at Agrise, but he's pivoted back over to ZHO. This is by far the engine's preferred play. So Jason batting 100 so far in this one.
Yeah, and it looks like he did spend a lot of time on that. We were kind of chastising Adam for spending 3.5 minutes on his first turn. Jason doing the same here, but I think that was a tough one. It required some thought. Going back over to Josh, has not drawn what he wants at all. Matt, would you be tempted? I see a play here of your rouse for 36, keeping 2 eyes. Would you ever do that, or you kind of stay the course and try to get a bingo down out of this rack?
Oh, I'm playing your rouse for 36. I like it. It just, the 2 eyes is not great, but the board is also not great. And if you're going to keep a bad leave, you want to do it on a board pretty devoid of scoring opportunity. 36 is just so much to pass up. Your other options are like dumping AI or OI for 18. I would just take the points here.
Yeah, the other kind of scoring option that maybe isn't as, it is devastating from a leave perspective, but in a different way would be to do something like Iris that keeps UAO, which maybe is slightly better than II. It's really hard to tell with those all vowel leaves that, don't have any good vowels in them. So that would be another option here. I guess maybe the downside of Iris is it does, I guess, maybe make it a little easier for Jason to bingo underneath. KI takes a lot of letters to make 3-letter words. And it leaves this spot open, which Jason can use to score next turn. So I think considering all that, I would be also tempted by your rouse. I would, given the weakness of the leave after a play like OI, I guess that you would probably play it here to the right of ZHO. AIRUS kind of needs a lot of help to bingo. So I'm not enticed by the prospect of fishing on this turn.
Yeah, just I feel like AIORS or AIRSU or IORSU, like, they can bingo. There's certainly draws that'll bail them out, but like I'm not drawing those often enough. And when I miss, the miss is quite painful. I'm forced to play OI or OU again next turn. I'm scoring in the teens again next turn. I can't do that. I can't do that 2 turns in a row. So I'd go long. Iris is actually quite nice, and I would be spending a good amount of time deliberating between Iris and Urouse. II, not a great leave. AOU, not a great leave. They're probably pretty similar to one another. And I think ultimately it's the defense of Urouse that I would opt for over Iris, but you can make a case for either play here.
Yeah, and I think that might be what Josh is doing here. He's got some things to think about because in addition to those 2 plays, which are very nice scoring plays, fishing is still reasonable here. It's still a reasonable tack to go, especially he is scoring 18 points with this. So it's not like your typical OI fish, which scores like 6. This is an OI fish that scores 18 and sets up like a lot of upside for high scoring bingos on this column. So I don't totally disagree with this play. I think there's a lot of upside here, but I'd be so tempted by the points that I would just be forced to take them.
Josh opting to play offense on that turn. It's pretty defensible. All the options we discussed, including this one, are within about 2 or 3 points of each other on a sim, though Urouse and Iris come out first and second on there. When you choose to play offense, though, and your opponent has good tiles, you get crushed and Jason is about to crush Josh. He's playing Glared for 85. Gladier, its anagram, plays for 89 in the spot Charles has just drawn on the board, but Jason pouncing on the DZHO hook. 85 points. Charles, would you take the extra 4 here?
Yeah, I would definitely take the extra 4 here, just because this is a high-scoring spot generally. Maybe I don't even care specifically about the bingos here, but just the fact that it's easy to score 40 points in this spot. And I think Jason, taking a little bit of time, he might not have even, because DZHO was available from the very start. He probably identified that play within 10 seconds, and it's just sitting there waiting to see if it gets blocked. When he saw it didn't get blocked, he just immediately went for it without thinking about what this play of OI does for him in terms of spots here. But he still hasn't set up Gladier. I think he's trying to figure out if Glared plays in this spot to the right of OI, which it does not. Only Gladier plays there. So we see him going back to Glared here. He might be overlooking Gladier.
Yeah, I wonder if that, like, Gladier just feels better. It's more points, and I actually like what it does to the board a little bit better. So Jason's playing Glared instead, though.
Yeah, I think this is probably just a simple miss where he saw one bingo or 1-7, but not the other, or just failed to identify that it played. Still a nice play, though. 85 points puts him in really good position here because Josh has, again, he fished. We saw him fish with AIRSU as his leave and drew a duplicate A, which is kind of the scenario you described, Matt, in addition to an L, which is, helpful in some circumstances, but it's not going to let him bingo here.
All right, well, this is the weak spot of OI. When you do miss the bingos, you've got a terrible decision on your hands. Again, if you're Josh, he's looking at AUA, which would play with ZOA for 18, maybe AULA in the same spot for 20. You can score 37 on this turn if you're Josh. You can play ARIS beneath Kudo, 4 overlaps, 37 points, or LAARIS is 39, holding back a single U. So lots of different lines here for Josh, but all of them have some pretty major warts. How would you approach this turn, Charles?
I guess the first thing I would do is I would completely discount the play of Lauris, LAARIS, because as we mentioned on the first turn, that keeps a lone U, violating the cardinal rule of Scrabble, which is keeping a U if you can at all help it. That is 39 points. That's the most he can score on this turn. But at this score, he's down by a bingo plus at this point. Making plays like that to score 40, to still be down by a bingo the next turn, and holding a U, or in the case of ARS, holding ALU, doesn't feel right. It feels like you don't come back from that very often. Whereas a play like AULA, AULA, threads the needle a bit better in terms of scoring. You get 20 points and keeping the S. Downside of that is Zoa doesn't take anything. You cannot bingo in this spot next turn. And so then where do you look to bingo? Through the G and the L of Glared underneath Kudo. AULA kind of has that downside where maybe your best chance of bingoing is just hitting through the A that you put out there.
Yeah, so Josh deliberating all these options. He was looking at Oral, AURAL, which would play with ZOL. I think I like that a little bit better than AULA here, just because you do set up ZOLS and strengthen the S that you have. But no good options here. AULA, Oral, Eris, all simming very close to one another. He's eventually, it looks like Josh is going to choose to Aura farm here.
Oh, yeah, he is. And in addition to the aura farming, he is setting up the L with this play. I didn't think about that when looking at aura versus AULA, but yeah, this is way better just to give him some more life in terms of bingoing on this board.
Yeah, no, I like the decision. Set up the L. You know you've got it next turn, and it's unlikely Jason does. Just 3 unseen, and he's got a random rack, or 2 unseen, excuse me. So I like that decision from Josh. A strong play out of a weak situation. Jason, on his post-bingo draw, has picked up a blank, but also the VITTU combination. He'll look to get rid of as much of this as possible, though I wonder, after a OI and then AURA from your opponent, could you justify making a play like VATU through the A in Aura, or is that too crazy, Charles?
Yeah, but this is kind of weird. You have to decide. You know your opponent is getting close to bingo, but you have to decide, do they have an S or not? And like a play like Aura doesn't set up an S hook and there's no S hooks on the board. Jason might be thinking, Josh has good bingo tiles, but no S, and that's why he did something like Aura, or he might be keeping, I don't know, TEN or something. I don't know if that actually makes sense. No, it doesn't, because he'd have Runagate, but something like that. And doesn't actually have an S, in which case something like Vatu setting up this S here would be more defensible. But I think at this score, I would not want to do something like that. I would not want to set up an S hook when I don't have it, when there's 4 unseen S's. I think I would do this. Something similar to this. I would bite the bullet, keep the U, play a little defense, and get rid of that V and the duplicate T.
All right. Well, Josh is showing us exactly why you set up the L, because now Dialogues does play on the board when it otherwise likely wouldn't have. So the setup and then the conversion for Josh Castellano. We've got just a 1-point game right now, but EEIRTU blank on Jason's rack means 122 is about to come down through that S.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a downside of Dialogues, but just the side effect of Dialogues putting that S there. That S is not that dangerous as a triple line. There's not a lot of words that have S in the second position. It just so happens that Jason has drawn one. His double is, and we see it pointed out in chat, esurient. Jason spots that very quickly. These players have drilled and drilled and drilled for multiple decades, these high probability words. They're second nature at this point. No surprise that this is found very quickly. Blank is an N, 122 points. I don't want to say GG here because this game's not over, but this really does help Jason's case.
It really does. And Josh's post bingo draw also strengthens Jason's case. No consonants for him on the pull. B, D, G, H, N, S, Y. You can't stack above Dialogues on that triple word at all. That is a rough swing of events for Josh. 7 consonants for you, a triple for your opponent. But strong play of B, O, Y, G through the O in Dialogues keeps D, H, N, S. Yes, that's 4 consonants, but it's 4 rather synergistic consonants. And having the H on that rack stabilizes so well that when you do miss bingos, you're still going to score pretty well. So, and yeah, as Charles pointing out, tons of vowels to draw to. I think BOYG is a great play here for Josh.
Yeah, if you can spot that, that's a really nice play. I personally find that word to be very hard to see just because it doesn't look very word-like at all, BOYG. I think it's Norwegian for something. So, the foreign words, harder to see. They don't match, English spelling rules as well. But that is a really nice spot. And I think it gets easier to find it because there's not too many other places to play if you're Josh. This O and this A of Dialogues and Laura really feel natural with your scoring consonants. Like you can just do something like BAY, for example. That's not the play he should make here, but it's just a very easy play to spot in this situation when you don't have any vowels to work with. So if you spend a little bit more time thinking about that spot, thinking about what can go after this U, well, the G goes after that, but finding a word that ends in OYG, I would be very prone to missing a play like this.
Yeah, that's one that's tough to spot. YOGH or YODH in the same spot, slightly more findable for a human player. But if you want to be Josh Castellano, you want to be a 2050 or 2100 rated player, you need to find the plays like Boig. Boig, Game of Thrones adjacent enough that we'll go ahead and drop the definition. A Boig is a troll-like creature in Norwegian myth. So troll-ish. Maybe a Boig can hold the door. We'll see.
Yeah, do you find those past the wall of ice? Is that what they call it at the north of the continent? They probably got trolls up there.
Yeah, ice trolls, Boigs. There you go. Boig Collins only. So for those of you playing NWL, don't try this at home. Here comes Yog, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a perfectly fine play. It's just that the H has some synergy with the S that the B absolutely does not. Would definitely prefer to keep an H here rather than the B, but this play, as you said, Matt, a lot more findable, and in fact, Josh does find it.
All right, we're going to see the same kind of decisions we've seen before. Do I want to play underneath Kudo, or do I want to play on top, or do I want to play elsewhere completely? Jason can play Sights, which he has set up on his rack, 4 overlaps under Kudo for 40 points. But if I'm Jason, especially with this lead, I want to take away the top line. So FECIT is one way to do that, or he can wield the C a little bit more defensively with something like CITE atop this one. A challenging turn for Jason. So many plays that do so many different things. What would you be doing here, Charles?
Yeah, the first thought, as you mentioned, would be something like Fesset or Feis in this spot. And we see him going for Fesset. This is, great from a scoring perspective, a leave perspective. Downside is just gives up an easy lane for 7s that maybe you don't want to give up at this score. Then again, holding a 90-point lead, even if Josh does get a nice bingo here for like 80, you're still in the lead. You've got this new spot to work with, and you're keeping ES. So maybe he thinks he can withstand whatever happens here. There's also the fact that Josh just played YGH. This isn't a fishing play. This is just, I got to get out from underneath all these scoring tiles type of play. And so not necessarily indicating that he has an S or anything else good that would allow him to bingo here. So I think this is, I think, what you have to do, even though it does have this downside. And Matt, if you're talking in response, you might have muted.
Yes, I muted to blow my nose. Thank you very much, Charles. I was talking to myself. Jason with a great draw, openers and Perions and some other stuff in there. Josh with a brutal draw, BADNNNS. He's looking at BUNN for 6 points. That's one of his strongest plays. I think unban might be slightly stronger. Unban opens the double-double a little bit better, but also retains ND. If he pulls one of those 6 remaining E's, he'll at least have unbanned as an extension next turn. But bun, what Josh opts to do here, just 6 after a brutal draw.
Yeah, I think either one is basically what he has to do. I agree with the upside of unban. If you can just draw an E, that works out for him. We did see Jason pull very nicely after keeping ES on his rack. Basically drew perfect letters to hit a bingo in response. He's going for this. He's going to play making buns, BUNNS. He does have plays underneath Fesset if he wants, but I think that's unnecessary at this score. He doesn't need to open a triple-triple if he doesn't want to. Although I guess given his luck hitting one triple-triple, maybe he does want to open up another triple-triple and say, I'm going to do it again unless you stop me.
Now, you know what Josh is going to do again? He's drawn into Stained, which plays beneath the FE and Fesset. I think Josh is actually going to put an S in the second spot of a triple-triple line for the second time this game. The first time, he got punched in the face very, very, very hard. You got to do it again, right? Play Stained?
Yeah, and I think the exact tiles that Jason used to bingo with Esurient are still available. So from Josh's POV, we could see the exact same play on the other side of the board.
Oh my God, the double Esurient gambit would be utterly insane. I wonder which bingo Josh is going to opt to play here. Stained is what jumps out to me because that triple-triple can't be blocked if your opponent has drawn into 7 consonants. The ST together makes it really, really tough to obstruct. A play of Instead, I think, maximizes the odds that somebody triple-triples, but it is so easy to block that you can't do that. Maybe Nidates for 79 is another option there. I think a triple-tripling through an N in the second spot is a little bit more likely than through an S in the second spot. But I think some bingo that opens a triple-triple is the right line. Astonished for 74 through the O and reopens, another possibility. That opens a triple-triple and preserves the bingo line at the top of this board. So that might be another line here for Josh. But he's going to play Sainted. I think Stained is a little bit better, but, you do you.
Yeah, I think for the reason you said, Matt, Stained is a little bit better just because it's harder for Jason to just immediately come back with like a 2 or 3 tile play up here. With Stained, it would have to start with 2 vowels, and it might be less likely to get blocked. But I do like the idea of putting the S in this spot just because it's so nice to start 8-letter words, not even tripling, but just maybe getting a high scoring 8-letter word starting with an S in that spot would be a nice consolation prize. Josh is, after that bingo, still probably down by 2 bingos. He's down 252 to 366. After an average play from Jason, he's going to be down by like 140, which is basically a 2 bingo deficit. So he needs all the upside he can get on this board, and that means just stringing open some lanes for 8s. He's got the tiles or the letters of reopens available for 8s, and he's still got this area to the left of East Orient. He just really needs some help from the bag. He would need that second blank for sure.
Let's see if we can find it here. It looks like Jason has no candidate plays that obstruct the triple. So maybe this is looking promising. ACMNOST, the draw for Josh. I don't see a triple for him. Yeah, no playable bingos for him as the board exists right now. And I'd be shocked if Jason opts to open the board up.
Yeah, so Josh has an unplayable Monacts, MONACTS on his rack. I'd be, as he said, I'd be surprised if Jason just set up an S hook on this board for no reason, or otherwise an easy spot for 7-letter words. That's not what he should be doing at this score. It's hard to know exactly how he should approach this turn. As you mentioned, he doesn't have any good plays that play near Sainted. He's going to have to sacrifice a lot, and we actually do see him just sacrifice everything, keep the J and the Q and the V all together just to block that spot. So I think reasonable here, and also reasonable to keep the I instead of the E so that the Q maybe does a little bit more for you in the future.
Yeah, those are the subtle nuances that are so important. EF stronger than IF here because you want to keep the I to go with your Q. So well done by Jason, and he's just knocking out the nightmare situation. Monac's not playable for Josh. I wonder how much time he'll spend here looking for the bingo that doesn't exist on the board. He's pretty good in his bingo prone stuff, so I don't think he's going to waste too much time here. That word does play through the in buns for 34 points. It sets up a back S hook. It leaves almost all of the floaters on the board available. Do you like that play here for 34, Charles, or would you be looking to open more aggressively?
Yeah, I'd want to make sure that I had a spot for 7s after this turn, which might involve me looking for underlapping plays under reopens, like maybe playing MON, for example, and then hoping that I can get something underlapping it the next turn. That's what I'd be looking for here. I'd also, since I'm not as strong on the words as Josh, I'd be agonizing on whether there's a bingo here through an E. If you can determine that the single word here is camstone, which does not play, you're in great shape. But if you don't see camstone and you think there might be something else there, or you think it might have an anagram, that's a spot where you could spend a lot of time looking. It just feels very nice to add an E to this rack and try to get a bingo down. So maybe some time spent here making sure that there's not an 8 through the floaters of reopens.
Yeah, these are the positions where the way you prepare for your tournaments dictate how much time you have to spend. If you're really on top of the words, you're going to see ACEMNOST. You're going to know there is one solution and it's camstone, and you're going to move on. But if you're not the type of person who memorizes the number of solutions in each set, you just kind of vibe, you're going to have to spend a whole lot of time looking at different stuff here. I wonder if Josh should play something like through the R in reopen, something like Kraton.
Oh yeah, just keep opening up triples and see what happens. That would be one strategy to take here.
EF felt a little bit forced. Jason didn't seem super happy to make that play, so maybe you can catch your opponent with a terrible rack. That's what I'd try here, but Monact also seems totally fine.
Yeah, I think with the open E and O of reopens, I think this leave is pretty nice. You also still have the spot next to Usurian. And I do want to go back to the play of buns. Matt, do you want to make any joke about buns and the level of clothing that was often displayed in Game of Thrones?
Oh, man. Yeah, there were plenty of buns on display in Game of Thrones. And if we're trying to pivot over to a heated rivalry theme, buns would still be quite the appropriate play. If you know, you know. And I'll behave myself before I get in any more trouble.
That was my fault.
Oh, no, you're welcome. Thank you.
So Jason still with the QVJ on his rack. We knew that was going to happen because of what he kept last turn, which was QVJ. And at this point, the U is not actually a downside. He's probably happy to see that U. That means he doesn't have to worry about the Q as much. We see him setting up the J and the B off to the side, probably looking at playing Job through the O of reopens. The major downside in Collins is Job takes an E for Job. Lots of E's unseen. We see Josh with two of them on his rack. I don't know if you can do Job in this situation. He might have to come up with something else.
Yeah, he's going to continue looking. He knows the major wart on that play. The one thing you don't do in this game state is open brand new bingo lines. You want to keep the QU together, and Job does that, but no. Look at the unseen pool. There is a blank and the letters in retina twice in there, basically. Like, no. Josh bingoing twice is certainly a possibility with this unseen pool. You got to make sure that can't happen.
Yeah, so he's got them picked. It's so tempting here, and he can probably withstand a bingo there, but you don't want to tempt fate in that way. We see him going for it. This actually, I think, does block underlaps under reopens, if I'm reading chat correctly. D Wans actually played under reopen, so this might actually work out despite giving back the Job hook.
Oh, wow. Yeah, D1s would have been so nuts if it had stayed available. But D1s is still going to play for 85. Just, God, I got to count how much it was before.
Yeah, we have to go back into Quackle and get a score on that one. D1s here is nice, but not nearly as stylish.
D1s is actually not the highest scoring bingo. That was 94, but 95 available for Weanels, Weanels, same spot. So Jason, I guess, actually dodging a bullet by playing some offense there. But Josh, likely to bingo for 85. And looking at the unseen pool, a good post-bingo draw still possible for Josh. I'm going to get that all updated for you. Like I said, the letters in retina are still there. You know, maybe you draw inapt or pertain, something like that, and have a shot. We'll see. Josh is going to bingo here, and he needs a great pull to keep this one interesting.
Yeah, we see it mentioned in chat that maybe trying to make a bingo that sets up the X might be slightly more likely to work than just praying for a good post bingo draw, because you're a lot more likely to just draw the X than you are to draw bingo out of this pool. So I have to go through the available bingos here and see if any of them. There's a lot of bingos that play Making Joe, but you would want one that puts a vowel here so that your X can score 50 next turn if you draw it. Maybe that's a slightly more reasonable path to victory than just praying to the tile gods that you get a second bingo. And it might be a moot point because I'm actually not seeing a 7 here that puts the vowel where you want it.
Yeah, the only way I think you could do it would be to slide D1s over. You make a small point sacrifice to do it, but that's the only X setup you could make. And even then, like, bingo X setup, I don't think you've caught back up. Maybe bingo X setup Q stick is a way you could get in, but more realistically, bingo bango is kind of the only way back in. So D1s for 85, what we see from Josh Castellano, it is 371 to 416. Jason on turn, QUIILLV doesn't have many strong plays here. Quit into the T is what he's looking at. And that is one of just a couple plays that get rid of the Q. It's this or QIN into the N in a Syrian. We might as well play the U off if you've got a V in tow, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think you have to do this play. You can't really, even though you have QU together, you can't hold on to it hoping for something better to materialize. It's just not going to happen on this board. 23 points is as good as you're going to do. But Jason's feeling a little bit insecure now because his lead is only bingo sized. He's not keeping great, so he's not usually going to get a high scoring play in response. So he really has to be hoping that Josh hasn't drawn well here. We do see Josh has drawn nice letters. It's not going to help him this turn, but maybe still some life here if he can like get an out bingo or a late game bingo by fishing off 2 or 3 of these letters.
Yeah. I mean, that X and the W and the Y could make Jason's next turn difficult if he's pulled some of those in an awkward combination. Josh did not quite draw the bingo he needed. Nothing plays for him here, but he is in range to threaten one next turn. This is a huge turn for Josh, and likely the last one that will really impact his chances of winning the game. He's looking to open some new opportunity while staying as in range as possible for different threats. This is one where you wish you had about 12 minutes on the clock and not 4:48.
Yeah, this is a tough one to figure out under, I wouldn't say huge time pressure, but a moderate amount of time pressure at this point. And with each second that drips away, it gets closer to extreme time pressure. I would be so tempted here by just to play like OP, keeping as good as I can, and just hoping that I draw something on top of D-Wans or to the R of reopens. Because Jason can't block everything, and that's a very nice leave. The downside of a play like OP, it's not creating anything new for you. It signals exactly what you're trying to do. Which I guess if you're Josh, you're always going for bingos here. Jason's going to assume he's going for bingos no matter what he plays. So maybe you don't worry about that too much. He's going for some points here and keeping the best leave he can, which I think is justified.
Yeah, no, this makes a lot of sense. Maybe I bingo through the U. Maybe I bingo beneath D1s. He'll leave 5 tiles in the bag. Does he draw the bingo into AEINR? We'll find out in just a second. WY? No.
Yeah, but we'll see how short Jason plays here. This starts getting into the sort of the timing aspect of these end games where you might, if you kind of want to make sure that if Josh did miss his fish, that you don't give him a chance to fish, or if he does have to fish, he can only fish one. So you want to make sure that he doesn't have a chance to like make a conventional fishing play again. So we'll see how many tiles Jason likes to play here. He's definitely not emptying the bag. It looks like he's going for Vo underneath Sainted. A nice score. He has to make sure that he doesn't just get outscored in this end game, although I don't think that's possible. I guess the X is still unseen. That's a wrinkle that maybe we should be thinking about.
Yeah, X just doesn't look like it's a threat on this board after D1s was put where D1s was put. So I don't think you have to worry too much about a big X play from Josh. You might have to worry a little bit more about actually drawing the X yourself if you're Jason, though LOX beneath D1s is going to be a bailout enough of the time, or SO and OX is at least something. So I think VOE should win this game most of the time if you're Jason. He had initially looked at Ovoli, OVOLI, which I presume he would play with OS or with TO. But you can't play that here. There are 5 tiles in the bag. You don't want to empty. Ideally, you play about 4 here.
Yeah, the downside is he doesn't really have a good 4-tile play available. He could do something like OGIVE, OGIVE. It keeps 2 L's, not great. You kind of lose some flexibility in an end game, but really the way you lose this game is if Josh bingos. As you said, the X doesn't seem to be doing a lot unless we're overlooking something. And so like a 28-point X play is not going to be enough for Josh. It's not going to let him outrun. So he's looking for a bingo here. It is pointed out in chat that Josh does have the unplayable 7 of Yawnier. That, if Jason kind of misplays this and accidentally gives up spots for 7s, that could still be in play here. But I'd be very surprised if Jason does something like that.
Yeah, that would be shocking if Jason opens a new bingo line for the unplayable Yawnier to come down. There are actually a ton of threats Jason has to think a little bit about. Anxiety, for instance, scores 94. And I could see AEINT being the leave that Josh chose to keep after OP. So an XY draw anxiety for 94, that would give me substantial anxiety here. Taxi man or taxi men, amenity. There are lots of threats that are actually quite possible from Jason's perspective. So this is by no means done in his head. I wonder to what extent he's spooked and he opts to try to block some of the opportunity at the bottom. But there are so many bingos that I won't even call them all out.
Yeah, and we see suggested in chat that maybe a way to address like the anxiety issue plus, well, we all need to address the anxiety issue, but Jason, especially on this turn, playing something like Ovel here, playing 4, leaving 1 in the bag, keeping Josh very limited in his fishing options as he tries to get 1 more bingo. It blocks bingos on top of D1s. It blocks bingos through the U. It gets harder to play underneath D1s. You have to start with an E. So I think this does a lot of good things if he just goes for something like Ovel.
Yeah, it also obstructs things like unwatery, which could come down from the U, or numerary, which could come through the U. Unwatery is another thing that like is actually pretty possible. Oh no, you can't hold AENRT because you'd have operant, but threats like that. Ovel looks pretty strong here if you're Jason, and the only real threats after that would be like interwar down from the I and quit. You'd probably hit a big X play after that comes down and be okay.
We did see Jason briefly think about maybe just doing Ovoli or Ovol, which would not be a word, sorry. OVOLI would be what he has to play here. This feels a little dangerous. You're basically saying, but I kind of get the appeal of it too, is you're saying, well, if my opponent has a bingo, he has a bingo, and if he doesn't, I win. It kind of closes the game right then and there.
Yeah, it looks like that might be what he pulls the trigger on, emptying the bag here. If you've got it, you've got it. But I'm trying to figure out what it could even be. What actually plays after
yeah, it would have to be to the R of reopens, I guess, and maybe not too much over there.
Waterier? Yeah, not a lot, but interwar, waterier. There's enough that I think Ovel just wins far more often than Ovali. Don't empty the bag here. Leave 1 just to make sure you don't get bingoed out on. And if you play Ovel and waterier does come down to that R and reopens, I get another play. I'm probably going to have some combination of MYX where I can score a ton of points. Ovel's way better than Ovali here.
Yeah, it is a little bit harder word to see. It doesn't come up very often. As a 4-letter word, it's not played that often. So kind of an easy one to overlook, sort of as Josh overlooked BOYG earlier in the game. Running through Zizva, it looks like there are 5 bingos in the pool that Josh could have to that R reopens. Animator, Rainwear, Anti-Wear, Narrator, and Interwar. Looks like Watery are not there because we don't have 2 E's, but there are some plays there that he could have if you empty the bag here. Also, I don't know, there might be bingos that start with an E that would still play after you put the E here by making Os. So just, I get the thinking here, you just want to end this game on your own terms, so to speak, and it's going to work out for him, but maybe a slight inaccuracy.
Yeah, definitely not the best pre-end game sequence from Jason, but in this universe, it is going to be enough to work out for him. Yanier does not play. Josh has no other bingos. Jason's going to hang on and win game 3. So score 1 up for Team Orange for House Keller. He is now up 2-1 on Josh Castellano. And I'll say it again, Josh, as the 1 seed after yesterday's play, chose to play Jason Keller. Jason trying to make a statement here, going up 2-1.
Yeah, he's making him regret that choice. Should have picked Adam or Tunnicliffe for. Wait, actually, how do you even pick between that? I think we just go back to asking chat because you don't want to play any of those players. I guess I would pass. I would say I don't want to play anybody. I'm dropping out of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go home. Thanks for everybody. It looks like Ben Schoenbrun's gambit to ask chat is working out. Chat gave him the toughest possible opponent in Josh Sokol. Ben said, I don't care. I'm up 2-0 anyway. We're going to continue watching live scoreboard. Somehow Matt O'Connor and Jason Ubika have finished 4 games. Everybody else has finished just 2. But Matt O'Connor can play so fast, and in the losers bracket, he's probably not analyzing as deeply.
Yeah, he's probably trying to play quickly so he can tune back into this stream and just watch it rather than play his own games. And who could argue against that? It's definitely a lot less stress being up here talking about it and watching it rather than being down on the ground in the thick of battle, having to make all these decisions yourself.
So yeah, that's the big brain. Why play Scrabble when you can watch Scrabble instead? That's the question I asked myself years ago, and basically quit playing all of the big tournaments so I could commentate them instead. It is way, way less stressful up here. You can never miss a bingo. You can never lose by 200 if you don't play the game at all.
Yeah, that is faultless and ironclad logic for sure.
Yeah, faultless and ironclad logic, compliments of Matt Canick. You guys are stuck with me all day. Although perhaps, hey, who knows, if Matt O'Connor truly finishes his whole set fast enough, maybe we'll get him in the booth, you know?
Yeah, or we can have him just yelling stuff out to the two players. He can just sit at the same table and harass them. I think that would be good.
Ooh, I love that. A harassment section. It's like the Scrabble equivalent of cheerleaders, only it's Matt O'Connor in a Jake Ferguson number 69 Bills jersey yelling at you instead.
Right, telling you that your bingo defense is insufficient, as it always is.
Why'd you play Sainted when you could play Stained?
That would be the type of a commentary we would expect from O'Connor, if only he was sitting tableside. But maybe another idea for our producer Josh in the future. Ooh, the flames just turned on. We kind of lost track of time here as we bantered. 40 seconds left for Josh. He's got to make a play here. He can just do weary if he spots that the W goes here. I think he just goes for 38 points, but maybe he hasn't seen that spot, and that makes this turn a little bit more difficult.
Simulation suggesting, yeah, weary is one of 3 equivalent end games for him. Weary seems pretty straightforward. Whiny is actually also one of his best end games, so nice job to Josh. Maybe there was some threat that he chose to block there, but this is one of 3 end games along with weary that guarantee the same deficit, assuming he doesn't go over time. Now Jason on turn has to find his best end game, and it should be quite easy if he notices the new INT. Just play tex or tax.
Yeah, I mean, these new words, they're not actually new, really. They've been around for at least a year at this point. I lose track, maybe 2 years, but still kind of hard to internalize these new 3-letter words. I still don't always see a play like int, not always aware that IN takes a T. Looks like Jason is well aware of that. Might do something like tax here, which is the best use of his X. As we noted earlier, the X not doing anything spectacular here, and this new spot is his best spot to plunk it down.
It looks like he has spotted it. He double-checked his tracking, trying to make sure. Yeah, you don't have an I or a U, right? I'm not going to get smashed real hard here. Nope, AER on Josh's rack. Tax coming down, and that's going to be it for this one. Let's just see if Josh can go out before his clock runs out. He can score as much as 19 here, and he's not going to find it. We'll cut to overhead Mike. That's all she wrote in this one. 452 to 490, the final.
Yep.
486 to 452. Yeah. Oh my God, that was crazy.
Yeah. Made it close. 32.
Yeah. Well, that's I kind of hesitated about doing this, but I was also like, I can't give you a second chance if I lose.
It seems.
And I had LE. If I had another E, I had lovelier in the game. But yeah, no, like I mean, it was crazy because I really wish I played FAV here. I think it would have made my life a lot easier going forward because I had like Q. That's the thing. I had jibe and Q with that, but I was like, let me score some points, and that almost got me into trouble. But
it blocks the R.
Yeah. This was interesting because I had a Grise in the H, so I was like, especially when I'm like, what's the chance that you have another one? Because I was thinking about I actually had a Grise. I was like, it's too aggressive. I had Ghazi, so I had some interesting options there. And I feel very fortunate to have come away with that, considering.
All right, just looking up some of my racks here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I had this, I actually had Monax on my rack. Kept NS.
Oh, nowhere to go. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Monax. Yeah, did I? Monastic, Stockman, yeah, nothing there.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, and when I played OP, hopefully I didn't miss anything.
Oh geez.
I don't
What
think
else
I
did you have?
I kept RA and IE. Yeah, there was nothing. I needed the R, something for the R, which there's none. That was pretty much it. Or
Wait.
7.
Wait.
With RAINE with OP.
Wait, oh, wait, what?
But there's nothing there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
okay.
I was like just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna definitely. I was hoping you would, not empty the bag because that was my only shot.
Yeah, that's. But
Yeah.
then I was like, that's what I said.
Exactly.
I'm gonna lose to a bingo to the R if there was even. I didn't, and I'm like, you know what? There's enough. There's enough blocking that hopefully you just got enough of it.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
well close. Yanier was close to fitting. It was.
Yeah, right. But yeah,
But you-
it's
I mean,
like-
you-
Well, I knew,
you knew.
I knew kind of that was not gonna.
You knew that
happen.
was part of the defense.
Yeah, right. And that's why I didn't play a whole lot here because I'm like, well, tinware was
tinware.
open to me or very
And maybe
very
try and
quick,
fish
so,
for that.
Yeah,
And
yeah. At the end, that's a little Fezzik. You did something right.
that's a little what?
Fezzik, you did something right.
Oh.
Oh, wait, are you? Oh, do I have to?
I
You've
do
seen
it-
The Princess Bride, yes?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I view 490. I thought you may have said 480.
I had 480. Oh, it is 490.
Mhm.
It is 490.
So 452.
452. Yeah.
So 48 difference. Okay.
Yeah. 38 difference.
38. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
That is also a fun fact. The first win that I have where I did not score 500. Yeah. So. Well, also it was a close one. I hope the stream was entertained at my fumbling around there.
Well, stream, were you entertained by Jason's fumbling around there? I guess that's for you to let us know. We're going to cut away from the board. I am being hounded by a dog right now. Soren loves Adam Logan. Loves Adam Logan. In fact, Soren and Colby both predicted that Adam Logan would win the world championship over Nigel Richards. And they were right. So Soren and Colby on deck because Adam Logan and Matthew Tunnicliffe are coming your way again in round 4. I do not yet have a score update. Is Adam Logan up 3-0? Is Matthew Tunnicliffe playing for his life? Or are we at a closer 2-1? We'll find out. But as soon as we have that, our automatic score bug will update. And as soon as we have players, round 4 is coming your way. Charles, what wisdom do you have for our viewers?
I guess my wisdom is that if I'm Matthew Tunnicliffe and I'm 0-3 and they tell me that I need to be streamed against Adam Logan, I just walk out the door. You never see me again. I switch to competitive backgammon, or I get hold of your dogs and tell them to maul me or something, which I feel like would be something that happens in Game of Thrones. But we'll see what that score comes in as. If it's 0-3, Matthew's going to be in even worse shape, obviously, than he already is. We hope he can get a win here, either on this previous game or coming up here on stream.
We will see. The drama still unfolding here from King's Landing, Ontario. Colby, Matt, Charles, and all of you at home will be standing by for that next stellar game of Scrabble. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button underneath this video. Please hit the subscribe button next to the channel. And if you really want to, for $5 a month, you can be the next Let's Play Scrabble super fan. All of that money is reinvested into running bigger and better and crazier Scrabble streams. Some of that funding went to this tournament. This is the first time we've ever had a best of 8 elimination style format here at the Game of Tiles. So are you not entertained? I sure am. With that, we're going to cut away. I'm going to get a little bit of coffee. Y'all can go stretch your legs out, touch some grass. Charles, you can troll the chat just a little bit, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Tunnicliffe Logan.
It's my specialty. Watch out for me. Don't get banned.
Don't get banned. We'll see you soon. Well, it wouldn't be the game of tiles without execution being shown live on your broadcast. And an execution is what we may see here in round 4. We've got Matthew Tunnicliffe and Adam Logan just 3 games into a best of 8, but Adam Logan up 3 games to 0 with some mammoth spread in there, no less. An Adam Logan victory, particularly an Adam Logan big victory, would be all but a death knell for Matthew Tunnicliffe. So what do you think, Charles? Is Matthew Tunnicliffe going to live to fight another day, or is George R.R. Martin's sick, twisted mind going to show us an execution?
Yeah, we might see an execution here, if we're perfectly honest. Matthew did only lose his previous game by 23 points. He showed a little bit of life here, losing 452 to 475. So the spread situation didn't get too much worse, but it's still quite bad for him. He's not by any means favored in any way in this format. And so he's going to need to win this game. He probably doesn't want to play on stream again. He's probably just going to protest and leave. But if we do see him play, he's going to need to win by a lot to still have a shot in this one.
Tunnicliffe, one of the funniest dudes in Scrabble. If he does trail early in this game, I suspect we're going to see some massive trolling action. All right, tiles are bagged. Players are seated. Let's cut over to the board. Will it be an execution, or will it be Matthew Tunnicliffe's last great stand? Colby and Soren, you boys are so excited, aren't you? Let's cut over to the board. House Tunnicliffe trying to defend its honor. Will he be successful? We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that comment Adam made after he won the World Championship, where he was trying to be the best player at his club. Do you think if he wins this series in its dominating fashion as he started, you think he can claim the title? You think he can claim he's better than Matthew?
I think Adam is humble enough that he would continue to insist that Tunnicliffe is better than him. But after winning a best of 8 head-to-head and winning the World Championship, maybe, Adam, you got to give yourself some credit. Cesium plus an I, the opening turn for Matthew Tunnicliffe. And I think we're either going to see Cesium come down for 26 or perhaps just an exchange of IU. Would you play here, Charles?
Ooh, this is a tough one because with a little bit of thought, you quickly determine that there's not a short play you can make that doesn't have significant downsides. If you wanted to play Mike, MIC, that leaves 3 vowels, including a U, and doesn't score very much. So if you were going to make a play here, it would need to be longer. You'd want to double one of those high-scoring consonants, and the only way you can do that is by playing cesium or miscue, keeping an I, which isn't great. And so then you're basically left with, as you said, you play long, you play 6 tiles, or you exchange UI. Maybe you exchange UIM, but I think the M improves that rack. I would be tempted by an exchange here, but it would be hard for me to pull the trigger. I'd really wonder if I was missing something, a good in-between play that does what I want it to do.
Matthew, now setting aside the 6 letters CEIMSU, I wonder if he's going to count like how much or how often do I hit on an exchange 1 here if I hold cesium, if I keep the U and just exchange the I. An A will hit, cesium's alternate spelling. D and an S will hit with miscues or miscued. R will hit cerium's murices. So he's going to go through and count how many tiles will actually hit for him. Now he's looking at Mick. Now he's looking at exchanging. What would he exchange if he does? Oh, this is a tricky first turn.
Yeah, unlike previous turns where I've possibly chastised players for taking too long on what are not turns that need to be taken too long on, this one is a real challenge. This one, the exchanges are similar enough where even if you commit to an exchange, then you're like, well, what do I exchange? And that becomes another rabbit hole that you fall into. And so it's kind of tempting to just say, well, exchanging is too hard to figure out, so I'll just play cesium and just live with the consequences of playing all my good bingo tiles and keeping an eye. The obvious upside, as any player will recognize to play like cesium, is you score 26 points. That puts you up 26-0. It's a start of a game like this. It's good to be in the lead, and to play like that does it. An exchange does not do that.
Oh man, Yeah, if I exchange, what do I exchange is the question. A case to be made for dropping back just an I. Could see the case to be made for IU, for ICU, for IMU, or maybe even throw back 5 and just keep ES or CES. Matt's going to play mice here. I don't like.
Yeah, I can see why you would want to do this, because this is like the type of play that you would make if your letters were slightly more flexible. But ISU is just not a great leave. So I think this might be a couple points back in a simulation. Still kind of close, but maybe slightly inaccurate.
Just IU together scoring just 16 points. Like, I think I'd rather 0 and throw back, but Matthew opting to play mice on that turn. He's up 16-0 now. Adam with an ugly first draw as well. EFG, IRRW. The most he could possibly score on this turn is just 20 points with the play of grief. Nothing strong here for Adam. Would you play grief, Charles, or would you go elsewhere?
I do kind of like grief in that it sort of obstructs some of these floaters of mice for Matthew to bingo through next turn. It also blocks the A front hook on mice for amice, or at least substantially blocks it. So it does have some defensive merit and scores decently enough. There's not really a good way to address everything that's going on in this board. And I guess if I'm Adam, I'm trying to figure out what took Matthew so long, and why did he make a play of mice? That's maybe the question burning in my mind, and maybe it's a question that he's not going to be able to get an answer to.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the placement of mice, something he was thinking about as well. I'm guessing the gambit for Matthew is play mice, expect AMICE to come down, and then cash my S with emisses next turn. Maybe that's what he was thinking, but I don't know. I would have gotten rid of the UI combination there if I could have. Grief coming down for Adam as we expected, and Matthew back on turn DIOSUUY. His rack went from bad to worse. I think he will be forced to play through, either playing a YOU or DUROY. Look to be just strong enough that you don't need to exchange here. Do you have a preference between those, Charles?
Yeah, I would. The UIS, I don't want to keep 2 turns in a row, maybe some superstitious thing or something, or just the knowledge of that leave is not very good. And I feel like the D does strengthen it, marginally strengthens it, but strengthens it nonetheless. It just limits the amount of extra vowels you can draw, since you're only drawing 3 tiles out of the bag instead of 4. So I would be, I wouldn't say I would be happy to play YOU, because in this situation, you're never happy. This is not a happy situation, especially given the 0 and 3 minus 408 that I'm helpfully underlining here. But I'd be totally okay with a play like YOU. It's the best of a bad situation. And you do kind of set up a lane for 7s here that doesn't really exist that easily. I guess you can start 7s with an S here. And if you had an E, you could go on top. But it just gives you a little bit more life in terms of trying to get a bingo sooner.
I'd play DUROY here. I'd set up my S and just try to get more tiles on my rack. Yeah, ISU is not the best leave, but you can't exchange here. You got to score something.
Yeah, definitely it comes down to one of those 2 plays. The nice thing about Duroy is it does also set up lanes for 7s to either side if you can end in a vowel. You also still have this E floating out here if your draw is good enough. It's just a nice place to bingo. So either one of these, you're still in decent shape to bingo next turn. You're never going to be in great shape to bingo with this leave. With 2 U's and a Y, there's nothing you could do short of an exchange that would make you likely to bingo next turn. But it would, either one of these plays at least gives you a decent shot. And we do have to keep in mind the scoreboard. It feels really painful right now, but he's only down by 4 points. It's very early in the game. He doesn't know that Adam's drawing a blank. He can just keep playing this one normally with something like U or DeRoy.
Yeah, both of those plays make a ton of sense to make here. He's now looking at OUD, which would play above the MI and mice, making ume and diff, but that would hold IUY together. The only letter I can think of that bails that out is a Q, and that's unlikely to be drawn. So DuRoy is Matt's best play, and he's made it.
Yeah, I think he might have been thinking OUD here to set up his Y, but I think that's not enough points to do a setup sacrificing points like this. Duroy looks pretty nice.
I concur with everything Charles just said. We're back on Adam, who does find that first blank, but CWX to go with it. No bingos for Adam Logan on this turn. And we're going to see some combination of WEXE come down. Is it going to be to the left or the right side of the D, and Duroy is the only intrigue here. Adam opting to take 2 additional points, slotting it on this side, and this is the more defensive placement. Best play from Adam.
Yeah, although maybe it makes it easier for double doubles. So maybe with that in mind, I would maybe slightly lean towards the left, but then at this score, it doesn't matter too much. And he is keeping the C and the R in the blank. So he's actually way in charge of that spot compared to Matthew, who's kind of got a random rack at this point.
Yeah. All right. Another interesting pull from Adam, but we're back on Matthew's turn. He has 56 points. He set up his S, drew the J, and he's identifying now Jehus, Jehus, 56 points. He can also play Jehu for 41 along the right side of Wex, making we, EH, and XU retain that S. 15-point delta between the plays, but as Charles is drawing, Jehu is so weak to right-sided stacks on the triple word. I think you just cast Jehus for 56, right, Charles?
Yeah, I think that's what you do here. The S is nice to hold on to, but it's not a requirement on this turn, given that like mice doesn't take an S. The S isn't otherwise super useful. You're actually kind of using it for its intended purpose here with something like Jehus and pluralizing Duroys. And scoring 56 points, sort of taking back the lead without a bingo feels really nice here. So I think this is by far the clear standout play.
All right, fun question for everybody at home. Does your opponent average more points after Jehu's here, slotting the J in a triple line, or after Jehu and alongside Wex? I was surprised by the answer to this.
Yeah, that's weird. Intuitively, I would say that maybe this is more dangerous just because the average play here is maybe 33, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's actually more points for my opponent after playing Jehus, where Matthew chose to do it. But Jehu still wins a sim, and Adam wasting no time dropping down a bingo. He got an E in space. He's got Cabretta for 84 points.
Yeah, nicely spotted. Very quick spot here. I think Matthew put him on hold for good reason. This one looks Italian, and the Italian words, it feels almost random whether they end with an I or an O or an A. Sometimes they end with an E. It's just a matter of committing them all to stone cold memory. And Matthew, I think one of the better players when it comes to stone cold memory, but even he has probably some confusion around these types of words and these types of suffixes.
Yeah, that one's tricky. Cabretta, valid, but it's the only word like that. There's no cabretto, there's no cabretai, and in 5-point challenge, if there's any doubt, go ahead and throw a challenge at it. So we'll cut over to Challenge Cam, where Adam will be getting 5 extra points for his bingo of cabretta. It is not 84, it is now 89, but Tunnicliffe not done by any means yet. He's got a big play on cue if he's able to find it.
Ooh, yes. This is maybe why we were talking about the positioning of Wex a little. Could make a difference here. Matthew does have a double-double through this E, which obviously it's a non-bingo double-double, a double-double for 48, which would not play if the E of Wex had landed here. I think Adam had good reasons for putting this where it did. It's just he didn't happen to use that spot. He ended up needing this E of Jehus rather than this E of Wex. That gives Matthew a little bit of life here, as he will get another nice score after his play of Jehus. He'll get 48 points for deified if he spots it. And I think, Matt, we both expect him to find this one easily.
Yeah, deified is a word Matthew Tunnicliffe finds pretty much all the time as long as he's firing on all cylinders. And sure enough, here it comes. There are several players when I commentate, like I don't call out the top plays because I'm afraid they might miss it and I don't want to make them look bad. But Matthew Tunnicliffe is just so solid. Like I never have fear calling out plays. He will spot them, and he spotted one again here. Just a 4-point game now after the double-double from Tunnicliffe, 138 to 142. Adam's post bingo draw is modular. Adam spotted it, but it does not play. There are no playable bingos here for Adam, and this is going to be a fun turn to watch. There's the big A threat in the triple at the bottom. Adam can obstruct that, but he's also got a very straightforward play in mold, M-O-U-L-D, beneath the ED of deified. 31 points, holds AR. If he wants to block at the bottom, he'll have to make some kind of sacrifice. Arm load plays from that A for 36, but what's the big wart on arm load, Charles?
It's a 6-tile play and it keeps a U. We've seen players turn this down multiple times, and I think they should continue to turn it down into forever. The 6-tile play keeping U, just don't do it. That's the new rule of thumb, in addition to many of our other rules of thumb.
Yeah, Sim suggesting that indeed arm load, maybe not the best play here. Maduro is another way he can obstruct the triple and shed the U, M-A-D-U-R-O. It is a 9-point sacrifice, though, between arm load and Maduro. And Simulation suggesting something even crazier. It says, you know what? If there's one triple open, let's just open another one. Simulation likes Morula from the ED in deified. Throw that A out in space. Whatever, dog. Let's just open everything up. You're going to hit one. I'm going to hit one. It'll be a net wash. So that is an interesting idea. We'll see how Adam assesses the threats here. Many good options.
Yeah, I was talking more about, not playing arm load, and I'm thinking about it's like maybe I have to break my own rule of thumb. This scores so nicely with 36 points. Yeah, you're keeping the U. Yeah, you're kind of setting up a little mini scoring spot here. But you are kind of just taking out the most likely spot that Matthew's going to score. From Adam's perspective, this is the place to score. Maybe this is kind of the backup scoring spot, but you're really primarily worried about this. And I think taking it out with a play like arm load, totally reasonable. So keeping the U, we'll see how it works out for him. Doesn't usually work out, but still a good play.
This is why you don't keep a U, because you're guaranteed to draw a ton of vowels into it. Just kidding, but only kind of. Ironically, the U is one of the only letters that would have allowed Matthew Tunnicliffe to bingo out of this rack. Luteolin would have been a threat, but now Matthew has no bingos and one of those classic difficult Scrabble turns. Gut instinct for a lot of players is to grab one of your L's and your O and figure out where to put those, keep the nice EILNT combination together. And indeed, LOW plays for 15 points right now. That feels strong, but on a board where only really 7s are going to play, do you fish here, Charles?
Yeah, this is tough because, as you say, Matt, the one bingo spot really on the board that's feasible is just to hit a 7 here. You have to figure out, am I really likely to draw to a 7-letter bingo after keeping EILNT? And maybe the answer is yes. There's still a lot of A's. There's still a fair amount of O's and R's and stuff. So you could draw like toenail, elation. Something like toenail, for example, would play in multiple spots on this board. Some of the likely draws actually do let you bingo. So maybe it's still worth it. And the other thing to think about here is he doesn't have outstanding scoring plays other than, blowing up his rack with something like Olean, which maybe is not called for here. He's down by 40 points at this point. I think Lowe does score just enough, scoring 15. It's not the wimpiest fish you've ever seen. It's actually a fairly powerful 2-tile fish as far as those go. I think that's still called for here. And there's some upside that it takes an A in front if you can draw one of the, looks like 7 unseen A's. It still has a new bingo spot for him there as well. So I kind of like the fish here. What do you think, Matt?
My gut instinct when it is kind of between a fish and a non-fish is to always pick the non-fish and take the points. Eloin on top of deified feels pretty strong. 4 overlaps, 25 points. LT, still a pretty synergistic leave. So my gut would say, yeah, I am trailing by 40, but I don't want to get in bingo or die territory. I don't like the play of just LOW into the W because it's asking to get front hooked or stacked, not just with the A, but with any number of other hooks out there. So I think if I'm playing through the W, I might actually put one more tile down, something like LOWT or NOWL, just to play a little bit more defense, but still keep myself in bingo prone range. Though if you gave me this situation, I'd pick either Olean or Eloin. I think Olean to set up the back E. Even though I don't have it, I want to keep this board alive, as Adam is likely to start closing things off.
Yeah, the E hook on Olean is actually maybe a vote in favor of it. You're not keeping an E yourself, but there's still a few E's to draw. Although I guess we're running a little bit low on E's compared to some of the other vowels that are available. But yeah, there's something nice about just setting up that E as another backup bingo spot. We do see Matthew going for LOW. I think there's merits to all of these plays. And he's just going kind of, I wouldn't say all or nothing, but he's really trying to get a bingo at this point.
Yeah, you feel great about this play if you draw a bingo, and you feel really bad about it if you don't. The K plus a R is his draw, so Tinkler looks like he has indeed draw the bingo. He's going to feel fine. Adam on turn, AAEIUWY. He will be able to score on top of arm load. The question is with what? WAI or UEW? Or excuse me, UEY. UE or Way, they score 32 or 33 points. Both keep pretty terrible leaves. What would you think about doing here, Charles?
Yeah, as I've drawn on the board, UE does have the very nice benefit of preventing sevens starting with a consonant from ever playing in this area of the board. You're just never going to get anything like that. If you're starting your bingo with a consonant, you're basically forced to start with a vowel on top of arm load. Whereas something like WAI would make it very easy to start with a consonant, which is more likely in 7-letter words, and also keeps the U, which we've discussed to the point of nausea. It's not something that you want to do. So I do like UE here, and this is going to block Tinkler, and we did see Matthew roll his eyes a little bit because that was his only spot to bingo.
Man, Matthew giving some tells. The head shake after Ravenous, the triple was blocked 2 games ago, and now the head shake after Tinkler blocked. But Matthew now with another challenging turn. He can score 35 and open the board up. Relink playing above the ED and deified, dropping the K in the triple line on that double letter square. 35 points and blows it all up. But there are some nice fishing plays as well. LEK through the E and deified, or ELK down from the E and mice. 17 points and hold EINRT. Are you fishing here, Charles?
And now fishing, it feels even better than it did last turn because you can keep a really straightforward fishing leave of EINRT. That's kind of well known as a strong 5-letter leave. There's still some A's to help you out with that, or O's, but there's also a lot of N's unseen. Actually, the N on Matthew's rack is the only N that we know about. There's 5 in the bag, so the chances of duplicating it are pretty high. All that being said, I do kind of like a play like Lek to fish. Although now that I'm putting it on the board, I realize that blocks the lane for 8s through the E of mice. Same with Elk. And so maybe fishing LK isn't what you can do here because you just don't have enough options for bingos after you do something like that. So let's revise my thinking. Maybe relink is called for here if you can't make a productive fish.
Yeah, the longer Matthew looks at this turn, the more he's going to realize, every play gives me the ick. If I play Lek or Elk, the board is so bad for me. And this is not a board where you want to have non-playable bingos. You want to be able to score if you're not going to be bingoing. Ick through the C leaves ELNRT. Now, this does score a bunch, but it knocks out the front hooks to low. It makes sure we're not going to get to that top quadrant very easily. Ick gives me the ick as well. I don't know. Relink feels like the best line here in my head.
Yeah, I don't know if you can play ick here because you're keeping 4 consonants and a vowel. There's plenty of vowels left, but also plenty of consonants. If you draw just like one more consonant, if you don't have a 2-vowel draw, especially if you're counting on like bingoing through from this area around arm load, it's just not usually going to work out for you. And I think Matthew rightly deciding that with the board the way it is, none of those shorter plays make any sense. He's just got to go and string some letters out and start over with this rack.
All right, well, another insta play coming from Adam Logan. I'd be shocked if he doesn't play QI and QI in the next 20 seconds. He could consider WAREZ through the RE, but no, just do this.
Yeah, this is very standard. There's no reason not to play this. It basically does everything you want to do. So not surprised to see that one come down quickly. And another really annoying turn for Matthew. I think we saw him sigh a little bit. I'm sighing with you, Matthew. He's drawn an unplayable Rontgen and facing this deficit now, which is bingo sized, down to 8 minutes on his clock. Adam only has used 7 minutes at this point. Doesn't feel great. The saving grace here is that QI play did make that K more useful for him. And I think he's just going to plop down a nice 30-point play in the top right.
Yeah, Gonk, Gonk, does exactly what you want it to do. It puts a G right there in the top right corner of the board while you retain an N, drawing into 3 more I's. Those ING threats are going to give you life in this game for quite a while. So Gonk for 39, holding rent, feels very strong here. Matt can't know that Adam is about to pop wares down and block that threat, but I don't know. Gonk looks very good.
Yeah, it's kind of a knowledge check on the 4-letter words because Gonk just feels like, you could be making up. You might be tempted by Tonk instead to play a word that you're sure of. Gonk, for the reason the ING bingo is just far superior. And a nice little consolation prize after an unplayable bingo.
All right, we'll see what Adam chooses to do here. Wares holding AEST and scoring 45 feels solid, but plunking the Z, just Zin and Zo, is sort of insulting to your opponent, does some psychological damage. And Azine, AZINE, scores 53. It blocks everything. The one wart on it is it holds the W, but I don't mind holding a W on this board in this game state. I like having a tile that's going to help me score next turn. Would you play Wares or Azine here, Charles?
There's very big upsides to both of them. I do like Wares to get rid of the W and just try to punish Matthew a little bit more with another bingo. As we said, this is an 8-game series. If Adam can go up by, he can win this 4-0 and by a lot of points. It's just very hard for Matthew to come back from that. But this does a lot of the same things. It blocks the G, no more ING threat, and it keeps the W for future scoring. There's still this spot making a low, which Adam now has the A for that, so he can score there next turn. So I think a good idea from Adam to make this play.
All right, Inertia, the only playable bingo here for Matt, and this is a crazy play to make because Inertia has so many hooks, the E, the L, the S. Adam has drawn great into ASTW. He picks up OS blank, but Adam will not be able to bingo with this rack, though WOST and Inertia is going to be almost an insta play after Adam realizes he has no bingos, and that's going to be a big punish anyway.
Yeah, you say insta play. It's an insta play after he determines he doesn't have a 7-letter word, but it's the determining that you don't have a 7-letter word is the challenge here. We're going to see a sort of a classic iterate through the alphabet and see if I can get in a 7-letter word with any letter, test the blank with everything, and see if there's anything playable. Because the perk of being a commentator is we've got an engine telling us there's no bingo. The downside of being a meat sack is that you don't have a computer in your head that tells you that you don't have a bingo.
Meat sack. I think I'm going to call players that from here on out. I love it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people in Game of Thrones ended up being reduced to basically sacks of meat when all was said and done. We see Matthew possibly also being reduced to such a state.
Yeah, Matthew being made a meat sack in this one. Adam's going to go up 4-0 with a bunch of spread. I'm sure they're still going to play at least game 5 to make it, official. Like anything can happen in Scrabble, but going down 4-0, yeah, relegated to meat sack status for sure. Man, how much time does Adam spend on this turn? I'm already looking at Matthew's next turn. WOST is clearly the strongest play once you figure out you have no bingos, but this is a toughie.
Yeah, I think Adam does spend some time here. He's got the benefit of having a lot of extra time on his clock, and if he like plays WAST, for example, and I guess from his perspective, that's almost guaranteed a bingo. But actually, if he drew 2 Vs or something, he might not even be bingoing next turn, especially as WAST takes out the most productive bingo spot. Then you're looking at trying to force something here or here, or through one of these floaters, which is doable but not guaranteed. So if he does have a bingo here, he would really like to play it. Adam is clearly the favorite here, holding 2 S's and a blank. But if something goes horribly wrong and he's not actually able to get a bingo down, and Matthew is able to, for example, get something down here, then it could still work out for Matthew. We know that's unlikely, but trying to be optimistic here.
Yeah, trying to be optimistic is all Matthew Tunnicliffe can do. Is he sees WAST come down, he sees the deficit expand to 53 points, and he sees no bingo on his rack. AAENOPV. Oh, what a draw from Adam to Matthew Tunnicliffe, about to be decapitated on stream. I wonder what he's going to do on this turn. PAVANE and a low opens up a lot of space at the top of this board, but it's space that Adam is almost certain to do something about. Play through the P or through the A and shut the board back off. Maybe OVA and a low. OVAALOW is a nicer line here for Matt. There are still 2 unseen ends to him, but he retains an N for Nova threats. I like that, but maybe it's too crazy. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about a play like OVA. As you said, it sets up the N. There's still some unseen from Matthew's perspective, so it's not like he doesn't hold the key to hitting this spot, and he's the only one who can do anything about it. We actually do see him go for OVA in another spot down at the bottom of the board, being less obstructive. This doesn't do a whole lot for him. It doesn't create I shouldn't say that. It does kind of create new space if you get exactly what you need, and maybe that's what he's thinking. He's setting up bingos that start with like PA.
All right, and an interesting pull anaphase, if you like biology, possible now for Matt. Okay, a big turn for Adam. He's got bingos, but where will he bingo? He's got 7s that fit front hooking a low, but he's also got Sabaton and Sackaton on top of the OVA that was just played. Bingoing front hooking low exposes a triple-triple, and depending on which one he chooses, may give Matt anaphase back. Big decision here from Adam, and he's chosen correctly.
Yeah, I think with that new spot available, you have to take it just because it doesn't do anything for Matthew. And we see Matthew's going to hit back immediately with Safina making IFS. It was a lot more points in that new spot on top of OVA, but still nice. Again, I keep using the phrase consolation prize. When you're down by 110, that's basically every time you bingo, it's a consolation prize.
All right, so Safina coming down for Matthew Tunnicliffe. There are 12 tiles in the bag right now. Adam will draw 7, Matt will draw 5, and this is Adam's game unless he draws 7 consonants. Nope, he's pulled at least 2 of the 4 vowels already, 3 of the 4 vowels, and this likely going to be Adam Logan's game. 4-0. Adam Logan says, I want to be the best player in my city.
Yeah, although I think we got bio information that said Adam might be currently in Montreal, but
yes,
I think he can, retroactively claim to be the best player in Ottawa by virtue of this performance.
The best player who has played at the Ottawa club recently, I guess. God, Montreal is just an absolute hotbed for Scrabble between Jackson Smiley, Josh Sokol, Adam Logan, Michael Fagan, Jason Lee. all 2,000 rated caliber players, all in the same city. That is utterly absurd. You want some practice? Go up to Montreal. I'm actually going in 2 weeks, and I'm going to meet up with as many of these players as possible while I'm there.
Yeah, and I don't know if Scrabble will be involved, but if Scrabble is involved, you will be a bit sore after that.
Likely so, but I'll also be wiser. You got to take your beatings in order to learn your lessons, and lessons are always learned when you play players as good as these guys. There will also be moshing. I'm really going to Montreal for a death metal concert. The Scrabble will be secondary.
Yeah, taking my advice, hit as many death metal shows as possible, but not taking my advice. I am too skinny to mosh, and I would be in pretty rough shape physically in that pit.
Yeah, now that I've lost 110 pounds, a mosh pit sounds rather scary. I think I'm going to get absolutely tossed around. But hey, the objective is to be a meat sack, right?
Yeah, I think that's what a mosh pit will do to you, and that's also what playing Adam Logan on a repeated basis will do to you.
Yeah. Oh boy. Speaking of Montreal, the Let's Play Scrabble team runs a major tournament in Montreal every May. That is the Montreal Scrabble Fest. It'll be May 16, 17, and 18. Should be added to the calendar shortly. That is always an awesome tournament. I was so stoked I finally had the stars align where I could make it up to Montreal and play. And I fell horrifically ill the day before and wasn't able to make it. Luckily, like all Let's Play Scrabble tournaments, it was still streamed and I was able to watch all of it while I coughed a lung up in bed. But get out to Montreal, especially in May. It is going to be downright beautiful. It will be added to the calendar and registration will open next week. So many of these top Montreal Scrabble players will be there, whether it's WoW or CSW, that is your preferred lexicon. Montreal has strong players in both. And if you can't make it up to Montreal for whatever reason, you can at least watch it here on Let's Play Scrabble.
Yeah, I think this is a good point to note. Everybody should be liking this. We're just approaching the lunch break. This is 4 games out of 8 that we'll show today, but still a lot of time for people to randomly stumble in and find out how awesome the Scrabble scene is. And they get more likely to stumble in randomly if you like this video, if you subscribe, if this channel is succeeding. That's just getting more people's eyeballs on this great game that we're playing. So if you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button. Also, make sure to hit up any Let's Play Scrabble tournament that's in your area or even not in your area, not just the Montreal Scrabble Fest, but also the Albany 4th of July tournament is coming up with a huge first prize, I think $20,000 in Collins, if I'm remembering correctly, courtesy of Bob Lynn. So if you can make it to Montreal for whatever reason, well, try to make it out to Albany.
Yeah, the Let's Play Scrabble team does so many cool tournaments, but that July 4th Albany tournament is huge. The Bob Lynn Superstars tournament is coming back. 20,000 US dollars is the first prize. We saw that prize won last year by Matthew Tunnicliffe. So, give him some W's while he's taking a bunch of L's today. That was so fun. I actually got to go to that one live in Albany, New York. It's a beautiful tournament, beautiful venue, just awesome, awesome vibes. Try to make it out to that one. And the Causeway Classic is coming back. Charles, what do you know about Causeway?
I know that I'm not going, and I'm getting severe FOMO for that fact. The tournament has reached its 500 player limit. That's in Bangkok, Thailand, run by the inexhaustible Michael Tang, who always puts on a good show, as I've been told. The best players in the world are going to be there. I think Let's Play Scrabble is involved with the streaming. 3 games streamed at once, 3 different sets of commentators. Matt, you're involved with that in some way?
Indeed, I am. Causeway is going to be so big that Michael Tang wants not 1, not 2, but 3 simultaneous streams running. So if that's not good enough for you, I don't know what is. So Will Anderson, Josh Sokol, and I are all going to be anchoring 3 separate streams. I don't know who on earth would watch me when you can watch Will Anderson and Josh Sokol, but I digress. I will be in Bangkok late May and early June for that tournament. You should try to get out there to watch that wait list. It is going to be the biggest and bestest Scrabble tournament ever if Michael Tang has his way. And I've learned enough in Scrabble to know that when Michael Tang has a will, it's going to happen. Causeway coming up end of May. Montreal Scrabble Classic coming up mid-May. And then Albany coming up first week in July. It is going to be a wonderful summer for Scrabble.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be one of the highest powered summers of Scrabble ever, so to speak, given the strength of these fields, the prize money at stake, and of course, as always, let's play Scrabble right in the thick of it, making sure that people at home can see all of it happen live.
And if that's not enough Scrabble for you, the School Scrabble Championship in North America is just 4 weeks away. So you can watch the top middle and high school Scrabble players play some really awesome Scrabble. The caliber of play in that tournament has gotten so incredibly good. Speaking of caliber of play, we're about to see the end of world champion Adam Logan in this game. He puts down Bruin, holding VO, threatening outs across the board. Matthew's got one more play to make here, and that's all she wrote for this one. Sorry, but it's not Game of Thrones or Game of Tiles without numerous character deaths, and we've seen an excruciating one here. Matthew Tunnicliffe has all the blood squeezed out of his body, strangled 4-0 by Adam Logan. Let's cut to Mike and see if there's any post-mortem. All right. Well, it sounds like the audio didn't come through super well for y'all at home, but Matthew Tunnicliffe immediately pointing to his first play of mice, saying, I should have played Cesium. I kept ISU, and it all went downhill from there. Adam, in like 0.3 seconds, responded, if you play Cesium, I double with Figured for 44. So, you know, maybe it just doesn't work out sometimes in Scrabble. But Matthew Tunnicliffe down 0-4 against reigning world champion Adam Logan. I don't think we're going to show you any more of this one, unless maybe Tunnicliffe rallies off 3 straight after lunch. We've got standings now, so let's check out how the game of
Yeah, I'm curious if we're audible here. With Matt did just give everybody a beautiful breakdown of the standings that you're looking at, including the fact that we are most likely to see Josh Castellano and Jason Keller after lunch. We're going back to the standings. Maybe we can give this another shot. We do see House Schönbrunn totally taking it to House Sokol in the consolation bracket, 3-0. Not taking the easy road, maybe taking the hardest road, as I think that was Kevin Durant said that, not Game of Thrones, but NBA, and kind of dominating that matchup. Good to see that the chaos of a random pairing worked out for him.
Yeah, I can't believe Ben let chat decide his matchup. Ben being forced to play Josh Sokol, who is an extremely strong player, and now Ben up 3-0 after letting chat decide his matchup. So, hey, maybe the best decision you can make is don't make the decision at all. So Adam Logan up 4-0 on Matthew Tunnicliffe. We're still awaiting the results of round 4 in Josh Castellano versus Jason Keller, but that will be less lopsided no matter what. It'll either be 3-1 Keller or a 2-2 tie. I'm hearing word from production team that players are being allowed to choose whether they take a lunch break now or whether they try to play through. Maybe they play 5 games and then go to lunch. So what that means for us is I have no idea if there's more Scrabble happening in just a couple minutes or not. And players have chosen to take a lunch break. So that means we will choose to take a lunch break as well. The sun is actually out in Boston, which is like the first time in 4 months that has happened for me. I hate the winters up here. I want to move back to the south, but I digress. I'm going to go touch some grass. I'm going to go soak up some sunshine. I'm going to put some sustenance in my body. I advise y'all at home do the same. Lunch break will end at 2:45 Eastern time. That is 82 minutes from now. So, Charles, what are you going to do with your 82 minutes of lunch?
Probably going to eat some lunch. It's also sunny here in Wisconsin, which is, as you know, a very rare occurrence in the winter. But I might not actually go outside and do anything about it. I'll probably just chill out here in my office and cram some food into my mouth. And I encourage everybody to stay put because we've got 4 more games of Scrabble coming this afternoon.
All right, help us out if you haven't yet. Please hit that like button so we can build some steam for the afternoon session. I did get the result of Josh Castellano, Jason Keller. Josh wins round 4. That series is now tied 2-2. So that is the action we're going to bring you this afternoon. There will be at least 2 high-stakes games. And remember, this is a best of 8. So winning 4 games doesn't necessarily do it. Winning 5 is your magic number. So Keller, Castellano coming up after break. Winner will almost certainly face Adam Logan tomorrow in a best of 7. All that's coming your way. I'm going to put some food in my body. I'm going to go get some vitamin D, and I'm probably going to take off my shirt and go running in the cold during this lunch break. I'll be back in 80 minutes. Y'all will too. See you soon. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Stay tuned for more Game of Tiles.
here. Matt's here. Charles is here. You know what that means. It is time for Scrabble. Hit it from Kingston, Ontario, and we are back. Adam, Logan, and Matthew Tunnicliffe effectively decided in the first 4 games. Adam up 4-0, but Jason Keller and Josh Castellano are 2-2 in our best of 8 showdown. So we're going to cut over to that matchup. I had to do a little wardrobe change. I had to get the colors of House Castellano on, the neon green versus the neon orange. Where are your colors, Charles?
I don't think I own anything other than black. So if there's not a house with that color, I guess I'm not really supporting anybody.
All right. Well, you've got one neutral commentator, and neon green, you heard me say this morning, is my favorite color. So how could I not support the house with the neon green? I know, Charles, you and Thomas once upon a time had a color that wasn't black. It was all of them in your wardrobe, but we'll talk about that later. Tiles are bagging players are bagging the tiles right now, so we're not quite ready, but as soon as the letters are in the bag, we'll let the players take them back out of the bag and play Scrabble. Charles, putting you on the spot, who do you think is going to play Adam Logan tomorrow?
That's a close one. I'm going to put Josh Castellano on the spot here. He's part of the tag team of Joshes. I think one Josh is not doing so well, but the 2 Joshes combined seem like a good bet. So I'm going with Josh Castellano on that one, but don't count out Jason Keller. There's still 4 games, well, at least 3 games left to play, possibly 4 games left to play in this matchup. And he's had some very strong performances in recent tournaments. So you can't count him out, even if one of the commentators is showing blatant favoritism by putting on the colors.
It is. All right, letters are in the bag, so we will cut over to the bag. Fear not, viewers at home, because I do have some neon orange I can don if I need a bandwagon on House Keller's bandwagon instead. But neon green's the best color, man. Maybe hot pink, maybe neon green, but I'm going to go with the green here. Josh Castellano, Jason Keller tied 2-2, but in a best of 8 format, spread could very likely be a factor if we end at 4-4. It'll be the player with the better point spread, and the point spread advantage is Josh's right now. He is up by 160 some odd spread points. And has he found a bingo on the first turn? Yes, he has. I know sight on his rack. Off to the races here, Charles.
Yep, he just has to figure out where to put this one. That becomes kind of an interesting challenge as you iterate through the options, but he's already got it set up. He's identified it very quickly, as we expect, and is now going to decide which of the 66-point placements feels best, or I suppose he could even go for a 64-point placement if he wants to. Maybe he goes for content here and places it 1 short of the triple word score.
Perhaps. No, I know sight E on the star is what he's opting to do. Seems fine to me. Just score the 66 and don't put the vowels by the double letter score. And there we are. All right, Jason on turn now, looking to respond to Josh's opening turn bingo, and he could respond in mammoth form. A double-double for Jason Keller could be coming next. 102 points for that. And if that wasn't good enough, he's also got 92 points down to the E in I Know Sight. So what's it going to be, Jason? 92, 102, or a giant blunder? He's already found fumeral. That's the 92-point option. Will he find fulsomer through the S for 102? That's the ask now for Jason.
Yeah, it's very tempting when you see the 92-point play of fumeral that you just play it. It seems like it should be the best play, so you just go for it. You can take a little bit more time, and we see Jason. He stared at the ceiling for a bit. I think he was trying to decide if this is a word. It in fact is. Fulsome good in both lexicons, but only takes an R in Collins. Nicely spotted here, and a good idea to play this word, even if maybe he's not as sure of it as fumeral.
All right, and it looks like the play is on hold here. Jason not drawing his tiles, instead puts his hand on the back of his head. I wonder how certain Jason is of this word. Josh is going to challenge it, so 5 extra points, 66 to 107. after one move in this game. Wow.
Yeah, I think Jason might have had a little bit of anxiety there that got challenged, because if this comes off and Fumarole gets blocked, then he's not bingo, and then he's basically thrown this game away for no reason. We see that wasn't actually the case, but those are the things that would be going through my mind as I was walking up to the challenge computer.
Yeah, you would hate to make a blunder that big on the first turn. I think if you're certain on Fumarole and even a little bit unsure of Folsomer, you play Fumarole there. So Jason showing a great command of the lexicon. Well done, points well earned from him, 107 to 66. Josh, though, can basically even the score up right here on this move. The JK combination allows him to play Jaker into the R of Folsomer for 48. That does expose a J in a triple column. Are you playing Jaker here, Charles?
I would probably play it. I wouldn't be totally happy with this. I would think about whether there is a way to use the J productively that didn't put it in that triple line, just because you're often giving back 33-point counterplays. Then again, in Collins, your opponent's average score is, roughly 35 or even higher for these high-level players. And so giving up, 33 points for the easy J play down from Jaker maybe isn't too bad. And we see Josh coming to that conclusion, just going for the points.
Yeah, the other option he could play the same 4 tiles, but play Jake and FE down to the F of Folsomer. I'm running the engine now, and whether he plays Jaker, exposing the J, or just Jake and FE, Jason averages 48 points per turn in either case. So just because you score so much in Collins all the time, you can expose that J. Fine, take your 33. That's a below average play. Jason's post bingo draw EMLDPYZ, which is going to lead to some fun stuff for him. He's already set up Zyme, ZYME, that plays with FE for 43. He can also hold the Z back. The Z, like, insanely powerful in CSW play. Maybe that's something he wants to consider. The 3-letter LYM plays for 40 points. So, Charles, you playing the Z or are you playing Lim?
I think you have to play Lim here. The Z is just so good, as you said. Even if there's nothing particularly good about it, at this point, there's not a Z hotspot ready to be hit. It's just generally such a powerful tile that you want to keep it if you can, do this, something like this 40-point LYM, which isn't a little bit of an off-the-beaten-path play. You have to be thinking, that I can put my Y here and that you can still play 2 consonants to either side of that Y. We do see Jason setting it up, so this is a nice find. I think certainly stronger than playing the Z this turn. Or are we calling it the Z since this is a Canadian tournament?
Oh, I suppose we're supposed to do that. That's my rule of thumb. If the tournament's in Canada, it's the Z. If it's in the US, it's a Z. So the Z held back by Jason here. Well spotted yet again. It's so easy to tunnel in on caching the Z when you have it. But he's going to hold the Z to go with his P, and we'll see what he draws. That H, that U, that T. It'll be a fun turn for him again next turn. Not such a fun turn here for Josh, BDDINTY. There is the 5-letter Biddy, BIDDY, which plays with FY for 22. That's a great way out of some horrific letters, but does string this board wide open. Charles, you playing Biddy, or are you looking for other lines here?
Yeah, there's something very tempting about Biddy, just because you wouldn't want to keep most of these letters. You want to get rid of at least one of the D's, possibly both D's, and the B and the Y all at the same time. You can do that for 22 points just playing Biddy. The B in this spot doesn't feel that bad, but there is sort of the chance of able triples kind of lurking in the back of your mind. So maybe for that reason specifically, I would turn that one down. Then I would have to come up with something else. The other thing that's the engine is suggesting is just playing Baldy. Shout out to myself, which kind of does a similar thing. It puts a letter in the triple line that you don't really want to do. And this Y actually does feel a little bit dangerous, given how many high-scoring 4- and 5-letter words start with like a consonant and then a Y in the second spot. So I'd be a little bit hesitant about both those plays. Matt, do you think there's anything else you could do on this turn?
One more word that we can shout out to you as well. The engine also likes Buddy, Buddy, through the U in Folsomer. That scores just 12, but is far more defensive than either Biddy or Baldy. So Baldy, Buddy, Biddy look to be the three top plays according to engine analysis. They're all pretty close to one another. And there's one other option that's quite different from the rest that plays through the AL as well, but it's BIALY. 32 points, but the leave DDNT is asking for trouble after that play. So many different options. Each one does something different. Each one comes with its share of risk, except Buddy. And the risk with Buddy is I only score 16 points. But we're opting for the low volatility play. If we're Josh, Buddy makes the score 130 to 147. Jason back on turn now. How will he cash the Z tile?
It actually looks like he doesn't have to play it this turn if he doesn't want to. That Y out in space, it's maybe a sneaky downside of that play of Buddy, is it's not really that hard to get a 6-letter word down to a Y. You might be giving your opponent too many points in response with a play like Buddy, because there's not really other scoring spots on the board unless you're bingoing. Maybe you go underneath here, but really when you play something like Buddy, you're often giving them a better play than they had before. And in this case, Jason does have Deputy here holding back the Z/Z if he wants to.
Yeah, somewhat ironic that Buddy is the play that gave back the least to the opponent, and yet it gives Jason a great play here. Although had Josh played Baldy, Jason would be threatening hyped through that Y at the bottom for a big score as well. So I think Jason's rack is just so good that almost anything Josh would have done would give something big back. Now Jason on the test, does he find Deputy, which appears to be easily his top play? Or will he whiff it and find something else instead? Jason looking at PHIZ through the I and Ino site now. That would almost certainly be a blunder, just not the kind of play you're looking to make in this situation. Fizz or Thumped through the M, holding that Z back for a second straight turn, look to be decent non-Deputy options for Jason, but Deputy is so much better than the rest of his plays. It's got to be what he does if he wants to play optimally here.
Yeah, Fizz, I think, would be a pretty big mistake here. You're just not getting enough for the Z. Sorry, the Z. Just because it's not doing anything for you this turn doesn't mean you have to immediately play it. And the leave after playing Fizz, it's okay. DETU has some bingo possibilities, but not very high bingo possibilities. We do see Jason, I think he spotted it and immediately played it. He immediately realized that this was way better than what he intended to do.
Yeah, very, very good from Jason here. It's one of those, I see a bunch of options that are all close, and then all of a sudden, well, that one's just way better. I'm going to do that. So Jason has had a number of tricky turns early on in this one. Folsomer versus Fumarole, Lim versus some of his Z plays, and now Deputy versus some Z plays, and he's navigated all three of them correctly so far. Nice stuff from Jason Keller. But we're about to see Josh Castellano take the lead. EEINOT blank. The D in space gives him a number of 77-point bingos. It's really just a matter of which one of those Josh is choosing. He's got options from the D and options to the D. Between those, Charles, which would you choose? A bingo from or to the D?
This is kind of a fun position. You have to decide if you want to play maybe the more restrictive plays to the left of the D or more open to the right of the D. I say more restrictive in that these are not open, starting letters for bingos. Whereas if you played something like deletion, then all of a sudden there's a million new lines for 8-letter words. And it looks like he's going the slightly more defensive route, which I think is understandable here as he takes about a 20-point lead with Oriented.
Yeah, I think this is a right call. Play into the D. Don't open the right side of the board. Don't put those floaters out there for Jason to use, especially in the context of the series being tied 2-2 and Josh having the advantage on spread. The one thing you really don't want to happen is to get blown out. If you lose a close game, you can still go 2-1 and take the series. So This limits the volatility. I like this from Josh. He is up 207 to 186. Jason, though, will take the lead back on this turn. Or maybe not. I don't know, actually. Hamza, Hamza, excuse me, is 39, but holds AEO and sets up big hooks behind it. Maybe he doesn't make that play. Maybe he holds the Z for yet another turn. What do you think here, Charles?
Yeah, you would think he'd have some nicer Z plays than that. Excuse me, Z plays. But he doesn't really, other than Hamza and maybe playing Azalea through the AL of Jaker and Lim. The Zed's not doing a whole lot. It might be worth keeping another turn. He can do stuff underneath LYM. He could, for example, play HAE with 3 S's and a blank unseen. Setting up Kai's might be a little bit hard to stomach, but this does score nicely, and hopes for better days for the Zed. So we could see him go that route too. It might set a Collins record for the amount of turns holding on to the Zed.
Yeah, that's wild to see it held this long, but hey, there's a argument to be made for doing it. HAOMA, another option for Jason through the M that only scores 20, but gives very little back and retains that Z one more time should he be able to pounce on it later on. So we'll see what Jason opts to do. Hamza takes 2 hooks, an H and an S. So Jason's going to play none of those. He's going to play TOAZE for 28. Not sure I like this play.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary because it sets up big plays underneath. It also takes a D and an S for huge bingo line that's newly created, whereas I think previous to that play, there wasn't really an appealing spot for 7-letter words. Then again, Jason is taking the lead here. He maybe figures that since Josh is drawing 7 random tiles, he's not particularly likely to have big plays there, but maybe I'd be more concerned about the possibility of 40-point plays underneath. Also keeping AAH, not as much synergy as you want. So still a nice scoring play, and as I said, it does get him back into the lead. Now we'll see Josh probably at least hit a bingo as he's got a 7-letter Racinos.
Yeah, Saronic, the anagram is what Josh has set up now. Saronic and Toazes plays for 76 points. Can also score 76 by playing Parsonic from the P in Deputy. But if you can avoid putting the C in a triple line, you're likely going to do it if it's no sacrifice at all. Looks like Saronic is going to be Josh's play.
Yeah, Saronic is nice. It does take out this Toes' hook, or the hooks on Toes that were just created. The downside of Saronic, I won't write all of it, but it does put the O here for possible big plays coming in. Luckily for Josh, the J and the Z, which I would consider to be the most damaging tiles in that spot, have already been played. And so you don't really have to worry about those tiles in particular. And something like the X is harder to do. You would need like an A or an E in front of it to make that work. So I think Saronic looks really nice here.
Yeah, Saronic looks great for Josh. He's just going to take his time and make sure there's nothing else. Maybe you want to play Scenario through the E. Maybe there's a more defensive bingo through the P and Deputy. Take your time, but Saronic feels good here. And there's no reason to play it with EMS as opposed to Toazes, right?
Yeah, I think that's the Toazes spot is just a little bit too scary, although there is only 1 D unseen, so maybe not as scary as I'm making it out to be. But I think the other aspect of playing Saronic is it just makes it a little bit harder for Jason to score in this spot underneath. So there's a few reasons why this feels nice. Also, you cannot parallel it to the left, and it's very hard to do it to the right, even with 2 H's unseen. So not giving a whole lot back other than this immediate threat of the triple word score.
All right, so Tilebag now laughing at Jason. This is the second time we've seen a player try to keep bingo-ish tiles and then get laughed at. But haha now plays beneath Toazes. This, I'm sure, is part of the reason Jason made that play. Retaining HA and setting up a spot where HA scores a ton made some sense. But the problem with haha, while it scores 47, it holds A, E, U. So chat, I'm going to lean on you for help. What do you think the valuation of the leave AAEU is? And then somebody let us know once you look it up. Tell us what it actually is. It's got to be minus 20.
I feel like I wish we could ask Josh Castellano about this, because he is one of the few, I shouldn't say one of the few players, but maybe the most notorious player who spends a lot of time studying leave values. And he might not know, I don't know if he knows 4-tile leaves, but if he does, that might be one that he could at least get close to a correct prediction on. And we do see Haha come down, and that dreaded leave of AAEU is what Jason elected to keep, which I think he had to do, but that leave, is it minus 20? Is it minus 17? Is it minus 25? It's definitely minus something. How bad it is exactly will remain to be seen.
Yeah, that's a brutal leave, but I mean, Jason has to make that play. It just scores so well, and he has at least found 2 consonants in the bag, so maybe he'll be able to play through as opposed to a forced exchange. We'll see what Josh opts to do here. The Q and the X on his post bingo draw. Will he play either one? There's PONT or POTT through the O in Saronic. But there's also the pretty straightforward picks and Zacks on this turn. I don't see any plays to get rid of the Q that are worth considering unless you really want to play QI and AHI for 27. What would you do here, Charles?
Yeah, I would honestly be tempted by just the QI play here, because I'm always annoyed by the Q. I never want to see it again. Every time I draw it, I want to play it as quick as possible. But when you're keeping back 5 consonants, I don't think you can really justify it here. It's probably okay to keep it another turn. There are still 2 U's from his perspective that he could draw that would help him bail out a little bit. Also, there's QI spots if he really feels like he needs to get rid of it next turn, like next to Saronic or Einosight. So in that sense, I would not be playing the Q on this turn. I'd be okay with just taking my 40 points for the X, just playing PIX, keeping QNTT, which again isn't great, but what are you going to do when you've got this clunky set of letters? I'm kind of liking picks here and just hoping that I don't get hit too bad in this Saronic spot that's staying open.
All right, so he's opting for Pont here, P-O-N-T. Very interesting that he gets rid of an N when QIN might help him out, but holding the T could give him caught. Pont, what we see from Josh. QX on the leave. AAAELUW the rack now for Jason. And he's lining this one up pretty quickly, grabbing WAA. I think this is going to be whack, WAAC. Oh no, now he's pulled back and he's looking at playing more vowels instead.
Yeah, this is interesting because there is a very nice spot to play AUE underneath LYM, just kind of hitting everything perfectly for 27 points, keeping AALW, which not a great leave, but with this leave, you're okay with not keeping especially well. I do like that play. It sets up the U, which for EMU, it also sets up the S. So it does set some things up that maybe you're worried about. The upside of a play like WAC, WAAC, which is I think the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps in New Zealand or something like that. I'm not sure why it's a word, but it's in Collins. It keeps AELU, which I think is easier to stomach now that this T is open for 8s. It's maybe a little bit, and there's all these R's unseen, maybe a little bit more likely to work out than usual thanks to that T that's now floating out there.
All right, so whack is coming down for Jason, and this is going to give Josh 2 choices on his next turn. QAT through the A in whack, scores 35, holds EIRX blank, but he can also cash the blank right now. QUALE over on the left side of the board scores 66. And if you're not familiar with Scrabble or keywords, QUALE has no back hook, so it's actually a pretty safe option here. Charles, caught or quail?
Oh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to have to go with caught on this one. Just the upside of this T hanging out in space, keeping EIRX blank. It just feels feels really nice, and we do see him go for it. I think that this makes sense given that he has a lot of upside for bingoing, that he would break up just by going for quail now.
All right, so caught the play from Josh, caught Charles's preferred play. I would have opted for this one as well, and it crushed a simulation, coming out 9 points ahead. So well done there from Josh, and poor drawing yet again from Jason. A triple double AAELLUU. I think at this score, you have to try to play through. You can't afford to exchange and do, almost nothing on this move. I also think you can't afford to blow it up and play Ulu late through the T in Pont. That's just 8. And while it's a wonderful word you seldom draw, I think what he's done here is right. Either Ulu or Ulu in this bottom corner feels like the right line. Yeah, Charles?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to do this here. With the score the way it is, Ulu late just doesn't do it for you. You're blocking the productive T floating out in space, and you're only scoring 8 points. It's just not enough. So I think Ulu here, sort of threatening some big plays down here if he gets the right stuff, is the right call here.
All right, and Josh, now keeping EIRX blank last turn, picks up another I and an S, and that great draw means he's threatening as much as 100 on his next move. He can bingo through the P in Deputy for 100. He can also bingo down from the T in Pont or down from the E in Inosight for 95. An embarrassment of riches here for Josh Castellano. Charles, you taking 100 up top, or are you playing one of the other bingos?
I think I end up, if I do see expiries, I end up taking that one just because something like trimixes, which is the bingo down from the T, would give back. It puts the S down here in the bottom right and immediately gives back an easy lane for 8s. Expiries down from this E of Inosight kind of does a similar thing, although maybe not quite as bad. It's easy to start 8-letter words with S, so you're giving back a lot to Jason that you probably don't need to do. I'm just happy taking the 100 points with expiries and not making Jason's life easier than it needs to be.
Is there any universe in which you play elixirs and cots for 84?
Ooh, that is an interesting question. That does take out the E of Inosight. I guess it doesn't do anything about this T of Pont, which is maybe the thing I'm most worried about in a vacuum. And you are sacrificing, it looks like 16 points over expiries. I think after expiries, he just scores so many points that it doesn't really matter these other, peripheral considerations.
All right, expiries is what Josh pulls the trigger on, and Jason just kind of shrugs his shoulders. All right, well, sometimes your opponent bingos for 100. That's precisely what's happened here. Looks like this one's going to go Josh Castellano's way, barring a massive swing in Jason Keller's favor. AAABEEL. So many vowels for Jason Keller these last few turns. He will be able to score 30. ALBEE plays above expiries. But 30 points, probably not enough for Jason to catch back up in this one.
Yeah, he is down by 144 here. And while a play like LB is nice, just keeping up some amount of scoring, kind of 30-point plays like that are not going to get you to where you need to be. You probably need to bingo, which means trying to keep better stuff. And keeping better stuff here is actually quite hard to do. And we see Jason shaking his head a little bit because he realizes sort of the futility of the situation where he would really want to play off AAEB. And the way to do it is just to play a beam here. 15 points. It sort of disrupts this Eye of Inosight, but maybe the best he can do here. It looks like he's going for Amoeba, which maybe a slight downside. I think he's missing a beam here because you don't want to block this E spot, even if it's a little bit marginal.
Yeah, a beam would also score more points. So, I mean, Jason's just kind of making plays at this point. He knows he's sunk in this one, but spread could matter in this. We'll see. What is the slogan of this tournament, Charles? Are you up to date?
I've got it in my commentary guide somewhere. Here it is. In the game of tiles, you win or you lose on spread. And we might see the on spread part come into play in this series that's currently tied at 2-2.
Indeed, we might. The best of 8 format was suggested by one of the players in the room, Adam Logan. He thought it would add an extra layer of intrigue, an extra wrinkle, where players have to think about both winning and point spread. So likely to tie at 4-4 in these sets. So we'll see. Will Jason end up losing on spread in the game of tiles? I feel like you can't have that be the slogan unless you see a player lose on spread. Josh Castellano has dropped Arrive for 30 points. That feels very correct to me. ADEEFGL, the rack for Jason now. No bingos available to him, though there's a sick 42-point play for him if anybody in chat wants to play this one.
Yeah, he can redeem himself a little bit, at least in terms of style points and actually real points as well. If he finds a 6-letter word, we'll let chat puzzle that out a bit, and then somebody can shout it out and spoil it. But there is something cool to do on this turn. Honestly, in situations like this, I'm not always on the top of my game. I'm not always finding the six tile plays. I'm just doing sort of more commonplace things. I would definitely be looking at playing underneath this spot that we've been thinking about sort of off and on through this game, just playing FAG in this spot, trying to hit something here. But there is a nice play. We'll give one more hint. It does involve underlapping oriented.
Yeah, Zuglias has found it. It is D Flea underneath the first 6 tiles of oriented. D Flea for 42 holding a G. Boy, I'd have to be firing on all cylinders to notice that play. That is so tough to find.
Yeah, definitely. I can win some games firing on a minimum of cylinders, but it's not by finding plays like that, as you say. I have to be firing on all cylinders or find some extra cylinders from somewhere that I can borrow from somebody to find a play like that, especially at this game score.
Jason setting up EF on his rack. Pacing, not really a factor here. There are 8 tiles left in the bag. Jason can't be feeling good about his odds looking at the unseen pool. It looks pretty nasty. He'd have to bingo immediately on the next turn and draw like sorting out of the bag or scoring out of the bag. And Josh would have to have a lot of the bad stuff. It's going to be an uphill climb for Jason here.
Yeah, like playing short and trying to draw some good stuff maybe is not going to work out so well for him. Then again, if he is keeping something like DEEL after play of FAG here under haha, if he draws like an O and an N or INO, which is maybe the most likely draw, he would have deletion, for example, as sort of a consolation bingo for recovering some spread. So I would, I wouldn't be surprised to see a play that retains this bingo line through the T on the right side of the board and, make a play that is aspirational in hitting it, even if it's by no means is it a guarantee.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just play Fag and Zag and Aha and be done with this game, but we'll see. Jason, more patient than I am. Can he find D Flea? Can he find another high-scoring play? ELFED plays above expiries for 35, but it does play each of the last 2 E's in the game.
Yeah, he's doing some paperwork right now. He's probably at least looked at the tracking and sees he owns control of the last 2 E's of the game. The kind of a small comfort for him at this point that he has them and Josh doesn't, but a comfort nonetheless. That does make his bingo chances for the rest of this game probably a bit higher than Josh's, although we do see Josh has drawn an S, which helps his case a little bit. So Jason probably not looking to get rid of both E's if he can help it, unless he does spot D Flea, which I think is a perfectly reasonable way to get rid of 2 E's, considering that you're scoring 42 points.
Jason pulling the FE off to the side now. Playing fewer tiles is likely what you want to do in this situation to maximize the odds that you get that consecutive bingo bango, but it quite unlikely to happen here. Josh is drawn into Noggins, which is pretty cool. And while Noggins doesn't fit, there are a number of 8s in this rack. If you're looking for a little puzzle, find the 7 8s that you can make with Noggins. None of them play on this board that I see, but we'll puzzle for you.
This actually sounds like a perfect quiz for a Josh Castellano, who is a regular fixture on the Aerolith blank bingo quizzes. Maybe not as regular as me, but at least when he does them, he beats me. So he's maybe already done that quiz in his head, as Jason did spend quite a bit of time on that play. He did land on Feg, which I think is a slight downgrade from Feg here, just because it makes the T a little bit less appetizing and scores fewer points. But at this score, maybe doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, just kind of do a thing and get to the end of the game should be the MO here. If you're playing at home, Noggins makes 7 bingos in CSW, 5 in NWL. So whatever your preferred lexicon is, you can get a puzzle out of it either way. Looks like we found a couple. Ongoings is one of the CSW only solutions. Nice job, Alex Dings. We've got Sing Song and Longings. Those are good in both lexica. Cosmic Authority telling us all that ingoings is valid. That is the other Collins only anagram. So ingoings and ongoings, the 2 CSW solutions. Y'all can find the other 4. They're NWL.
Meanwhile, Josh is not going to get to play any of these. We could be shouting them directly into his ear and it wouldn't matter because none of them play. And in fact, if you look at the hidden earpiece, I am in fact shouting them directly into his ear. So he's got another choice to make, and I think the play here would be to do something making wax. I think a whack is somebody who belongs to that Women's Auxiliary Army Corps. So it does take an S. Something like song here does mostly block the T of Pont, also kind of blocks the E of arrive, which Josh put out there previously. That it looks like that would not quite empty the bag. So there'd be 1 tile left. So even if Jason gets a bingo, Josh still has 1 more turn. I would be looking at doing something like that. Matt, do you have any other thoughts on this turn?
The one thing that stands out to me about Jason's previous play is he played Feg over Fog. And that to me says he probably didn't have either of the unseen O's. He also probably didn't have the V or the W. Feg is a really weird play. So OOVW probably were in the bag before Jason made his draw. And when I see that, those don't seem to combine super well with my leave. So I think in this instance, yeah, I would just give up on my chances of bingoing. I'd play some kind of defense if I can and just blow up the rack, play as long as I can, score as many points as I can.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Jason would certainly be playing the V or the W that turn if at all possible, and would be playing off an O. Even if he had just 1, he would probably play off the O rather than the E. And so the playing off the E indicates to Josh that Jason has the other one, which means the E is not going to sort of, if he tried to play off like GN, for example, try to bingo through this T, he's never going to get an E to help him with that goal. And so maybe there's less of a reason to try to fish when the chances that you draw VWOO, some combination of those is pretty high.
Yeah, I think just snog and wax makes plenty of sense here. Don't need to try to bingo again in this game. And 5 tiles are left in the bag right now, so playing 4 makes quite a bit of sense if you're Josh. We'll see what he decides to do. He might get aggressive and try to run up the spread here. If he wins this one by enough, then even if Jason's able to go 2-1 over the next 3, he might not win the series. So that could be huge if he gets another bingo down. I think we found all the solutions except, snogging. Noggings is the one I don't think was mentioned in chat. Noggings, the anagram of snogging. And I learned a new word on that quiz for sure. Sing song, one of the solutions in there, takes 2 back hooks. It takes an S, sing songs, but it also takes a Y, sing songy. So you all learned something new today, valid in both lexica. You're welcome. One of you will play that one day. Please take a picture and send it to me when you do. Sing songy.
Yeah, and if that play ends up winning you prize money, you do have to cut half of the check to Matt over here in the booth.
Absolutely.
So Josh taking his time here. We're possibly running out of things to say, but he's going to win this game. He's going to be in commanding position. I shouldn't say commanding. Commanding might be overstating it. He's going to be in the lead in this series with at least 2 more games to play, trying to come out ahead in this best of 8. I can only imagine that we'll be continuing to see these players until an outcome is reached.
All right,
I think we are seeing from our director that, yes, that is the case. We could sneak in another game from another match, given that we'll definitely be able to go back to Josh and Jason in a future game, or we could just see how this series goes. We'll figure it out and make sure to let everybody know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to me to let these 2 players spar repeatedly until one of them is dead. That seems the most Game of Tiles appropriate as well to me. ENG for 4. You greedy boy.
Yeah, he just wants to pile it on here. He wants to get one final bingo, sort of as an FU, like, yeah, I'm totally dominating you here at Game of Tiles, and my house reigns over yours, so to speak. We'll see what his draw is. We do know Jason's not going to be bingoing on this turn.
Might as well just take your middle finger and extend it in the air right across the board. Ang for 4 when you're winning by 140. All right, Josh. We'll see if Jason's psychology changes now. 3 tiles in the bag. Are his spidey senses going to go off? Is he going to try to play some defense? First, he's going to look at that unseen pool and see it's not actually that strong, but you probably held something like INORS, INOST, maybe GINOS are the most likely, and maybe something like groin. But I don't know. It still doesn't look all that strong. So I don't know. Is Jason going to block? Is he going to play offense? We'll see.
Yeah, this is a kind of an interesting decision here. I would be very tempted by a play like Vow just to stop Josh from doing whatever he intends to do. But maybe I would actually prefer, he is playing WoW. I guess I would like out for a few more points. Doesn't matter too much. So that if Josh bingos like here, maybe I bingo out here and make up some spread that way. Because at this point, if you're trying to block bingos, if you're Jason, you don't have the flexibility of playing here or here. You just like pick one and block it and hope you pick the right one. And that maybe that decision was unappealing enough that he's like, I'm not going to block either of those.
Well, Josh is going to bingo now. He has drawn just 1 on this turn. He can bingo through the T in Pont with stoiting, CSW only word. Stoit means to bounce, and stoiting will be 60 more points. Will bring Josh well into the 500-point range. I don't know why he hasn't played it yet. Maybe he's going to figure out, like, is co-leader a threat through the E? Do I want to pass my bingo and make sure you don't bingo, or should I just play mine, and if you have yours, you have yours? He's got the time to do the math.
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking Jason just fished a little bit, and so, what do I need to do here? He also kind of made a face, and I'm not an expert on facial psychology by any means, but it kind of looked like you could interpret it as not really sure of stoiting and doesn't want to lose a turn on a phony here. We see him looking at the ceiling for answers. Ceiling probably doesn't have answers unless somebody wrote answers on there ahead of time. But maybe he's not quite sure of stoiting and really wishes it was good and doesn't know for sure.
Oh, man, to fish for the bingo for 4 and then to chicken out on the bingo. Somebody who knows Josh well is going to make a little bit of fun of him after this. I'm not quite close enough to him where I think I can do that in good faith. Thank you, Des Plays Games, for the donation. We appreciate you. We appreciate all of the Let's Play Scrabble super fans out there as well. It is the people like you who keep Scrabble streams up and running. We truly could not do it without you. So thank you. We appreciate it.
And for people just joining us after the lunch break, maybe you're new since the lunch break, didn't catch the morning session for whatever reason. If you haven't heard us harp on this already, make sure to click the like button. Make sure to click the subscribe button so you never miss one of these Let's Play Scrabble streams, and possibly become a Scrabble super friend with a $5 donation by clicking that join button.
And there's going to be so much coming on the Let's Play Scrabble channel over the next few months. It is a great time to be a super friend. Montreal Scrabble Classic, Causeway Challenge, Albany 4th of July Boblin Superstars. That's just some of the tournaments. I have a whole list somewhere in my notes. It'll be a great time to have the extra swag next to your name. Josh Greenway does so much for the game. It is such a good time to be a Scrabble fan. I would be so tilted here. You mean you're going to sit there for over 2 minutes and then play Stoiting? Jason's face says exactly the same thing. Why? Why? All right, fine.
Yeah, I think Josh just wasn't sure, and he hasn't drawn a tile yet, so might be on hold. These are the kind of columns only words that are kind of confusing to keep straight, because stoiter is a word. Stoiter takes an S, and so maybe stoiting isn't a word because stoiter doesn't mean one who stoits. But we do know stoiting is a word. We do see confirmation from wordjudge.me. Thanks, Art Moore, for wordjudge.me. That's the kind of stuff that it's just really hard to keep straight.
Yeah, it is. And for 5 points, nobody's going to fault you for throwing the challenge on it, especially in this situation. So Josh is going to reach into the bag, draw the last tile, which is an R. Jason will just try to make his best end-game sequence, probably play as many of the big tiles as he can. And that's going to be it for this one. Josh Castellano with an emphatic victory, going to win by about 200 when it's all said and done. Josh Castellano going to go up 3-2 in the best of 8 versus Jason Keller. And we'll see. Jason's going to be backed into a corner now. He's got to go 2-1, but more likely 3-0, given the spread deficit is what he needs in the next 3 to make it to tomorrow's grand finals. I want to give one more shout out to SRKT9ML for your donation. We appreciate you as well. Thank you to everybody. And thanks to everybody even just hanging out with us today. We wouldn't be doing this without the viewership numbers that we have. So thanks to all of you for watching. Thanks especially to those hanging out in chat, keeping me entertained. Because, this would be way more boring if people weren't watching live.
Yeah, I think what would be the point here if nobody was watching this? So again, huge shout out, big love to all the viewers out there, chatting or not chatting, logged into YouTube, not logged into YouTube, watching this after the fact. Even I know a lot of players, don't want to sit through the 50-minute games, so they wait until the games are over and put it on two times speed, get through everything in 4 hours rather than 8. If you're watching this after the fact, we love you too.
Oh, and a $1 tip to the commentators. Thank you, Penumbra. Thanks for the entertainment between games as well from you. We've been playing on Woogles in between games, so thank you for that. We appreciate all of you. Jason just trying to figure out what his best end-game sequence is, and if I could give him some advice, it would be to play Advice through the I and Ino site. Just 18 points, but does get rid of the D, V, and C that you would otherwise be eating on this rack. So that's what Jason ought to do here.
Yeah, we did see it noted in chat that possibly another reason to challenge stoiting is if it does come off. Jason has perfect knowledge of the bag. He knows that he can draw an R out of the bag and possibly pull off some endgame shenanigans where he gets an unblockable bingo in 2 spots. So there was a lot of upside to challenging stoiting rather than just the sort of aspirational, I kind of hope this comes off the board, so let's see if it does come off the board.
Oh, great point. Yeah. You don't want to play a phony in a situation where your opponent can then empty the bag and know exactly what they're going to draw. That is a great point. But not a phony. Stoiting was valid. Josh has 544 points after the ENG to stoiting 1-2 punch.
Looks like Jason might be getting close to advice here. He is got 3.5 minutes left to draw this out if he wants to increase the pain on the commentators, but we do see him just go for advice for 18.
All right, advice does indeed come down. Well done to Jason, making his best play one more time, even though this one feels over. 362 to 544 the spread before Josh plunks this R. Best he can do is 6 points in the bottom left quarter of this board. And I'll get ready to shut up as we'll cut to overhead mic just as soon as Josh makes his outplay.
Ooh, leaving 1 point on the table versus you are. We'll see if that comes back to haunt him, but we'll switch to overhead mic now.
You're 5 out of 8.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
It's like, well, I guess we'll both bingo out.
Yeah. No. I mean, I from turn 3, I bricked everything.
Yeah.
Even I had AHA when I left this. And that's the thing, because because I left and I'm like, you know what? Because I saw that I had Zyme in a couple spots, but I'm like, actually, I like this.
Yeah,
this is what
that's
it does.
better. Yeah.
And I still have the Zed in nice position,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, I'm fine with this because I'm drawing 5.
Yeah.
And then other than, I mean, I don't know what I was supposed to do. Like with Walk, I was very close to playing LEU here, but then I'm like, but then I have W and A's, and it just Even I did when I played when I played Tech, I don't know, say turn my tile over because I had
I didn't see that.
I had FEELGAD as opposed to FEELGAD, which was quite the theme here.
Yeah.
To get more, I'm at least it's funny because I actually saw Fumarole with the E first, and then I was like, no.
Oh, right. Oh, Fumarole. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to strategize a little more and not be.
Yeah.
I mean, other than me. I mean, maybe, but honestly, it's like, I mean, I'm getting lead balloons there. You're up. I mean, the only thing is that, and I'm guessing did you pick up the Blake after Saronic?
No, I picked it up after Pont. That was the extremely lucky draw, and after the draw Pont, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Because when I played this, I kept EIXR blank, and I can't lose at that point. It's like it's gonna be really tough for you to come back.
Yeah.
The
Well,
draw is
especially
too good.
I mean, that's and I think I thought straight it and like
Yeah, still.
yeah, I'm just like okay, I'm thinking straight her.
Oh.
And that's why I'm like, wait a second, I don't remember the second one.
Yeah,
But I mean, at that point, it's just like, okay, I'm gonna lose that.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have pulled the trigger on that, but this is like it's a verb meaning to stagger.
But I know that was I saw and I'm like, oh, maybe I drew Quad Leader. No.
Yeah.
Well, and it was like, or maybe maybe I should have just. What would it? Yeah, I mean, not that. I mean, it's very academic. I was gonna say. If. Yeah, I should have counterintuitively. I should have fished the E for Lacewood.
Oh.
Because I had that. I had. Yeah. No.
Really?
No, not
Okay.
actually. Really. No. These are flights of fancy that obviously I'm not winning this game. So
you were overwhelmingly favored to hit here after WoW. And then,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah. So this game went.
I mean.
All right, well, fantasy, the only way Jason was winning that game. He did have the 102-point double-double to start, but nothing happening for him after that. Josh Castellano leads 3-2 in our best of 8 semifinals. Breaking news from the other semifinal bracket, Adam Logan has lost a game. Matthew Tunnicliffe now trails 4-1. Matthew, though, with the uphill task of he has to beat Adam Logan by an average of that's a lot of noise. He has to beat Adam Logan by an average of 120 points per game. We'll see if he's up for it. These are the standings we've seen so far. We're going to cut to break. We'll be back soon.
Don't go anywhere. Still a lot more Scrabble to come. Oh, we're back to us. And we also see Silkel won a game. So some of these low-ranked or struggling players finally pulling it out right when it doesn't matter as much. But we'll hopefully see some competitive brackets, not just in this championship bracket, but in the consolation bracket as well. But I think players need a break. We need to figure out exactly what we're doing. So as Matt just said, we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. A lot more Game of Tiles still to play.
A lot more Game of Tiles soon. Perhaps you can be subscriber number 6567. All right, I'll stop. Cut me off. Colby says, Matt, I've had enough of that one. All right, we'll be back real soon. As soon as Jason's ready to play, we'll be back on the board. Don't go anywhere.
See you.
Well, we are approaching killing time here at the game of time. Josh has Jason Keller 3-2 in a best of 8. A Josh win here would not necessarily be the elimination of Jason Keller, but Jason would need back-to-back mammoth wins over Josh if he drops this game. It is getting interesting. I'm Matt Canick. This is Charles Ranke. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, and we can cut back over to the board now because I don't want to make these guys wait anymore. Josh and Jason, round 6 coming your way right now. Charles, you stoked?
Yeah, this is going to be a great one for sure, as we've seen between these players many times already this tournament. And honestly, previous Let's Play Scrabble productions have often featured both these players. As you mentioned, Matt, Jason really needs a win here. It's not going to kill him outright to lose here, but I think that kind of qualifies as being knocked off your horse and trampled a little bit. You're not dead, but you're close to it.
Not dead, but close to it if you don't win this game. AEFST, a good start for Jason. These last 2 tiles could spell a bingo, or he could double his A and double his T. Ouch. 1 5-letter word probably warrants a play here from Jason. That's FETTA. I could also see a case to be made for playing small, something like aft or fat. You playing long, Charles?
I think with the strength of the AEST leave and the relative weakness of just keeping AS, I'd take the 12-point sacrifice and just do something like fat. Maybe aft to set up double doubles. He's got the S for saft if he plays it here. Maybe, but the aft takes so many other things in front of it. Maybe that's maybe a little bit aggro. He's a little desperate, but he's not that desperate. So I think I like just fat here.
All right. Fat is a rather volatile play as opposed to feta. Glurges the opening rack for Josh Castellano, and he is going to drop this out super quick. Glurges, its anagrams luggers and slugger and gurgles. Wow, 4 bingos out of UGG. That's nuts. But this is the highest scoring from Josh. He's wasted no time on it.
Yeah, this is actually very intimidating bingo knowledge, I would say, because rather than taking one of the easy, obvious choices like slugger or luggers, he just immediately goes for the least likely, the least knowable one of glurges and just plays it like it's nothing. It takes 26 seconds to hit the board. So a nice intimidation tactic here by Josh, just picking the craziest bingo he could find immediately, slapping it down. And then we're going back over to Jason. That AEST leave was great, but not if you draw AEI.
AEI, man, winter is coming. And by winter, I mean all of the vowels. That's what we said about fat. It's a great play when you draw the bingo, and you're more than a coin flip to draw a bingo, roughly 55% to bingo next turn for Jason. But AEI, a brutal draw. Not only has he missed on bingos, but he can't score anything this turn either. These are so tough to deal with. AIA for 16 looks like the highest possible score for him.
Yeah, this is a rough turn. I do kind of like this play of EA versus something like AIA in the same spot, just because it's slightly less likely to go wrong when you're only playing 2 tiles. You basically guarantee that if you draw bingo, it will play here. And you've got that floating L and R of glurges that make this vowel-heavy leave a little bit more acceptable. So I think this is the right idea from Jason.
Yeah, you have to draw the bingo now. Don't draw 2 more vowels, Jason. Don't draw 2 more vowels, Jason. Get some consonants. Maybe one that even scores some points. Nice. Airiest. Good. All right, Jason will bingo, not the first time, but the second time he's more than a coin flip to draw a bingo. DFILNYY, the post-bingo draw for Josh Castellano. Lots of fairly equivalent options available to him on this turn. This is probably one where you buckle down and think for a little bit. Any of these options jumping out to you early, Charles?
If I'm Josh, I'm thinking Jason is so obviously fishing. This could be nothing but a fish, this play of EA, which means what am I most concerned about here? I'm not really concerned about 7s here. I could play FY. Ooh,
Oh.
fix it. All right, great.
Ooh, caught it.
I'm not really concerned about sevens here because if you sevens here, I get this triple in response. I'm mostly concerned about double doubles. So I would be looking to block either the U or the R with Fundy or possibly Ferd FYRD. Josh goes for Fundy here. I think it's the right call here to just block that double double and let Jason have his smaller bingo elsewhere.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. So I just won't say anything at all. Well done, Charles, on your analysis there. There were no possible double doubles for Jason on this rack, but of course, Josh can't know that. And here comes Ariest, his highest scoring bingo, 68 points. Going to set up a big, big front hook, depending on who draws that H. There's another front hook, I believe, as well. Several other front hooks, actually. F, L, and V all there as well. Wow, wow, wow.
So both Fs have been played. We don't have to worry about Farius, but 2 Vs and 2 Hs unseen mean that this is a very big spot, and we'll see who gets there first or if it kind of gets blocked in the course of play.
Yeah, you don't want to leave that open, but you don't want to make a huge sacrifice to close it off either. There is one candidate play for Josh on this turn that blocks the spot, Bailey, Bailey. Scores 28, holds QI together, addresses that nightmare H play that could come down or V play that could come down. I don't hate that option there if I'm Josh, but I also hate the Q a whole lot. Playing it here makes some sense as well. How would you approach this turn, Charles?
If I'm Josh, I'm thinking, okay, if I play Bailey, can I still be hit here? And if I'm still hit here, maybe I don't care very much about playing Bailey if it doesn't achieve exactly what I want to achieve. And it does seem kind of hard to continue to hit this spot in front of Arias once Bailey comes down. So I think that's a vote in favor of Bailey. As you mentioned, it keeps the Q. That's not something you want to do if you can help it. But Josh doesn't have a good Q play here. He can play QI here. That's about as good as he can do. And he might just be forced to keep it for one turn, even though it doesn't have a lot of upside here.
Only five eyes left in the bag already this early on in the game. Would you maybe play QI and AI underneath Arias to set yourself up, lock the V spot, 13 points?
Oh, that is actually an interesting idea because you immediately, if your opponent doesn't have an eye or doesn't otherwise block this spot, you have at least bile guaranteed in that spot for 34 points or however much it scores. So I think there is something to be said for getting creative here with the use of your Q. You don't get to score with it this turn, but you maybe get to score with it next turn off after it's off your rack. So that might be an option here. I don't know if maybe playing BYRE through this R of Glurges also could be an option just to score points, but maybe doesn't do any of the things you want other than scoring points.
Oh boy, these are some of my favorite turns when you've got different options that do completely different things. You've got two spots to play QI, you've got Bailey, you've got Bayer. They're all very different plays. Josh is going to play QI and AI for 13, and the engine approves. This is Quackle's top simulating play. Way to go, Josh. QI for 13 looks bonkers, but seems right.
Yeah, and luckily for Jason, he's got exactly what he needs to address the threat. He doesn't have an eye, which would maybe be better. He'd have something like Jin across here, but instead he can just do Jin here for 34 points, keeping a really nice lead of AENT. It's I think either that or Ninja on this turn. The slightly different things, maybe putting the A out, keeping ENT has some upside too, but it's got to be one of these two plays.
Given that he's just played QI for 13 when he could play QI for 14, I think an I is in my opponent's range a lot, and I don't want to play JINN and set up the back I hook if I think my opponent's got it. So Ninja with a little bit of inference feels like the right thing to do here. JINN also taking a crucial E back hook in CSW and the D front hook. Ninja feels like the right move from Jason, and he's made it.
Yeah, nice job by Jason there. And I think you're right, Matt. Once you infer the I, you can't really do Jin, even though your leave is slightly improved by keeping AENT. Jason does take a small lead here. He's up 127 to 111. And now with that QI spot that he set up now blocked, Josh is going to have to figure out something else to do. And he got something nice through the A, but it's kind of a hard word to know is good. If anybody's going to know it, it's him. But this one's going to be tough. Yabbied, Yabbied, through the A of Ninja. Possibly one of his candidate plays here.
I did not realize yabby was a verb in CSW. I actually learned this word at a tournament about 12 years ago. I was staying at a youth hostel in New Orleans, was trying to describe crawfish to this Australian couple I met. And they were like, oh, it's a yabby. I'm like, oh, what? So a yabby is a crawfish. And I guess you can go out yabbying or catching crawfish in CSW. And here it comes. No, dabby coming instead. Is this good?
This does not appear to be good. We'll see. Can we tell if Jason is holding here? Doesn't appear to be. That's way quicker than a courtesy draw would be.
Wow.
So,
phony.
Are we going to say that's knowledge saddest?
Huh. Well, this does give Jason Monteau, so maybe he just said forget it. Monteau, I don't think, played otherwise. So actually accepting the phony's almost definitely right for Jason in this instance, even if he's confident it's no good. What a swing.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that wrinkle, but I think Jason realized it immediately. We hadn't been looking at Jason's letters. Didn't realize he had the 7 that was homeless and is now playable. I think definitely worth it to keep it on the board. Given that Davy was only 34 points, Jason's definitely making up that difference with his bingo versus whatever his next best play was.
Oh boy, this is a fun turn for Josh. All of a sudden his lead has disappeared. He sneaks a phony by and gets bingoed on immediately. And now EILNOOW. Strongest play for him is rather tough to spot. In fact, many of the top plays on this turn are quite tough to spot. So we'll see. But Josh's best play plays 5 tiles and scores 31.
Yeah, this is a weird one. It involves a weird hook that I honestly hadn't thought about until the engine is telling me that it exists. The hint is it's on fats. There's a hook there that you might not think of. I certainly hadn't thought of it, but maybe I'll think of it going forward now that it's being demonstrated to us.
It's a word I was called a lot in middle school, so you can probably figure it out. Woolly, WOOLIE, making fatso is the play for Josh Castellano. I just want to point out Jason's post bingo draw, AEIOS blank blank. Whoa.
I think that makes up for the botch draw after fat.
Yeah. You're going to draw a bunch of vowels after fat and draw 3 vowels into AEST. Well, fine. The tile bag is going to give you something nice later on.
So Josh, as you mentioned, Matt, his good plays here are kind of tricky. He's got that fatso spot. He doesn't necessarily have to do woolly. He could do something like owo there for looks to be 22 points. Keeping a stronger leave, maybe keeping I and G together and trying to hit something to the G of glurges. That would be one option. I'd also be a little bit tempted by something that just goes through here and scores 1,000,000 points with 1 pointers. I think we had a very similar situation to this one in the one of the Tunnicliffe Logan games where Eloin and Olean, maybe in this exact spot, were strong plays. They're also strong plays in this situation.
Yeah, those are also tough to spot, but reasonable plays. Owo, Eloin, Olean, and Woolly, all high degree of difficulty, but all wonderful plays for Josh out of a tricky rack. Jason has insane double-doubles through the R and airiest available to him. Something like Avoiders is going to score a ton, backhooking Chin as well. And I don't think Josh is going to do anything to obstruct that no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. Anything that Josh comes up with is not going to be in this area of the board.
Except this one play. He set up Woolier to the R in
yes.
Would do it. Wow. This is not his best play. Woolly to the E, Owo, Olean, all probably stronger, but it just happens to work out great for him here.
Yeah, this is a good stroke of fortune here, although it's still going to be tough for him going forward. This play leaves him down by 30, and Jason's going to be bingoing for sure with an S and 2 blanks. And actually,
I wouldn't say
yeah,
for sure.
maybe not.
OARS and QINS is 36 and holds EI blank blank. Jason has no bingo that scores more than 77, and any of the 77 pointers expose a triple triple on top of Woolier. So I don't know. Oars actually looks pretty reasonable here.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about that spot, so he no longer can double double here, but it's, I think, almost certainly worth just taking this spot out. Cashing in the S, which doesn't do a whole lot for you. He does have the S for Manteau's. I'm double checking here. Manteau does take an S and an X. It's hard to keep those straight sometimes, or not even sometimes. It's hard to keep those straight all the time. But there's this S hook here that he's giving up by playing off the S in this spot. I think it's worth it given that he has 2 blanks. He can make one of those an S and just bingo in this spot if he needs to next turn.
Yeah. One of the checks is going to be what are the hooks to Manteau, those EAU words? Do they pluralize with S, X, or both? It's so tricky to keep them straight. We'll see if that comes into play later on for Jason, but I think whether or not Manteau's takes an S or an X, Oars is a strong play for him here. He's going to make it. I like it.
Yeah, I think that this is going to work out well for him given the 2 blank situation. It's really, really hard to not bingo next turn after this play. And when you're scoring 36 on a board where there's not a whole lot going on, that just feels really nice. Taking a bingo size lead with both blanks, very strong play.
He's found a C and an H, so now his bingos are going to score quite well. One bingo for Josh Castellano, and he's found it arranged will bring him within 8 points, at least temporarily. And we'll see. Jason can bingo here for as much as 97, but he can burn just one of the blanks now, CHEEP, on top of arranged, holds I blank and scores 62. So he's set up Cheapy, CHEAPIE, which would play for 96 above Woolier. Charles, 96 now or 62 and hold a blank?
Oh, this is a close call. This is another one where it feels like maybe passing up the bingo is called for here. I would be if I did spot the word of Copihue, COPIHUE, I would be tempted by that. I would see myself scoring 97 points and think this is okay. This, even if I'm giving back this C, this is enough points to make it worth it. But with 2 blanks on your rack, it's hard to iterate through everything. It's hard to find everything. It might be nice to just play off one of the blanks and only have one of them on your next turn, sort of make it easier on yourself.
Oh man, he's found Copihue, which is impressive as heck, counting it 97 points, but cheap for 62, also really strong. The one thing I don't like about Copihue is if my opponent happens to draw a bingo down from C and bingos for 90, I don't really have an advantage, and I feel like I should have an advantage after this turn no matter what. Cheap holding a blank feels good, but 97 always feels great.
Yeah, and it's like the conventional wisdom that the blank is worth 30. It might be a slightly different valuation in columns. But anyway, the folk wisdom has always been the blank is worth 30. And so if you're looking at Copihue versus cheap strictly from a points perspective, that's really close to the point where you would use your heuristic to just say this is worth burning a blank for, or just playing one blank for 30 fewer points. So that heuristic maybe doesn't help as much as you want on this turn just because it's so close. As you mentioned, Matt, putting the C out here sort of leaves you vulnerable to bad situations that you're not vulnerable to after cheap. Also playing Copihue, maybe Josh has like SAX in response or something bad like that. And then he can get sort of back into this game without even doing any work to speak of. You just give him a spot for 50 points or however much that scores. So maybe cheap is called for here. just to be a little bit more defensive. There's not a lot going on this board other than, some floaters of Manteau. And you don't want to make your opponents come back easier than it absolutely has to be.
Yeah, SAX or SAZ would be so sad after you play Copahew or Cheapy, but you're still in great position. Maybe the thing that would decide this for me is the X is very strong on this board between the OX spot underneath Wollier and the Manteau's hook, which is valid, in addition to the place to play above the ED and arranged. So maybe I just want to play all 7 of my letters now, try to get S, X, Z, some of those other goodies. It's going to be pretty hard to lose after that happens. I think maybe slight advantage towards the bingo in my head, but it's a great problem to have, but a challenging problem to have.
Yeah, and actually now that I'm thinking about it, keeping I blank could go wrong here with 2 V's, 2 U's, 5 O's, unseen 4 I's. A lot of the good consonants are already out of the bag, and there's a lot of junk to be drawn in here. You could, and especially with the board the way it is, you could see a leave like I blank not actually bingoing next turn, which would push you more towards just do it now rather than risking not getting a bingo in the future. And we do see him go for the bingo. We're going to see these blanks, if they're designated correctly, an O for the first blank and a U for the second blank.
This is going to be great. Our blank designation script is going to pop off. I love this new feature, but we've had it seems like several times this weekend already. Both blanks have been played in the same word. So we're going to see Copahew up there twice. And I'm sure that's not how you pronounce the word. It's Chilean, so Copiwe, perhaps. But
yeah,
whatever
probably.
that word, however you say it, at 97 points. Great play from Jason.
Yeah, really nice find with 2 blanks, especially with the synergistic CHP as your consonants. That could be a million different things, and only 1 bingo actually played in that specific spot. So a really nice, precise find there by Jason.
I would have played SAG 8 seconds ago already. Like, if you're going to make a play like that, you want to tilt your opponent as strong as possible. Now, you do have the last S, so Manteau's is yours, unless the X comes there. Josh is looking at playing LERP, L-A-R-P, beneath Wollier for 29, holding that S back, but Copiwe's in SAG for 51. I don't know. It's a lot of points. You holding the S here, Charles?
Oh, this is another tough turn. Josh is down by about 100. And so it feels like a bingo is really necessary to get back in this game. A play like SAG, keeping EPLRR, it looks like that's not going to bingo very often. And after Jason's next play, you're still going to be down by maybe 80 points or at least 70 points. And so I'd be looking to do sort of more scoring using my P and one of my duplicate R's, something like LERP is 29, retains the S for Manteau's. If you really need to next turn, you still got the last S. This spot's not going away. You can just save that in reserve if your bingo plans don't work out.
And so LERP is what Josh is going to pull the trigger on. I think this makes sense in a lot of universes. I guess you can still play Copiwe's and SAG next turn if you miss the bingo. But the one other thing that's going to keep your odds alive in this game, if you're Josh, is MYC. There's one unseen C, and that spot really doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. So a sneaky bingo line, if you can beat Jason to the C, means this board's going to stay open enough for you. I don't know. I would have played SAG, but LERP makes sense too.
Yeah, I think either one could have worked out. We see Jason playing this very quickly. He's worried about that C, as he rightfully should be. But he does have, I guess this is, how much is this? 39 points. He did have some plays here from the L of Glurges. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's definitely worthwhile just to block the C.
Yeah, he could have slid this over 1 square for 5 extra points, making OOR and KOP a 5-point sacrifice to knock out the C. But when you're ahead by this margin, this is exactly the kind of sacrifice you're happy to make. Take away the nightmare scenario. I like it from Jason.
Yeah, I think a very good idea. At first, I was a little confused, but I had forgotten about this C, which is maybe the primary concern, the primary way that Josh gets back into this game. And I think he was on hold a little bit as well, because I think that one is it's not offensive, but it's a little bit off color, possibly could have been removed. I see the definition in Collins as a book produced in magazine format. So a totally inoffensive definition for that one, but still worth double checking. Back over to Josh now. He's got his arm in the way of his letters, but I've already got that down. He's got the V, he's got the U, he's got the G, he's got two I's. We were talking about, he was going for a bingo with his leave of GRS. His bingo chances are so far away now, as I would say that's almost a game-losing draw for him.
Yeah, you should have drawn different letters. And if I've got VUIIG on my rack at the same time, I would also put my arm in the way so I don't have to look at it anymore. I don't see how Josh comes back and wins after this one, but he's going to have to try something. I think the right line now is just hope you get super lucky. Either SAU or SAV, try to draw that C and hit an MYC bingo to catch back up in this game. I think you got to take points now, though.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to turn down 48 or 57 points, even if it means getting rid of your S, which is your key to bingoing in this location. There's still an outside chance that, as you say, Matt, he draws something making MYC, or just draws something through the A of Manteau if it stays open. Maybe Jason decides he wants to make a 5-top play here that gives something back. But it's going to be pretty tough without starting with this sort of 50-point play that he's got available.
How do you win this game? I mean, the Copiwe spot is not going away unless Jason makes a massive sacrifice to obstruct it. So that seems unlikely, but I don't know. Like, you need to hit that spot and bingo to win this game. I think just bingoing won't do it anymore. I'd take it.
Yeah, this is, I think, an okay idea. He's maybe thinking he'll play this now while it's available, getting rid of his worst clunkers and hoping the game slows down enough that he can draw sacks and then bingo through the A, maybe like a 3-play plan versus a 2-play plan. But no matter what he does on this turn, it's going to be really hard for him to come back.
Yeah, I think you need points now and a miracle draw in the next 2 turns. Jason going to drop ZE for 46. ZLTE also playable on that turn for 54, but there is no way you make that play at this score. Good job from Jason there.
Yeah, can't open the triple at this score, and otherwise the pretty obvious option is just do ZE. This does everything he wants. It obstructs that floater, that A that's floating out. Also the U a little bit, and scores 46 points, keeping a balanced leave. That's basically checks all the boxes.
Josh has drawn into a bingo. He keeps IIRS, pulls CDO. So he's drawn the bingo starting with a C that he was hoping for, Cirsoid, CIRSOID. Plays with MYC for 72, also plays with Manteau's for 84, and opens up the bottom of this board. I think at this point you've got to take all the points you can and just hope you get a really, really lucky draw.
Yeah, he's got it set up, so he's definitely going to play this one, and as you say, he just has to hope for something really fortunate to happen. I guess, would there be a reason that he could play it here? Does it obstruct less? It doesn't seem like it. Neither one really gives back a nice spot, other than this sets up the D and the triple line. Jason's going to play here, but if for some reason he doesn't, maybe you get something coming back here, or like an X bomb in this area. And we are seeing a challenge on Manteau, which I think is what we expected, given the total arbitrary nature of these words that end in EAU.
If anybody has a trick on how to remember these EAU S versus X words, please let me know. I'm sure there's probably a Sporkle quiz out there somebody's made at some point, but yeah, definitely just throw the 5 at this if there's any doubt, if you're Jason Keller. The nightmare would be if Josh draws Neolith out of the bag. Thank you, Cosmic Authority, for pointing that out, Neolith and CH, but that is not possible. You can see the unseen pool from Jason's perspective, EEHIITTUWX. Game Jason.
Yeah, that's all she wrote for this game. Josh is not going to get nearly what he needs to come back in this one. He might draw the X here, but the X, it was good a few turns ago pre-lerp. There was something to be said for the X. The X upside is pretty significantly reduced here. Oh, I think I just got a little bit of an echo. Hopefully we get that resolved.
Yikes, yeah. I will work on that on my end if I can. But Jason appears like he can do anything. Those unseen fools are so garbage that there's not a threat he has to worry about. Unless there's like an X play I'm not seeing, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I feel like he does have to do his due diligence that there's not something on top here that could really hurt him. He also has to make sure there's not something through the D of Cersoid that would score a million points with the X there. And he doesn't really have any natural plays through this D. If he wanted to block it, he would be looking at just something like NO here for 17 points, however much that scores, which is totally reasonable. It sort of stops some unforeseen bad things from happening. But it just really has to make sure that nothing bad can happen to him with the X that Josh probably has on his rack.
Yeah. These situations are nice where you can do anything and win. Is Jason going to be super, super paranoid and block the D? Remember, spread is a huge factor in this matchup. Jason down 2-3 and down 3-17 on spread. Every point matters at the game of tiles. The game of tiles where you either win or you lose on spread. So he wants to maximize, not just block the D and guarantee the win. He wants to win by as much as possible. I think playing novel at the top is actually the way to do that.
Yeah, we are seeing pointed out in chat that Exude, which Josh actually has drawn, is still in play. That might be the only thing that you have to worry about on the bottom, but it is a thing to worry about at the bottom. Whereas I actually don't see any fives with an X that would play up here. Something like Twixt doesn't quite fit. So yeah, novel just feels really nice to end the game, and it probably works out okay for you given that you score 33 points, holding a 50-point lead. But you don't want to tempt fate. You don't want to give 60-point play back to your opponent, and maybe some horrible thing happens in the end game and you draw UII. I guess you wouldn't be drawing UII because your opponent would be playing Exude, but something horrible like that.
Yeah. I guess Exude. I mean, your opponent would have to have EEUX on the post bingo draw. I can't do the math on that in my head, but I would guesstimate it's sub 20% and probably let it go. And then that's exactly what I'd get hit with.
Yeah, I think Jason's going to do a little bit of word finding in the available pool, and just because if he's missing more than just Exude, or if he doesn't see Exude, that completely changes the calculus on this turn. If he sort of incorrectly determines that there's nothing that can hurt him in this spot, that could be damaging based on, or it just could be a game-losing play depending on how it plays out. And this is a scenario where I sometimes get overly paranoid, possibly costing myself some spread. I'll make blocking plays down here, even if I don't see anything, if I don't trust my own ability to figure out what my opponent might have there. And I don't know if Jason is that paranoid of a player, but in games that I really, really, really want to win, I'll sometimes display that level of paranoia.
Yeah. No, the paranoia is warranted in most situations. Winning is so important in a Scrabble tournament, but winning a little bit less important here. Jason knows he's going to hang on and win this game. I can't see. It's a 50-point game, but I can't see how Exude actually loses for Jason.
Yeah, I think even if Exude comes down, that is 63 points, and he just gets something like TWO on top of Exude. He's going to be up by 18 even before his play, and Josh is not going to be going out with HII. Now, there might be, Jason doesn't know what Josh has. There might be situations where Josh goes out first with a big play making CH and after Exude, and that's just a horrible scenario that maybe you actually lose to.
You know what? Itchy pointing this out in chat. Jason spotting it right on cue as well. Veldt. I did not see this 5, but that is exactly what you do here.
Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, I think we had both overlooked that one. Just a hard word to spot. And it is emptying the bag. At this point, he just has to make sure he's not giving back a big CH. Bingo. Otherwise, this is going to win.
Yeah, all right. Veldt puts Jason up to 452, Josh at 374. And as Jason draws those last tiles out, he's going to, oh, yeah, you ain't got nothing, Josh. So game, Jason is going to level things off at 3-3, but Jason's still with the big uphill climb on spread. He'll probably need to go 2-0 and beat Josh 5-3, as the spread seems unlikely. But we saw Jason win game 1 by about 200 points. Never say never in Scrabble.
And we really appreciate Jason for winning this game, not just because we like it when he wins games. We do like it when he wins games. But this equalizes the series at 3-3, and this gives us some guaranteed matchups. At least one of these series is not going to end prematurely, and we'll be able to carry it through for the full 8 games.
Means free Scrabble for all of us at home, like extra innings in baseball. I'm always for extra innings, even if my team ends up blowing a lead to get them, because more baseball is always good. More Scrabble, always good as well. Everybody wins when Jason wins.
So looks like Josh's best play might just be to sort of, I guess he probably shouldn't throw in the towel by playing HOX, because he'll go out. That'll take him like 3 more turns to go out, and Jason might pip him for spread that's kind of unnecessary. The fun play here is Exile. Does that let him go out with HUI next turn? This is 38. I guess I have to see where Huey might go. Yeah, it would go under Lerp at the very least.
And under Dabby.
Yep. So that seems to be the play if you've got the presence of mind to look in this spot that seems utterly dead.
Oh, this is actually huge. Exile is not only the best end game, it is the best end game by 27 points.
Yeah, that is actually kind of what I expect, given how bad Hox is and how there's no other X plays. And certainly other plays that let you go out in 2 with the amount of power that you're doing with Exile. You do have to be aware of this little tricky insertion, Collins only knife, NIFE, which either means a knife or might mean a fist. I actually don't remember. Oh, no, I'm totally
it's iron
wrong.
or nickel and iron, right?
Yep, and for some reason you pronounce it as a word, even though it's just 2 chemical symbols. But that would be a very nice find here to cap what's kind of a disappointing loss for Josh.
That would be so sick. Exile is so hard to spot, but if you want to be one of the very best players in the world, these are the situations where you do it. It sucks that this is not like find Exile and you can win the game. Those are so fun to watch, but 27 spread points in a best of 8 is a lot.
Yeah, it would be cool if this was like a game-winning play. It would also be maybe a little bit more painful because it's so hard to find. And those are the plays that when I see I've missed them, I'm a little bit devastated because it's findable. These are all normal words that a Collins player who's been playing for as long as Josh has they know all those words like the back of their hands. It's just finding it in game, seeing this tricky spot. It's doable, but it's hard for a lot of players, myself included. I can't say for sure that Josh is in that category. I think he's made some great plays on stream in the past, but this is just the kind of play that's hard to find. And if it was a game-losing mistake here, I would just feel kind of bad.
This would be such a good puzzle. If anybody's compiling puzzles for a book, just change the score, make it a tie game or a close to a tie game, and say win, figure it out. There are 27 different scores at which this will work because it's the best in-game sequence by 27 points. But this is a really awesome one. How long do you think Nigel would have spent before he played Exile?
I think if he sees it, he probably identifies it as the best in-game pretty quickly. It really just comes down to play finding at this point, which Nigel, as in so many other aspects of the game, is really second to none.
Yeah, I'd say 22 seconds from Nigel probably, but Nigel's one of a kind.
Yeah, and I would say if we do want to compile this into a book, we probably also want to change this into Tabby or something like this.
You're right. That's a complicator.
We do understand why that stayed on the board. Manto was really a play that Jason needed to make, and we see it worked out for him in the end, leaving that 30-point Dabby on the board, taking his bingo, and he's going to equalize this at 3-3.
It's really easy. You just switch the T and fats with the D and Dabby. You make it fads and tabby. There we go. You can publish the book. Now you owe me some royalties.
And then we can forgive people for not playing Wooly because fadso is not a word.
Indeed. All right, everybody wins if you just flip those two tiles around. The universe is back the way it's supposed to be.
Unless would Fad have given? No, I guess it wouldn't have given him he would have played Fated possibly, but no, it still works. We'll say it still works.
Nigel saw Exile as soon as Jason played Airiest. Correct. Arranged wasn't on the board. Nigel doesn't care.
He probably saw it on turn 1 before any of this was on the board.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Josh still hasn't made a play yet, so we can safely assume that he has not spotted Exile, and he's probably spotted Hawks, and it's just like, that is so bad. Keeping E, E, I, U. You're giving up the H. You kind of think, oh yeah, I'd like to play UH as part of this endgame at some point. It's just HOX does not feel like the start to the correct endgame. Something like Hex maybe even feels a little bit better, but breaking up the X and the H so that you're playing them on 2 separate turns really does feel like the strategy here. That's how Exile is so successful. It plays off the X and 3 vowels and keeps the H for an outplay. You would want to do something similar to that, and unfortunately, Exile is just the way to do that.
Yeah, wild. That there's just one play that's so much better, and maybe those Spidey senses going off for Josh. But I mean, Tick's now what he's looking at, I think, or Dixie.
Dixie actually might do an out in 2 because he has Hugh here. You might not have another spot for HUE, which would be a downside. I was wondering if you might just do EX and Zex and then just do UH here and just not care at all about going out. I'd be sort of tempted if I don't see Exile to just, take bits of get them.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do here, but I would not find Exile. That's a very, very challenging play to find.
And yeah, here he just throws in the towel. He knows that this is going to be a long, drawn-out end game for him because it's going to take him a while to go out. But does score 36 points, which hard to argue with. It does get him above 400. There's something to be said about that.
All right, well, Jason's top end game now is hilarious. When your opponent has abysmal remaining tiles like EEIIU, you have the opportunity to play with your food a little bit. A best end game, according to the engine, is NY and NO. Set yourself up. There's nothing that Josh can do to stop you now.
Oh, wow. And then you get Tout the next turn.
Yep.
And yeah, as you say, you can play IO to try to stop it, but IO just continues to be a factor there. So that's a kind of fun end game that you get to pull off when your opponent does something like Hawks and knowingly leaves themselves with extremely inflexible letters.
All right, we're going to see Own instead and mercifully get to the end of this one a little bit faster.
Yeah, this feels like it can't be correct just because it gives back EINE, which is considerably, or no, I guess it's a slight improvement over Josh doing something like EE here. So maybe slightly wrong, but I think this endgame is tough for both players given the very weird nature of Josh's rack.
Yeah, Own can't be right, but whatever. EINE or EE coming down will make this one a little bit more respectable for Josh. But Jason winning the game that he desperately needed to win, forcing a game 7 And I mean, we'll see what happens with game 8. If Josh goes up 4-3 plus 350, I don't know that we show game 8 because Jason would have to win by 1,000,000 points. But hey, we'll see. We'll make that decision winner if we get there.
Yeah, Jason did want to win this game, but he did want to win it by is a fair way to put it. We do see him going out with Todd for 10. Again, now he's the one missing Fat, so that is a hard hook to spawn. Both players missed it, but nicely played by Jason. I think we can cut over to the overhead mic, see what they have to say in the postmortem.
Right, then 376.
Yep.
Then 422.
Yep.
Then 452.
Yep.
Then 474.
Yep.
Then 484.
Oh, sorry. How much is it?
10.
That's 10. That's
Yeah.
10. 84 and 6.
Yep.
490. So
Yeah.
427.
Yeah.
Yep. Good game.
Jeez. For some reason, yeah, that didn't look right to me. I mean, that didn't look right to me. Yeah. This is, I was like, well, no, because what was interesting was when you played this, I actually had avoiders for 100
Oh.
here
Damn.
with both blanks. And so I was like, let me take 36 and see what happens.
Oh, you were holding both blanks with
I was
the...
holding both. Well, yeah, when you played Wooly, I blocked avoiders and probably.
Okay,
various
you probably
others
don't
for
have any
100.
great like.
And I don't have any great. They were all
Yeah.
1 point. I had AEIOS blank, so I was
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
let me take my chance. And then it was funny because I was thinking of playing cheap there, just keeping one of the blanks, but I was just like,
Cheap. Shape maybe.
what?
Shape. CHAPE.
No, like CHEAP.
Oh, sorry, right
Yeah.
here. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
way more. Sorry, I was thinking here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
maybe.
that was- I was like, it was
it's-
close. And then,
it's
and then
close,
I
it's
knew
close.
I knew that was risky. I kind of felt like the points were worth it.
Yeah, I could have cashed this on 2 turns, but it seemed premature because I had decent scores. And the other thing is, this is not, you're not blocking this unless you want to play here for
yeah,
2.
that was well. The thing was
So-
when you played that, I thought there was a 5th S.
Oh,
So I was gonna play
that'd be
all
good
and
for
I'm
me.
That would, it was like that would
Yeah.
have been good for you, and then I looked and I'm like, oh no, you're
Yeah, you have to block
getting nervous over
Exude.
nothing. Yeah, right. I'm like, yeah, I was like, I probably have to block in this area.
Mhm.
So, oh my god, oh my god. Well, right, and what? Oh yeah, right. Right. Yeah, I left AEST here, and then I drew AIE. So that's why, and I'm like, oh well.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, well, that was the other thing about this was that I was trying to, the 2 R's were just getting in my way on everything. Because I was like, I would have loved to have.
Yeah, I wonder if my endgame there is correct. It's probably not.
Yeah,
I
well,
burnt all the time, and that's still probably
It's-
wrong.
Yeah, like, well,
It seemed like
yeah, but I guess,
Close enough.
Well, one thing is, I mean, yeah, like Copify is the only thing that actually does play up there. So yay me, I guess. Like, but yeah, no, it was like looking, and then like I said, because also, I don't know if you're not sitting at the S and I draw SZ or SF, SZ or SF, the game is
the game is
the
done.
game's
Yeah.
done. Yeah. I was like, okay, like that's okay. Like it was funny too. Like, it was like I almost had blocking stuff here, but not quite.
Oh.
Because I could have had like E.
Yeah.
Well, I could play like EM there.
EM. Huh. I didn't. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
thought you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I just thought I'm like, no, you know what? Take the score and stay ahead. And if you know, right. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Well, as we inch closer to our season finale of the Game of Finals, we'll see which players' heads get cut off it looks like Matthew Tunnicliffe is still holding on to his life just barely. He's defeated Adam Logan to go to 4-1 in that set, but he's going to need 3 consecutive big wins to knock Adam off. They're technically not killed off just yet. Jason Keller staving off his death for at least one more round, winning that one over Josh Castellano. So I think we're going to stay with Jason and Josh for at least round 7, as they're tied 3-3 right now. I've been thoroughly entertained. I'm glad we get more Scrabble. How you feeling, Charles?
I'm feeling good. This series is tied at 3-3. I made the analogy that Jason may have gotten knocked off his horse and kicked a few times, but I think he got back on the horse, is ready for, to swing that sword a couple more times, make one last valiant effort to win this series. Facing a huge spread deficit, it's not that likely. But if he can just win these next 2 games outright, he just wins it outright. So he's got a clear path forward to get this one for the glory of House Keller. But we're going to take a quick break. The players need a break. I think we need to do a little troubleshooting on our end. But don't go anywhere, because Game of Tiles still has 2 more games to go in this semifinals, day 2 of Game of Tiles.
2 games to go, 2 dire wolves over my shoulder. We'll be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere. Well, we must be getting to the end of season 2 of the Game of Tiles because we have seen another fatality. Let's look over at the standings so Charles can tell you which player has been eliminated from contention for $2,500. What do you got, Charles?
Yeah, we're seeing it here live in the flesh in this championship bracket. House Tunnicliffe falling to House Logan 5-1. Tunnicliffe pulling a 1 win out in game 5 to sort of keep his hopes alive, but he was knocked to the ground, a sword driven straight through his heart, and then his head lopped off for the fun of it by world champion Adam Logan. As I said, winning 5-1. We also see House O'Connor, Matthew O'Connor, taking down House Ubika in a very quickly played 8-game series, 6-2. I'm wondering if that last game was just a blitz game for fun or if that one was at real time controls.
Hearing from director Josh Greenway, they're having so much fun that they're actually playing game 9. Even though they were only supposed to play 8 games today, hey, if other people are continuing to play Scrabble, Jason Ubika is going to keep playing Scrabble too. So Matthew could win like 9 games or whatever. They're just going to keep on playing. I guess that's one advantage to playing your games crazy fast. You can sneak more games in if you want. But rest in peace, House Tunnicliffe. Thank you for your efforts, but you are no longer a character in the Game of Tiles. We'll see who else gets killed off this season. We know another death coming. Will it be Jason Keller? Will it be Josh Castellano? Each the last of their line, the final heir to their houses. One seeking ascendancy, the other one will be killed off. With just 2 episodes remaining, let's see who it is. Players are ready. Direwolves are ready. Charles is ready. Let's play Scrabble.
We got Josh going first this game. We look at the scoreboard underneath both players. 3-3 plus 254. So as we mentioned there, he wants to win by a bunch to make a potential. I guess no, I shouldn't say that. If he wins by not 300 points, it doesn't matter if he loses his last game. It's going to be over for him. So he's looking to reel off 2 straight wins here, just trying to win one of these 2, and he's going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, if I'm Jason, spread is not the matter. I need a 100% win here. Maybe if I take a huge early lead, I can think about closing this deficit, but win 2 games is really the MO for Jason. Don't get drubbed, the MO for Josh, but he would also love to just end this one now. EEHJORP, Jeep, and Hoper both look strong to me, Charles. Do you have a preference one way or the other?
At this early stage in the game, the J isn't that useful. It's not particularly useful at most stages of the game, but especially early in the game, the J isn't doing a lot for you. I'd be more tempted to just play off the J at this point for 26 points or something like Jeep, rather than Hooper, which scores 28, keeps the J for maybe some upside, but also kind of gives back. It puts the vowels in the bad spot and lets your opponent do some bad things to you. So I think all things considered, it's close. I'd probably take Jeep here just because I don't like the J this early in the game.
This looked close to me. Once I pushed the simulate button, Jeep jumped way ahead. Jeep looks to be about 5 or 6 points stronger than Hooper. So maybe not so tough a decision after all. JOE is actually the second best play according to the sim, several points ahead of Hooper as well. And that's what Josh is looking at now. That PH combination can do some serious damage.
Yeah, that's sort of some underrated synergistic aspects that I think Josh really excels at. He really thinks a lot about leaves. And he studies them, as we mentioned, although we did get word in chat that he has not graduated to studying 4-tile leaves. So he's not actually going to be able to tell us what the value of EHPR is. He probably would have a better chance of telling us what the value of HOR is. Maybe we'll grill him about that after the game, but he does go for Jeep here, which the computer agrees with, and I think the more I think about it, the more I like this play.
Jeep looks very strong. So 26 points for Josh Castellano here. ABEFNST. Jason has almost instantly spotted his top play of Baft. I think there's nothing to dissect here. You got to play this, right, Charles?
Yeah, there's really nothing to think about once you spot this play. It gets rid of the B, it gets rid of the F. It keeps E and S where you've got this nice, easy to use S hook on Jeeps for 7-letter words. For example, Josh has the W. Also sets up ABAFT for big plays over there. But I think those are considerations you have to live with when you've got a play that scores this well and keeps this nicely.
Yeah, Baft just scores so good and keeps so well. You've got to do it. That ABAFT hook is going to be huge for Josh. He's pulled a 7-letter bingo, Scholler, and it plays for 82 with ABAFT. I wish that E had been left open because we would have got a funny word bingo down to the E instead, but Scholler is going to be fine.
Yeah, unless he decided to go for the anagram going down, which would not be as funny. But I would have preferred the funny one as well. You're going to have to clue me in, Matt. Game of Thrones, did they talk in British accents? Would they have said something like the word that would have been playable here? Or were they a little bit more medieval than that?
There's definitely a lot of like British type accents from different characters in different regions, but I don't know that I ever heard arsehole muttered on Game of Thrones.
Kind of the meaningless distinction at this point is Arsehole does not even play, and Josh does identify the A hook on Baft, goes for Scholler pretty quickly here, 82 points. Really nice start for him, but Jason has drawn a rack that probably bingos 100 different ways on this turn. I think just looking for double doubles through the E might be the first thing to think about here.
Well, double doubles from the E are going to score 78. Nines through the ET are going to score 77. So pick what you want to do here. If I'm on stream and I can sacrifice 1 point to play a 9, I'd probably do it, even if it's not all that sexy of a 9. These are going to be boring ones, but hey, play the 9, 1 extra point. No, we'll get this.
Yeah, I would have also been tempted by something like retesting through that ET. Just a little bit of a flex, like, yeah, I'm looking at 9s. Yeah, I'm always looking for 9s. Don't leave 2-letter words around me because I'll just 9 through them. That's the kind of message I would want to send here. I would take my opportunity to do it. But this might actually be a better play. I'd have to think about it, but I do like the style.
3 possible 9s. You said retesting. That is one of them. Chat, you can have fun and find the other 2. One's quite common if you're a Scrabble person. The other one I would not have known or seen over the board. But Enticers, what Jason chooses, 78 points. The one weakness of this play is potentially down from that blank C. We might see a CH play, and indeed the H is exactly what Josh has drawn. But I don't think he has a 5 down from the C, so he can't punish the spot.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate here that he's got the perfect letter for a comeback in that with that blank C, but it just isn't going to work out this turn, which makes you think, should I hold on to the H? Does the H have so much upside here that I'm going to try to keep it? Maybe do something like WUD here and get rid of the WU while keeping the H for plays here. I think there's some merit to that.
Yeah.
Just because the H, this board is already a little bit gummed up. There's not a natural scoring spot, anywhere around here unless you have an S for bingos. So I think you want to keep the H to give yourself some scoring punch next.
Yeah, no, I love that line. Would hold the H makes a ton of sense here. I think it's what you're going to do. And it gives me an opportunity to drop my favorite line in all of Scrabble. If you could play wood, you probably should.
I haven't heard that one. I guess I haven't hung out with you enough recently, but I'm happy to add that one to my list of sayings.
We need to fix that. We need to hang out, and you need to say that line as often as possible. San Antonio Club, they rolled their eyes every time I said it because I'd get it at least once a month. Every single time I played wood, I would look my opponent in the eye and say it. All right, wood indeed coming down from Josh. He agrees. If you could play wood, you probably should, even though in CSW it's got multiple hooks.
Yeah, for NWAs, you might be thinking this is a totally dead spot, takes care of Jeeps without giving anything back. Not that necessarily Josh is trying to do that, but you would think it. Would take the U and an S in Collins. So this is still being the here. Very good idea. I like this.
Wow, Josh almost drew Scholler again. He's one letter off. He is going to bingo after he decides what to do with Simul. Simul is valid. Play maybe, no, not on hold if Jason is mixing the tiles. Josh has 3 playable bingos in Halos on the left side of Scholler, in Halos and Woods, or a bingo from the N in Simul. And that would be our heated rivalry themed word.
Oh, yeah, that would. We're not doing the heated rivalry stream yet, but I think if you play that one on the future heated rivalry stream, how many bonus points do you think, in addition to the bingo bonus? Another 50 sounds about fair.
Yeah, I think you get another 50 points since that's how many goals both main characters said they were going to score in their rookie seasons. Wow, this is just a clinic on how to draw in Scrabble. Scholler, and then insert blank, and now in Halos and Eurolite. Like, we're just going to draw every baby bingo imaginable.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in drawing baby bingos except when there is. But here, when you draw them, you play them. There's not too much more to it than that. And there's a reason they're called baby bingos. They come up all the time. That's the reason why you study them first. So it is a little bit anticlimactic when super duper high level expert players like this, they don't even get to wow you with their bingo knowledge. They just play things like Scholler and Enticers and in Halos and Eurolite. But there's a reason those are the high probability bingos.
You top experts should have to work for your wins. It's not fair. This is actually a tough turn for Josh. All 3 of his bingos string a letter in a triple line. Manholes will put an S in the 6th spot, and Halos will put an E in either the 3rd or 4th spot. So none of these are great. And Josh says, forget it. I'm just going to score the most points. It's dangerous, but whatever.
Yeah, I think every bingo here has major downsides. Every bingo here puts tiles in the triple line that you don't want to put in the triple line. But sort of refishing for Scholler, I think you probably just have to pick one and go with it.
Okay, so Eurolite was blocked that with ST and HE, but bingo is now available for Jason. He still had Tayur through the L at the bottom of the board for 59, but the N in Halos gives him 2 additional bingos each for 70 points.
Yeah, that N does save him a little bit. I shouldn't say save, because you're never really saved when you have a bingo to play. You just got a slightly better one here, and it keeps the triples flowing, so to speak. There's just a lot of activity in this area of the board now. But you have to take the bingo, and I think you have to take the 11 extra points by playing it up here.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Tenuriel looks to be the most defensive of the options. Antlier gives back, I think, just a little bit more, putting the A in the triple. So good choice from Jason here. But that L is going to give Josh what looks like a pretty straightforward play of Glike, Glike, maybe EIK, ING, and EL instead. Glike 45, Iking 42. Do you have a strong preference to one play over the other, Charles?
Ooh, another close call here. I do like Glike keeping EIN, just because it feels like it goes nicely with this T, with this L, even with this M. That has some bingo synergy, whereas Iking, you're just drawing straight up into an E, which is maybe one of the best one tile leaves you can keep, other than like an S or a blank, but still leaves you pretty open to randomness. So maybe in the interest of minimizing that randomness a little bit, I take the 3 extra points with Glike.
Yeah, I think I agree. EIN is not a great leave. It's rather volatile, like feels a little bit bingo or die-ish, but I don't know, 45 is more than 42, and that's probably as much as I'm thinking about that.
Josh does have to think about like whether he has any plays that are worth making over here, either Iking or Gleich. Obviously, just plays in this area totally leaves this untouched. I guess my thinking would be this spot isn't really that bad. The T here doesn't really leave you open to non-bingo scoring plays. If you're tripling, you'd be starting with an S here, and there's only one unseen plus a blank. Other than that, this doesn't feel like a really dangerous spot. This area does feel a little bit more concerning, even though it's not a triple spot. So I'd be perfectly okay at this point if I have a 45-point here play like Gleich to just sort of let this stay for one more turn or even possibly multiple more turns depending on where I need to go next turn.
Charles, for the viewers at home, there's also eking, E-K-I-N-G and E-L. Why is Iking much better than eking, even though they score the same amount?
You're getting rid of an extra I. 5 I's unseen. You really don't want to keep an I around if you can help it, and keeping an I with another vowel considerably more likely to go wrong than just keeping the one vowel. I think we take it for granted sometimes that the viewers on this stream are like skilled or tournament players. We do have a lot of newcomers here, and it is worth pointing out. Duplicate I's are really bad. You don't want to keep a lone I if you can help it, especially with so many unseen, because getting 2 of them at once, like we groan internally every time that happens, and you want to avoid that internal groaning. Actually, sometimes it's external groaning. You want to avoid it if you can help it.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid the external groan as your opponent gets some free information out of that. Josh is going to have to fight back his external groan after this play. Looks like a brief hold on Gleich, but Jason correctly lets it go, and he's threatening either 70 or 74 points on this turn. Zit, this is 71. ZT, 71, Zit, 70, or FEZ, 74. Jason has a bunch of strong plays. I think this one probably the strongest.
Yeah, I think Zit and ZT are pretty similar, although maybe for the reason we mentioned earlier, it would just like getting rid of the I for the sole reason of I'm getting rid of an I. That's all the reason you need. Scoring 71 points, certainly playing Fez, keeping 2 I's is not what you want to do here. Even putting the Z here by itself, you still have D's, so you're not even totally killing this spot by playing Fez. So might as well just go all out, get rid of the I's. You are setting up your F for a future turn if Josh doesn't play here. So there's extra upside in addition to the 70 points, which is the primary reason why you make that play.
And he's drawn at least Deffins and DI for a massive score. So Jason truly putting on a this is how you draw in Scrabble clinic right now. Well, back to the voice. You experts really do need to work for your points. You can't just play Zoes and Zit for 70. That's not fair.
That is a scarily accurate imitation of things I've actually heard in real life. But it is nice when you get to take a turn off and just score 70 points without having to work for it. I think everybody can agree. It's nice to have a turn off every once in a while.
Yeah, it is nice to have a turn off every once in a while, indeed. Just it happens to everybody. Everybody gets to play Zit for 70 sometimes. Jason did it here. I have no idea what Josh is supposed to do on this turn. You want to obstruct the line that was just open because it's huge, but you have no good plays over there, like pretty much at all. You could play VIDE and EISH and DZOS and block it if you want, but you're holding NUV behind. Is that insane? Do you play Nudie and Nish holding VV? Do you leave it alone and play Vive elsewhere? Like, this is so hard, Charles. What would you do?
Yeah, I do like Vide here, just because this area is so concerning. You are only down by 40, and so when you score 30 with something like Vide, you're still kind of in range. Keeping UV together is not great. You never want to do it, but maybe sometimes you do have to do it. What I really hope doesn't happen is that Josh doesn't get confused by the fact that vishing is a word. I really hope he doesn't try to play vish by itself. That would be very tempting here to just play, VIDE down this way. And we see he's not actually going for it. He did start playing there, which made me a little bit concerned. But he is just going for nudie, keeping 2 Vs. Nothing's going to be great when your post-like draw is DUVV.
Oh my goodness. So Jason, though, it's nice. His backup option, 94 points after Deffins for 99 was blocked over on the left column of this board, but a double-double still lined up for him. He's setting it up right now. B. Deffin, 94 points. Jason's only double-double, and he's wasting no time pulling the trigger on this.
Nice find, and not the first time this series that Jason has made a nice find with one or multiple blanks. Displaying a lot of mastery when he's got a blank on his rack, quickly finding by far his best option. Nicely spotted by Jason.
Yeah, so that's got to be rough for Josh. All of a sudden, you're trailing by 100 and you're drawing into VV. But hey, game 8, you still have an opportunity to take this thing home.
So it looks like he almost has poverty. This might be the British pronunciation. I mean, poverty with 2 Vs. But even if that was a word, it wouldn't play on this board. Matt, what do you think? Just play off VV through the A of Enhalos, or maybe do something else, try to get a few more points here?
I mean, Envoy through the N and B Defin is 30, and scoring is important, but VPT is so bad. And if you look at the pool, like there's only one E that will help me. There's a bunch of O's. There's like a Q and some C's and some G's. Like, I just don't like my chances at winning in this game. Knowing there's only one E left to draw, and I'm almost definitely going to need a bingo to get back into this game, I feel like holding my E is quite important. I think I'd back into playing Vav here. I hate only scoring 18 when trailing this much, but I'd hate to play off the E and never draw another one.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. You do want to keep an E. I think sometimes players get a little paranoid about keeping an E when there's not very many of them left. But at this score, I think that possessiveness of the E is very warranted, just because it's the tile that enables so many bingos. And so if you immediately discount, I was going to say, if we immediately discount playing the E right as Josh plays the E, his options were pretty limited if he was trying to keep the E. So I can see why he would just want to take the points. And there is still one unseen. He could draw it. I've had situations where, 40 tiles left, there's one E. I play my E and draw the last one. It's not impossible. It's just a tough pill to swallow sometimes.
Yeah, you're going to need a great draw into PTV, and there's not a lot of great tiles left, but we'll see. Josh still has a chance in this one. ACCOQRU on Keller's rack. The R will allow him to front hook Envoy to make Renvoy. He can play CROC and Renvoy for 28, hold QUA together, but it would set up some back hooks to Croc. It takes the S that you would expect, the K that you would expect, but also an I with 3 unseen I's. Charles, you think you can play Croc here?
With 3 unseen eyes and with the amount of available bingo space, a little bit restricted right now, I don't think you can play Croc. Unless you forget about the fact that it takes an eye, then you can definitely play Croc. But I think if you're fully aware of the hooks, not just the S remaining, and I guess the K has already been played, but the 3 eyes unseen, it's not worth it. Even though you are scoring nicely for 28 points, it's not worth it giving your opponent that much back. Probably just better to hold on to the QU together and score points in a different way. And we do see Jason, I think, rightly making a play in an already restricted area of the board, not opening up anything new, scoring 27, keeping QU together with a talk. I think this is a good play.
Oh, man. Josh with a brutal pull into PTV. He draws NRTX. He has 7 consonants. He trails by 96 points. It's feeling close to over for him in this one. Do you see any Hail Mary that looks like it might work here for Josh?
Yeah, he actually does have one, and he's got it set up. So hope is fading quickly. The sun is setting on this game, but it's got a little bit of light left. He finds and plays Apex for 42. He's going to need a perfect draw after this, or maybe a series of perfect draws. But this is the way that he stays in this game.
He has found some help in Jason's pull. Jason into DQSU, or sorry, CRQU pulls more consonants, which means a lot of the vowels are still in the bag for him to pull. So he's going to go in and draw BN instead. Nice job, Josh.
Yeah, you tried to set it up nicely, Matt. Like, oh, we see the vowels in the bag. He's definitely going to draw them. Nope, draws BN. That's kind of the end of that. Meanwhile, Jason, I think, has a very straightforward play of just quad through the O of Simul. This blocks bingo spots. Oh, he's actually tacking the S on. I think that's fair. He doesn't want bingo starting with an L. The S isn't doing much for him. He's keeping 3 constants rather than 4, so he's just getting the 3 extra points for the S for all those reasons. Makes sense. Either one of those is going to be, very hard to come back from if you're Josh.
Yeah, that's tough. It's basically GG for Josh, even before another brutal pull for him. More consonants. He's going to check the bag. You can play BITTEN through the disconnected IE. 10 points, get rid of 4 consonants. But I think just pacing-wise, like, you have to exchange. If you want to win the game, you have to exchange and draw back-to-back bingos. I don't even know if it's possible with this abysmal pool, but if you put NRT back in there, draw bingo next turn, and then draw your NRT back, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, I think you definitely do have to do something like that. If you expend 4 tiles for 10 points, that just leaves fewer tiles for you to bingo in the future. The end of the game gets to you too quickly before you can pull off the rest of that plan. So I think really an exchange needs to happen here. Given the amount of vowels unseen, 3 A's, 3 I's, 3 O's, plus that lucrative E if somebody can draw it, he could still draw something nice. We do see him going for bitten here. This makes it too easy for Jason to turn this into a game where 2 bingos is simply not an option.
I mean, 2 bingos is already not an option. There are now just 13 unseen tiles to Jason. So even if Jason passes and Josh bingos immediately, he's only drawing 6 tiles out of the bag. This one's done.
Yeah, very good point. That was kind of I shouldn't say give up, but yeah, maybe a little bit of a give up move unless there's a high scoring bingo at the bottom that we're not aware of.
All right, Twig coming down from Jason. This looks great. Just score some points. Leave at least 1 vowel so you don't get caught with your pants completely down. Josh has finally found vowels. He found 4 all at the same time, and they are going to lead him to a bingo. Ovarian and YO, the only bingo he's got. He's playing this almost instantly. 83 points for Josh, but Jason, I think, has just enough on his rack that he's going to be fine in this one.
Yeah, we might have counted Josh a little bit early there, given that I guess we weren't thinking that a bingo might score 80 like this one is. That actually leaves him only down by what appears to be 18 points or something like that if we get the scores updated. But I think he's going to have enough points on hand. And we see Josh has drawn 4 vowels, the vowels that he needed a couple turns ago. He should be able to pull this one out.
I'm trying to figure out why these scores aren't updating. Running everything on my end just fine. But okay, there we go. 472 to 451 now. Jason's advantage, Jason's turn. And insult to injury for Josh. You couldn't buy a vowel for 3 turns. And then the last 8 tiles you draw. A, E, I, O. There they are.
Yeah, they all came in a row. It definitely seems like rigged randomness, so to speak, but this is real life, and I'm not sure how it could be rigged.
Yeah, Woogles' algorithm is clearly broken.
Yeah, is Cesar in chat to defend himself? No, then we'll just accuse him baselessly.
Yes, absolutely. Fixed algorithm confirmed. All right, look at the time difference between the players. Jason has used less than 8 minutes in a do-or-die game, and he's going to win it anyway. It's impressive stuff.
Yeah, he's had some. We're not saying he didn't play well, because I think he played this game essentially perfectly. It's just a lot of his choices were pretty obvious. Simul, for example, Tenurial, Ziti, stuff like that. It's just some of these plays played themselves, which allows you to save time for the plays that don't play themselves. And it just so happens that he's going to get to the end of this game not really having encountered a play that didn't play itself. So that's sometimes how you can tell who drew well and who drew poorly. Is the player who drew well has eight minutes expended. The player who drew poorly uses all 25.
Somehow, incredibly, Josh has an out this turn. Shout out to Nitz for pointing it out. Arios plays through the disconnected RS. Now, at this juncture in the match, 3-3 with Josh up 254. Spread is a non-factor. But will Jason spend the 15 minutes and change he has to solve this endgame out anyway? The endgame is weird. All you have to do is block Arios with something and then guarantee an out next turn. Best endgame for Jason is SO and ORC for 10.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is counterintuitive. If you spot, I think it's Ariosa. I think it's the plural of Arioso, if I remember correctly. I'm going to look that up.
Arios.
Oh, no, it is actually, it is a verb. So it is Arios. Either way, you do have to spot that. And then once you play that, I guess you play Grim, making Renvoy the next turn or something similar. That means being sure of Renvoy, though. And again, paranoia starts to set in for me in these situations. I'm like, do I really know Renvoy? Am I phoning here? Am I letting my opponent get more points for me that they shouldn't be getting? And I start getting scared and freaked out. And maybe my palms start sweating a little bit. And I just make a normal play like, Grim or something here.
Yeah, well, you can play, as long as you hold Grim, you've got Grim and Yom, you've got Grim and EM, and you've got Grim and Renvoy, so you're going to go out next turn. But do you spot Arios? Do you actually block Arios? Or do you just play Corm and let Josh go out?
Yeah, it is also tempting to just, say whatever happens, happens. The spread maybe doesn't matter too much here. And so it's easier end game if you just let your opponent go out. No doubt about that. I'm guilty of it myself. It's just, seeing my opponents out and not doing anything about it, because if they go out, that means the game ends and I don't have to think about it anymore.
Boy, Jason Keller needed to win 3 straight against Josh Castellano to stave off elimination, and here he is, 2 games in. He's done it so far. He's just going to need to rattle off 1 more, and he'll get to play Adam Logan tomorrow for $2,500.
Yeah, and we do see the scoreboard in the top right as well. We can get a quick update on what else is going on in this tournament. We already know Logan beat Tunnicliffe 5-1. Tunnicliffe is dead in the dirt, bleeding out. I guess he's probably finished bleeding out by now. He's a corpse at this point. Ben Schonbrun up 4-2 against Josh Sokol. So Josh Sokol kind of in the same spot that Keller was in, just needing to keep winning games as much as he can. And we already found out Matthew O'Connor beating Jason Ubika 6-2, and they're just going to keep playing until they get tired of it. We don't know if those games are going to be rated, how they're going to be, judged by WGPO, but they're just going to keep going until somebody kicks them out of the playing room.
That's why the executives at WGPO make the big bucks, because they get to deal with the questions like, how do you rate a tournament where some of the players play 6 games and others play 9 games? Not my jurisdiction, but thank you to all the volunteers over at WGPO who run that organization for, I'm pretty sure, absolutely no money. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy, so we appreciate all of you. Jason's going to play Corm. We'll see if Josh spots Arios.
Yeah, if he does see it, he's going to play it pretty quickly, because that is going to be by far his best outcome here if he can get some points off Jason's rack. Hasn't hit the board yet. I guess he did have to spin it. We'll see what happens here.
No, I don't think he sees it. And he's going to lose at least 24 spread points if he doesn't make this out. And then Jason plays Rig and Renvoy.
We did get word from our director that Matthew O'Connor and Jason Ubika have actually stopped playing. So they didn't have to get kicked out of the playing room. They stopped of their own accord. Whether they played 9, 10, or 15 games, still unknown, but they have stopped. The fun is over between those two.
Ubika says, I was guaranteed 8 games today. I drove down from Ottawa to play 8 games, and dang it, I'm going to get my 8 games. So he got his 8 games. He was able to win 2 of them over Matthew O'Connor. So that's not a bad showing for him. Matt's a great player. Yeah,
he probably actually gains rating from that, being the lowest seed in this championship bracket. So nicely done by Jason. We see Josh missing his out, just going for Moai. And this is going to let Jason score a lot of points going out. I think both players overlooking Josh's out.
All right, we'll cut to Mike, see if we get anything from this one.
463.
Yep. That's what I got. Yeah, good game.
Wow. Did you have an A when I played the talk? That's what I was. That was.
No, I had no vowels.
Wow. Because I played a talk. I mean, I had the cue. I played a talk because I thought the way that I'm going to lose this game is if Apex or Ibex comes down there.
Oh yeah, that one.
So that's why I played that. And I could have used some more vowels, but I survived. But
Yeah, well, I was glad to get ovarian because now spread doesn't matter.
Yeah.
For the last game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But before that, it was maybe mattering sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I don't think it. I mean, you were winning anyway. If you
no, you're at 4 wins,
and
I'm at 3.
You would have been.
So if you were up spread, then I would need a win by something.
Oh, okay.
But now,
okay.
I'm up spread, so it's
okay.
just winner takes.
Yeah. Yeah. Just oh yeah, just like I mean ENS and like oh look, oh look, and like I'll take my medicine on that. Yeah. Okay. Right. Oh.
All right, well, not too much more to say in that one. We're going to give Josh Castellano a chance to regain his composure. He has dropped 2 straight to Jason Keller. If he loses a 3rd straight, he will be the final character killed off in Season 2 of the Game of Tiles. But perhaps he can swing the momentum back in his favor and fell his opponent in Jason Keller. 1 game to go, 1 death impending, and we don't know who it's going to be just yet. I'm stoked, Charles. How are you feeling?
This is going to be great. I'm tired from 7 games, as I'm sure these players are. They've been battling all day. It all comes down to this one final game to decide who faces off against Adam Logan in the finals. This is going to be the most exciting game of the day, so this is your maybe last warning. Viewers out there who have not clicked the like button, shame on you. We've been telling you all stream, click that like button. It's down there somewhere. I'm pointing at it. You have no excuse for not clicking on it. Make sure you click on it. If you know people who are into Scrabble or just into board games, send them this video. We want a lot of eyeballs on this matchup because it's going to be a great one.
It's an elimination game. Win or die is, I believe, the stakes here. So click the like button. Share the video if you got a friend who sometimes plays Scrabble and has shown some interest. This is the one you want them to watch. Win or go home here of our best of 8. And hey, if you want to be number 67, you can be subscriber number 67. Yes, Charles, you are so welcome. We're going to take just a little break while Josh stretches his legs, regains his composure, gets a pep talk from his friends. But our elimination game coming very soon. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
It's the Game of Tiles. Don't go anywhere.
There it is, sub number 6,567. Thanks to whoever you were for making Charles roll his eyes and making me burst into a big grin. We are going to see a death. We just don't know who will be killed off and how they will be killed off. Will they be locked in a cage with a bunch of dire wolves? Will they have liquid gold poured on their head until they die? Will they be pushed out of a tower? Will they be assassinated at a wedding? Or will we get even more creative? In 50 short minutes, we will know the answer to that. But one of Josh Castellano and Jason Keller will be eliminated at the end of this round. Charles, how pumped are you?
Exactly sure how that works. But I think you become world champion if you beat Adam tomorrow. I think that's just how it's going to work.
Well, sounds good to me. Yeah. All right. Beat Adam Logan tomorrow, become the world champion, but you have to win this game. For that opportunity, $2,500 US will go to the winner of the game of tiles. Will it be Logan or will it want to be one of these two gents? My dogs are at the edge of the bed. They are super stoked. I am super stoked. All 6,567 of you are super stoked. Let's cut over to the board. Let's do some Scrabble.
Jason has been on a roll up to this point, so I'm feeling like he's pretty confident here. But Matt, do you have a favorite here? Do you think either of these players has the upper hand here, or pretty even match?
I mean, I just picked the player who's going to go first. When players are both this good, then whoever's going first is probably more likely to win. But I put on my neon green because that is on the shield of House Castellano. So, you know, if you're going to make me pick a side, I'm going to go with the guy with the color that I like more. And nothing against neon orange. I love me some neon orange, but neon green is the best or second best color out there. Maybe hot pink, maybe neon green.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm trying to figure out why Jason's shield is only partially orange instead of fully orange. Maybe he decided he wanted gray as the second color here, but I was really just expecting really orange and really, really orange as the two colors of his symbol.
Perhaps saving the orangest outfit for tomorrow is Jason, but he usually wears so much orange. Josh Greenway telling us players weren't actually choosing their own colors. He picked the colors themselves. I wonder if there's any reason he picked neon green for Josh Castellano. But I'm here for any excuse to wear neon colors is one that's good for me. EEGHIO, the first six tiles, and is that an R for the seventh? It looks like an R. EEGHIOR, opening rack for Jason. He can go short, HOE. He can go long, either high-re or goier. A lot of roughly equivalent options. Charles, do you have a favorite here? All right, so ego is what we're going to see from Jason here, keeping the EHIR combination together. This is not bad. It only scores 8, but it's maybe the best leave you could possibly keep on this rack. So ego is what we've got from Jason. And no, it's going to pick it back up, switch to high-re. All right, high-re is what we see from Jason instead. 24 points for him. ACDEOOS, the opening rack for Josh Castellano. He was hoping for an R, and this is why.
Yeah, this is the perfect scenario for him. This rack does not bingo with many other letters. In fact, it doesn't bingo with any other letters. So really, it was do or die for him. If he got an R, he was bingoing. If he didn't get an R, it was going to be tougher road for him. And he's just immediately going for his one playable bingo.
All right, rough draw from Jason there. EGIIORU, that horrific GIIOU combination on his rack now. He's setting up Guiro. This plays down to the D in door case. Guiro and OD is 18 points, but opens a lot of the board up. His top option's probably not Guiro. It might be EUOI, everybody's favorite cry of Bacchic frenzy, but I think it's actually Ruffy, ROUGHIE, through the H in higher E. That's 22 points, gets rid of so many of these vowels all at once. Doesn't actually give a lot back either. How do you feel about Ruffy, Charles? Oh, reset him to make sure his audio is working. So I will ask myself, how do you feel about Ruffy, Matt? Well, glad you asked. Ruffy looked like a very strong play to me. With 5 vowels on your rack, you want to play as many of them off as you can, and you'd love to get rid of that G. If you can score 22 points in the process, that checks all the boxes I'd be looking to check. Ruffy sounds like a nice play. This is brutal. How do I talk to myself? It's almost like I'm teaching a class full of students who won't participate at all. Trying to figure out what Jason's going to do. GUI, just picking up those. Is he going to play Gwid or Guide? I think he might play Guide. I think that'd be a bit of a misplay from him. All right, Guide coming down indeed. We're trying to troubleshoot what's going on with Charles, but 14 points holding IOR? When you can play Guiro for more? When you can play EUOI? This feels not even like a small mistake. I don't think this is a strong play. Maybe he's trying to set up Guider, but that's not as strong as you think it is. All right, still trying to troubleshoot on Charles, so I will continue carrying things solo. MLSSRU blank the rack for Josh. There are bingos available to him. He can score as much as 80 on this turn as well. Just one vowel, but that's not going to stop Josh. He's got a lot of options here. Chat, can you find the 80? Looks like Becky Dyer already has. Nice job, Becky. Oh, but Jason's found the second blank on his rack too. Okay, wow. We are going to have, I think, a lot of points in this one. Bingo from the E is Emulsors, EMULSORS.
All right, I think I'm audible again. We'll see if this stays true, but yeah, I'm seeing Emulsors as the available bingo here if he spots it. Kind of a hard word to see. Hopefully I'm audible here and I'm making sense. That would be the play if he spots it.
Yeah, Emulsors would be the play. Yeah, all right. We don't need to reset the stream because we got Charles back. Wow, Josh Greenway on the ground using a brand new platform he's never used before. Resolved all of our audio issues in like 45 minutes. So thank you, Josh. We appreciate
that was actually
always.
my fault. I rejoined the stream with the speakers pointing at something, a device that doesn't exist. So of course I was not hearing anybody, but I think I'm back now.
Yeah, we got you, Charles. Appreciate you.
Just in time for us to miss his bingo.
All right, just in time. And he's going to play Musrolls, MUSROLS. He's going to play it up here. Okay, 72 points up here. You can also play it with door cases, but yeah, this seems a little bit more defensive to me. If you're going to miss Emulsors, might as well make your second highest scoring play. That's what he's done here.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's making the blank in O, which is exactly what he needed to do for Emulsors, but just didn't quite spot it. But still a nice word here from Josh, demonstrating extremely deep bingo knowledge.
Yeah, good stuff from him. And Jason is already playing his highest scoring bingo. Reboring for 72 is the only word that plays on this board out of that rack. So a bingo with one blank from Josh, a bingo with the second blank for Jason. Josh still up 27 points and on turn. Rack looked brutal for a second, but the late vowel polls, Josh has some opportunity here. Think we're going to see him save this X for at least one turn because he's got a very strong CSW only option through the O in reboring.
Yeah, he can play moved here, which keeps the X. There's something nice about keeping the X here because there is this X spot here. Even just drawing an A on a 5-tile draw, there's so many A's unseen. Just being able to drop AX here feels pretty nice. So no reason to go crazy to try to play the X as soon as possible. He actually doesn't have good X plays on this turn. So really no inclination, I guess, from his end to play it quickly.
Yeah, and Josh has already drawn all 4 S's in this game. It looks like he's going to throw 5 points at reboring, though. This does look like a really stupid word, but it is valid. So reboring plus 5 will bring Jason up to 115.
Yep, that is coming back valid. Maybe a little bit of a surprise challenge here. I guess thinking that if he can knock this bingo off the board and prevent. So just willing to give it an extra 5 points to make sure.
Yeah, why not? 5-point challenge. I think you should challenge pretty much anything, especially if it's a bingo. So Josh doing exactly that. He's up 22 now. MOOVED looks very strong, but if he wants to get more aggressive towards bingoing, playing the V and the X together, just VOX through the blank O in must rolls is another line for him. Do you feel like that's too greedy, Charles?
Yeah, maybe. But then again, getting rid of the V and the X at the same time, pretty strong, all things considered. So I'd be very tempted by maybe something not rather than moved, just to try to bingo sooner.
Oh man, sorry to jump in, but I'm looking at the bingo percentage after moved, MOOVED, and it's low like you would expect. It's 7% because you're holding that X back. What do you think the bingo percentage is for Josh after playing Vox and holding DEMOS?
Oh man, that's something very hard for me to estimate. I guess with the not a whole lot of floaters open, maybe 40%. Am I totally wrong?
Apparently it is 55%, which seems ludicrously high to me. But hey, what do I know?
Yeah, it does seem high, but we see Josh actually just going for moved with not the 2 O's in the middle, just 1 O, maybe keeping the O for some insurance in case he draws too many consonants. I think that's a valid reason to keep back the O for 3 fewer points. Still, I think a decent idea here to hold on to the X and see if you can make it work for you a little bit better. Back over to Jason. Has Way Pig set up. I wonder if that's an alternative form of Pay Pig. I guess we won't go too much into that, but either way, that's not going to play. He's going to have to figure out something else.
He's got some fun options, but the one that stands out to me is probably his best play is not the yopping he's got set up. YAWPING would play through the blank N in reboring, but Wiggy through the G in guide sets up Twiggy would hold back next turn. That looks fantastic for Jason on this turn if he's able to spot it.
Yeah, that is Wiggy is just a nice play by itself. Scoring it looks like 34 points, keeping a nice synergistic APT. Then the benefit of it is it takes the T at the front. It just does all the right things here. I'm not surprised to see this come down. Oh wait, no, he's going for Piggy. This, unless there's something good about the W, this feels like a mistake.
Engine has this about 10 points down over Wiggy. Small misplay, but it could have huge consequences for Jason. All right, we'll look back over at Josh now. EIORSXZ on his rack after moved last turn. Which one will he cash? The Z or the X? He can score 40 plus with each of them right now. XI underneath the OL in must rolls looks pretty strong. Hold zeros as a leave, but OOZE plays through the O in door case. 0 plays where Charles is drawing it here. There are a lot of good options. Josh now needs to spend his time deciding which is best. Charles, do you have a favorite?
I think it's pretty clear here to just go for the XI because you'll always have, with that leave of EORSZ, you'll almost always have, unless Jason does something crazy, which I don't think he can because he cannot play this way. he'll always have, or Josh will always have Z play in reserve if a better one doesn't materialize.
Oh, man.
So I think playing the X here is the smart play.
Best play is one we have not called out yet. There's a little Nigel challenge. Josh is not going to play it, but the best play is in the same spot. It's EXO right there. And Charles, I'm sure you're going to figure out why.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is creative. Once you put the E there and you see what the Z that's left behind, you start thinking, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You get, at the very least, ZO. I guess you're playing off the O, but you get something there very often, and it's going to be 60 points when you do.
Yeah, or maybe just EX literally holding ZO and OXO, or EXO sets or leaves Riz for 67 points. Oh my God. Oh no, it's 64. Riz for 67 would explode the universe.
Yeah, I think every Zoomer brain in a 100-mile radius of this venue would be instantly incinerated. Is that in Game of Thrones, having Zoomer brains instantly incinerated?
Perhaps in the next season or the expansion of it.
I think that would have been a better ending than the one we got.
I think most things would be a better ending than what we got, but rest in peace, Game of Thrones. Jason going to play TOW here. This looks nice and solid. Score some points, keep a nice bingo prone leave. You got tons of dynamic tiles on the board to work with, including that ED at the bottom. So I like this from Jason. Josh missing on the setup last turn, but he's going to capitalize well. He has a bingo available to him on this turn. That'll put him up by over 100 points.
Yeah, and this one I think he should find pretty easily. On something like Emulsors is just kind of unnatural. Starting with an E, ending in ORS doesn't feel natural. This is a very natural bingo with these letters, that being Solarize through the eye of Reboring. You hope he doesn't play something like Oralizes, which is a little bit tempting if you're just trying to sort of wing it and figure out what word might be in those letters. Don't go for Oralizes, just go for Solarize. As you say, Matt, that's 71 points and puts him up by 100 in sort of an advantageous position where at that point the only bingo spots really are kind of like here. If you can just make a play there next turn, assuming that Jason doesn't bingo in the meantime, he's going to be in really good command.
Jason's sitting on patinate to that E right now. We're going to see another bingo bango, or perhaps we won't. Solarize is 71. But the leave of AELRS is insanely strong. Just playing ZO and OXO for 40 right now, passing on a bingo without holding a blank might actually be worth it. I'm running a simulation on Solarize versus ZO, and they're equivalent to one another. So I don't know what the true valuation of AELRS, but on this board, AELRS is very, very good. Will Josh play the bingo? It's not a slam dunk.
Yeah, that's a good point. Solarize does leave you open to high-scoring plays, like with a D here, so there'd be a reason why you maybe don't want to do that. And as you say, AELRS, very strong. It's strong with this I that's floating out here. It's strong with this E and the D. The danger is if Jason maybe does something to muck up this area, which he probably wouldn't, given that he's at a deficit, that maybe your leave isn't as powerful as you want. We do see Josh going for ZO here. He never did set up Solarize, so we don't, at least I didn't see it, so he might not have spotted it, or he's just being coy with us and proving his genius by just immediately going for the two-tile play.
Well, he's about to get his exact worst nightmare. If this was a strategic pass on Solarize, and I suspect it was, what is the worst thing that can happen? Oh my God, the E and the D in moved get obstructed, and they get obstructed by an opponent bingo that puts me behind. Oh no, I sure hope that doesn't happen. But that is exactly what's going to happen. Here comes patinate.
Yeah, it hasn't hit the board yet, but we expect it to hit the board soon. And it's a sort of another situation where the next best play is going to be way worse than bingoing here. So it's really needs to get the bingo down. And Jason does have it set up and is going to play it.
All right, so patinate coming down. The E blocked, wrestled would have been a huge score for Josh at the bottom, but he does at least draw a bingo. Even the brutal W tile is not bad enough to mess up the leave of AELRS. He can play wrestle or Warsaw or Wastrel. All three of those only play in one spot right here for 67 points.
Yeah, he just has to pick one. They all take an S. Some of them take a D. I guess we're looking at a pool that has no S's or blanks. So I guess you play the one that doesn't take the D in this situation. And so I'm guessing we're going to see Wastrel would be the play that comes down here.
This is one of the ones that makes me so angry. One of Rassel and Warsaw takes an R, and the other one doesn't. And I never remember which one it is. But with one unseen R and the potential to confuse it, if you're 100%, you know which one takes an R and you know which one doesn't, maybe you actually set the trap here. Otherwise, you play Wastrel.
That is actually a really good point, and I'm in the same boat with you, the boat that is sinking or at least taking on water, the boat where we don't know which one of Warsaw takes an R. I think it's totally random, and I actually have a sneaking suspicion that it changes in between tournaments.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Every single tournament the WGPO board meets, they flip a coin. And if it's heads, they keep it as is. If it's tails, they switch it out. Trawlers will always have an anagram, but which one is it? This is the spelling that does take a back R, but crucially, it also takes a back D, and that D is on Jason's rack. He's already set up fenced for over 50 points.
Yeah, I think this is perhaps needlessly aggressive given the D and the R hook. I wonder if Josh overlooked Wastrel on this turn. I mean, he is taking a nice lead, but he's going to lose a lot of this lead to plays where Jason has a D or an R.
Man, yeah. You don't need to take that risk. Wastrel is available. I think he was trying to set up the R, but here comes the D instead. I lied. Fenced is not 50-something points. It is a straight 60.
Yeah, that's almost as much as Josh scored with his bingo, which was only 67. So this is there's a real big swing here that could have been avoided if Wastrel had been the decision for Josh.
Oh boy, so fenced coming down makes this an 11-point game. Remember, this is a death match. The winner moves on to face Adam Logan tomorrow. The loser's dead. And wow, 11 points. Plus, we're going to see a challenge on Warsaw.
Yeah, this is a real surprise because Josh is the one who played it, and it would obviously take a D if it were good. He probably is aware that there's something weird about Warsaw, like there's something strange about the hooks that it takes. So I'll just challenge whatever hook gets put on there. But also giving 5 extra points to Jason, that basically makes Jason's play of fenced equivalent to Josh's Warsaw. And now they're back to even again when I feel like Josh should be holding a lead in this position.
67 for Warsaw, 65 now for fenced after the challenge. So it's a trade. And Josh's post-bingo draw is brutal. Jason's also brutal for different reasons. Josh is going to play HIPT here. 39 points is the best he can do. But look at that leave, KNNV. How do you feel about that leave, Charles?
Yeah, that's not a great leave. And when you have a play like Think available here, you at least have to give it some consideration. I think Josh might have tunneled on this area because it feels so dangerous. Either plays underneath Pen 8 or plays through the P. But Think keeps a vowel, and it keeps VIN together. So I think, and it scores more points. No, sorry, it scores 3 fewer. I think he should have at least given that one some thought, and he played this pretty quickly.
Now, look, it's trouble for Josh, who has drawn a third N and the Q on his next draw. He does have a 45-point lead, but it's going to evaporate quickly. A likely forced exchange. No, he can play QIN through the I and Piggy, keeping ANNKV. Oh, this is rough for him. Also rough for Jason. He does have OOF for 31 points beneath Warsaw. He's not looking at that, though. He's looking at FOE instead. This plays under Patent 8 for 23, but oof just seems way better to me.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty natural hotspot on this board. That doesn't have a ton of hotspots. You just think, where's the F going to go? It's going to go here for sure. So I think there's something to be said for unduplicating all your vowels, not keeping 2 E's. But with so few E's in the bag, I think you can keep 2 of them. I think either one of these works out okay. He's currently down by, it looks like 40, at least 40 points. And so oof for 31 gets him a considerable part of the way back in a way that the other plays don't.
Yeah, and holding a U is not the worst thing to do here, given that Q is still lurking in the bag. You want to be prepared for her should you draw her. OOF looks very good for Jason. I do want to point out, like, the fatigue factor is probably a thing. The average opponent rating of these guys over the last 2 days has been over 2,000, and they've had to play 16 games in 2 days. This is a caliber of opponent probably higher than you're going to see at Worlds. So brain fatigue, probably a bit of a factor here. Jason has found OOF, and we're back on turn for Josh, who's going to insta-play Chin.
Yeah, I think he has to do this. And I think you're exactly right, Matt, about the fatigue factor. It can't be understated, the amount of mental energy that you have to spend playing these elite players game after game. That was kind of the point of this bracket format. Get 8 of the best cons players in North America to just duke it out, total bloody warfare. Even minus the Game of Thrones references, it's pretty bloody and it's pretty intense. And keeping that up for what is going to amount to be, I think, a 22-game tournament is just completely exhausting.
Yeah, if you're not exhausted yet, remember you have to play Adam Logan 7 times tomorrow.
Yeah, I think even if I won this match, I would probably be so exhausted that I would just, forfeit. I would sit down for the first game, shake hands with Adam, and then say, "You win. You get the $2,500. You can buy all the horses and mead that you want." And I'm just gonna sleep this one off.
I've heard that the top chess players in the midst of a big tournament can burn like 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. I wonder how many calories are burned over the Scrabble board at these big tournaments. Look at Jason just trying to decompress his head a little bit. He's been doing so much thinking.
I think he was trying to keep the brain from leaking out of his ears.
I hate when that happens.
And I would be doing the same, honestly. His draw after oof, he was not drawing into a decent leave. He was drawing into EELU, but he didn't deserve to draw AEI. He didn't need that third E. It's nice to have all the E's because that means your opponent doesn't have them. But when you're down like this, you definitely where is Jason expect to bingo here? And I think at this score, he's definitely thinking about a bingo. He's going bingo from the D, possibly. Is there anything else through this E? No, that's not enough space. Yeah, not a lot of options unless he starts opening stuff up for himself.
Yeah, I mean, we have the knowledge that Josh's rack is pretty bad, all things considered, but Jason can't know that, and this has to feel pretty tough for Jason. You hear Colby in the background whining because he sees how dire this is for Jason Keller. The dire wolves are howling, Jason. Can you pull out a miracle? What is the best way to do that? I'm not sure.
We did see it mentioned in chat, and we probably should have mentioned this when Fenced hit the board. There are actually some 3-letter front extensions for Fenced, those being out, and Geo no longer a factor. In fact, it wasn't a factor at the time it was played, but outfenced possibly still a factor. I don't know if that helps a lot for Jason. It scores a lot of points, but it doesn't really create new bingo lines because it's hard to end with an O or a U, but would be something to look at as a possible way back into the game.
Outfenced would be huge if either player able to draw it. Josh has O on his rack. Jason sees OUT, all unseen to him, but he has none of the stuff to hit it. Weirdly enough, outfenced is the highest tournament play I've ever made, 212 points, and it was in exactly that spot right there. Go figure.
So that makes me wonder why you didn't bring it up immediately, Matt. This sounds very...
I should have. And you know what? Take it out of my pay. Punish my bad. Just fire me.
Yep. Even.
Yeah, deal. Got it. First, you beat me for the tip in our 5K race, and then you take my money because I missed out fence. Oh, this is brutal. All right, we should focus on Josh's turn here. KOND plays in a sneaky spot on this board for 35, and I think that is like just far, far and away the best play for Josh. It sneaks on top of Reboring, making Tong and Lod. That is tough to spot, especially with the blank blindness going on. But it's going to be very, very hard for Josh to lose this game if he spots this.
Yeah, this would be a really nice scoring play if it hits the board. It basically gets him out from underneath all these consonants. It doesn't do much to block bingos, but that's not really the concern here. And we do see him playing in that area, but with a vastly inferior play, although we shouldn't say that. This does block the D. That might be the worst case scenario for Josh. He's probably just being extremely careful here. But I think he can outrun.
Yeah, you go up by 46 after this play. You're feeling close to untouchable. A dinky play could be really terrifying if it comes down, but I'm not even sure that there is a 6-letter word starting with the Y left in that horrible unseen pool. Jason playing LIEU very quickly. He's going to have 1 or 2 more chances to draw good stuff. Finds more vowels, but also the J. That might give him some opportunity. All right, so Jason at 365 now, Josh at 399. I've only got 4 of Josh's tiles, ANOV. Charles, did you catch the others?
I did not catch the others. That dang hoodie of his that he wears to every tournament
ALR.
is blocking our view.
It's ALR, so AALNORV on his rack now. That dang hoodie, compliments of Woogles.io. We love the Woogles people. But, man, Josh has a lot to think about now. He's looking at the unseen pool. I see at least tailbone, ablation, abutylon through that L possible. So if at all possible, I want to block that spot. It looks like Voila does pretty much everything you want to do. 5 tiles are in the bag right now, so playing 4 makes a bunch of sense. Using the V to obstruct the L as much as possible makes a ton of sense. The last question is, does Voila truly block every threat, or is there still something from the L that could be played after Voila?
Yeah, that is a very nice. Sorry, I had it drawn in the wrong spot. Josh does not have an I. He does have Voila through this I. As you say, there could still be something that plays through the L. It would need to be very specific. We imagine the L and the A here. I would need to start with LE or LA. Maybe nothing. I would have to plug it into Zizova to see, but that does feel like a very strong play. Josh also has to think, is there anything that the J is going to do? Like, is there like a secret 40-point J play that
There's a secret 85-point J play that could hurt him immensely, and Voila does not block every single bingo. I'll let you guys find the 85-point. It's already been found in chat. Johanna, Yojana, and Dinky is a threat to Josh, and Voila does not block the possible layabout from the L. It would be 98 before Voila, would be 105 after Voila.
Wow. So there's actually, at this point, you just throw in the towel then, because you can't block both of them. That's not exactly true. You have to decide which one Jason is more likely to have. With the play of Liu, you definitely feel like if Jason had the J on that turn, he would have tried to play it, because the J is going to kill his bingo chances basically completely, totally and utterly, sort of like how that one guy died in that one episode. I don't know any more details than that. So he didn't have the J when he played Liu, at least he probably didn't, which means you can mostly rule out Yojana and mostly be thinking about the fact that this L is really the key to bingoing with this unseen pool.
All right, so Josh looking to poison Jason at his own wedding, but you can't eliminate every threat. He's looking at Larva, I think, right now from the L. That does not score very well, but it'll win to pretty much any play that isn't Johanna, and we see Jason is nowhere close to it. But Josh doesn't know that. Josh has a lot to think about. Larva for 9? I guess it's going to do the job.
Yeah, it does block the layabout that was mentioned in chat, which is not really likely because to have layabout, you would have had to keep quite poorly with Liu, but you never know. Jason might have felt like he was forced to make that play even with a bad leave. We know he kept a decent enough leave. So something like layabout wouldn't be an option. And but Josh doesn't know that for sure. He can only infer it. But certainly any play in this area is going to probably do the job as long as he's not giving back something unknown.
Outfenced. Chat pointing out outfenced. A larva scores so little that outfenced and a bad draw, you're still probably losing the game.
Oh wow, yeah, we were talking about outfence, and I think we forgot about it. Now we've been reminded of it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Thank you, Evil Budgie, for outfenced and keeping us accountable. Thank you, Nitz, for correcting the pronunciation. It's not Johanna, it's Yojana. It's a Hindi word, not some kind of Spanish word. But did we talk about the fatigue factor yet?
Yeah, I think my computer was fatigued. I think the venue's internet is fatigued. I think everything's sort of running out of juice slowly at the end of this extremely violent series.
At least we don't have 7 more games featuring Adam Logan and another top expert after this, or my brain would explode.
Yeah, certainly nobody would be vindictive enough to schedule something like that.
Goodness. All right, Jason has set JEE off to the side of his rack. I wonder if he sees outfenced, if that's why he's thinking of holding OU together, gunning for that final T. We'll see. There's a lot to happen yet. Josh has a big decision to make, and he is pulling the trigger on Larva. This would lose to Yojana. This could lose to outfenced. Right now, Jason has neither one. If Josh draws the T, it's all but game over. But if the T is the one tile remaining in the bag, maybe Jason can manufacture a Hail Mary here.
Ooh, we do see Josh drawing the T, so I think that takes care of the last major threat. Jason going for JEE. I think this is exactly what you're saying, Matt. He's keeping the O. He's playing G versus Joe to try to draw the T. He immediately looks at it, sees it's not a T, and I think that's going to be GG.
Yeah, you saw the sigh from him. I think he figured it all out. I think he was looking for that T. Surprise, outfenced. I actually got you. I can't think of a more fitting last rack for Josh Castellano than notably. If you know, you know. And if you don't worry about it.
I think Jason is a little bit upset here that he did have a plan in mind. It would have been nice for it to work out, and unfortunately did not. And that means against Adam Logan tomorrow for 2,500 big American dollars. Exchange rate uncertain. Not sure how that translates into either Canadian or Game of Thrones money.
The wild part is Josh has been played phenomenally pretty much all weekend, but this game specifically was very, very sloppy from him. And he's going to go on to win anyway. Sometimes you take those in Scrabble. I feel like sometimes I win the most games when I'm playing the worst, and when I'm playing the best, I lose a lot. But Josh is going to have to shake this one off. I kind of hope he doesn't analyze his games tonight, because he might get in his own head a little bit about it. But he's such a student of the game. I know he's going to crunch all of these. He's going to be shaking his head and realizing how lucky he was to get out of this one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just pulls out his laptop during the postmortem and immediately launches into McCondoing game one. That does seem to be his MO at tournaments, is just analyze wherever he's got the time. And if anybody out there is close to him, tell him to lay it off for at least one night.
Yeah, maybe don't look at game 8, Josh. But yeah, no, Josh is such a student of the game. He religiously analyzes every game he plays. I'll be in the after hours room looking to, party and have some fun, maybe play some silly variants. And Josh is always there hanging out with everybody, cracking jokes, but also glued to his computer, analyzing every turn of every game he played that day. He's likely going to do it again here, but maybe you don't, Josh. Ugh.
I think he needs the extra rest. Adam is more rested than him. Adam dispatched Matthew Tunnicliffe in 6 games. Didn't need the 8 games. And so Adam's got, multiple advantages plus the aura of being a world champion. So Josh has to get his own advantages where he can take them. That might be, rather than analyzing games, just clearing your head and getting ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, we will get Josh, assuming he hangs on and wins this one. We'll grab him for a brief interview afterwards. I don't think we're going to talk too much about strategic nuance or anything like that, but we will talk about his game plan for Adam Logan tomorrow and definitely his nighttime plan. If y'all in chat have any questions for Josh Castellano, drop them now, and we'll try to pass as many of them along as we can in that interview. He does look kind of upset right now. He's going to hang on and win this game, barring a weird scoring dispute, but we'll see how long we want to hold him. I think he might want to get out the door and grab a frothy beverage.
Right, or just scream into the air. It sounds very Game of Thrones. Have some kind of like cry of despair after some battle hasn't gone your way, and you're the last one standing, or maybe you're bleeding out on the battlefield. Just raw cries of pure primal anguish. I would not blame anybody for engaging in such an activity.
The Dothraki war cry. Sorry, Charles, I know you haven't seen it yet, but Dothraki are basically the Mongols, except like somehow even more savage and badass at the same time.
And they probably do a lot of yelling, a lot of war cries.
Indeed, they do.
Don't worry, if everybody hasn't realized by now, I have never seen a single episode of Game of Thrones. I am completely winging it here, and I have made it to the end of this semifinal day of Scrabble.
Made it to the end of the semifinal, but winter is coming tomorrow for one more player. Will it be Adam Logan or will it be Josh Castellano? Jason with a valiant fight, but he's going to come just shy. He will be the final character cut in season 2 of the Game of Tiles. And boy, I can all but guarantee that tomorrow's season finale is going to be way better than the actual season finale.
I actually heard that they had to kill Jason at the end of season 2 because they had a contract dispute with his actor and they had to write him out of the script.
Oh, Jason, that was your fatal mistake. You negotiated for more money before the next season. You know your character's cooked when that happens.
So today was season 2 of Game of Tiles. Tomorrow will be season 3 in this contrived scenario, the final season of Game of Tiles, and we both solemnly promise it will be better than however the real Game of Thrones actually ended.
Yeah, make some noise in chat if you're going to be joining us tomorrow. Some of us may have work, but it is a holiday here in the U.S. I am off work tomorrow, which is awesome. I had all these grandiose plans to drive up to New Hampshire and actually play at a Scrabble club, but this seems more fun. Commentating the finals, commentating a world champion versus a North American champion. So I may have to put that on hold, but we'll see. Guaranteed to be better than the Game of Thrones finals, unless maybe we see a 4-0 drubbing, which I doubt we'll see.
Yeah, that would actually be poetic. I guess that would have a good parallel with the real life series, but we do hope it's a more entertaining series. Of course, we keep saying it's going to be awesome. You're going to love it. We can't guarantee that. It could be 4 straight blowouts and Adam just effortlessly steamrolls Josh. We strongly hope and we believe, and if all of you believe with us, it will manifest that it will be a good series tomorrow.
Manifestation, by the way, is extremely real. So I'll be manifesting this. Charles, you manifest this. The more of our viewers at home who help us manifest this, I'm hoping for 7 games tomorrow. Let's get it.
Yeah, and I think we might also actually be able to pay spellcasters on Etsy to cast a spell that would guarantee a good finals tomorrow. So if you want to spend some money on becoming a Scrabble super friend, that's one thing, but also spending money on Etsy, that would be another thing.
Support local artists and guarantee 7 games of Scrabble on stream tomorrow. Yeah, that's checking all the boxes. You see Ben Schombrun lurking in the background, looking at Josh. How is it? I gotta know. Josh gives him a little okay sign, and that's it. Josh knows he's going to be playing Adam tomorrow.
Yep, just Jason trying to pull this one out. He spent a few minutes on this turn, drawing it out a little bit. He does have, something like Naoi here to score the maximum amount of points. But he's probably just sitting here mourning his loss, mourning his chance to go up against Adam, not only for the Iron Crown of Immortal Glory, a chance to sit on the Iron Throne, but also in real life, 2,500 actual dollars. It's just kind of sad when that opportunity falls through.
Yeah, man, Jason came so close. He needed to win 3 straight games. He won the first 2, and it was just a run of vowels. Excuse me, a run of vowels at the end of this one. He came up just short, but well played by Jason. Nice job, great fighting. Unfortunately, in the Game of Thrones, you either win or you lose on spread. And losing on spread in this best of 8 is exactly what's going to happen to Jason Keller.
And we're getting a reminder from our director, Josh, that not only is there an Iron Crown and an Iron Throne, which I think the throne is metaphorical. I don't know if anybody's actually fashioned a throne out of iron and dragged it into the playing room, but there is a trophy. So the trophy may be valued more than the $2,500, depending on what it's made out of.
The trophy is a crown, a literal crown.
Oh, the crown is the trophy.
On your head. King of the North. King of Westeros. We love it. Jason has set up NAOI, and then almost plays OXON, but picks it back up because that's not a word. Yeah, here he goes. NAOI. This is the top play for Jason. It will come up just short in this one. Jason's going to move up to 417, and that's all she wrote, as Josh is going to be able to go out. Slat and Azo is his top scoring play. Looks like not a single person except the Let's Play Scrabble channel said that they are going to join us tomorrow. So that's awesome. It'll just be you and me, Charles, along with Josh and the players in the room. So it still sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah, I think people don't know what they're missing out on. Maybe they have to work. I would have had to work, but I'm not working. Get to watch some Adam Logan, which is, of course, the only worthwhile thing to do with one's life.
All right, Josh playing out. Let's cut to overhead Mike.
440.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. 433. We agreed on that.
Oh, wait, 433, 441,
441,
443,
443, 417.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're hearing anything yet. Let's get the overhead mic turned on.
Stumbled.
Definitely. I just need this T at a couple of points. And tonight I was like, especially, I'm like, please leave it in the bag. Please leave it in the bag.
Yeah, I only noticed that like when I played Larva.
Yeah.
I couldn't assess all the threats when you had like bingos, you had J spots. If I block here, I couldn't. It was not a good play. There was something better. I don't know. Kind of panicked.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, maybe I can outrun out.
I just wish I had played Ego.
Yeah, it's a different game for sure.
It's a different game for sure. And,
yeah, Larva was really could have easily blown it. The nerves got to me.
Well, yeah, I know, because that's why I was just like, yeah, I could. I mean, especially like, well, it's funny. I was also like, well, what are the chances? Because I had OU when I played this, but I also had a bunch of vowels, and so I said, maybe I can draw something. Especially, it didn't look like you were, there was space. I thought about playing AUD here maybe to open, but or EAU, or like EAU.
That would be like more annoying to try and block.
Slap.
Tail's a word.
Tail's a word.
Tail's a word.
No, it's funny. I was seeing that as EXO. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thanks for the game. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No,
That's
I
tough.
mean, I had plenty. I feel like I fought and I fought and I fought and I fought and I fought, and that's all I could do.
And I think
Yeah.
Emulser. I wasn't sure of Emulsers. Is that good?
Emulsers is good.
I think that's a much better bingo than what I played. Yeah, nervous. Wasn't sure of anything.
Yeah, like
in the last game.
Yeah. Well, that's like I just said, what, go for it. Yeah. Other than, I'm looking at I'm looking at like this was a hard. I was almost going like Euro, and I was just like, no. This is not time to be desperate just yet.
All right.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
Thanks.
I'm good. You know what? Like I said, I gave it so much.
Lived up to your rating.
I sure did.
Yeah.
What were the misses? Huh?
Yeah, I was touching outside, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, you bolsters is it?
yeah,
Yeah,
Molsters, that's
yeah.
a mistake.
Wastrel is better than bolster.
What?
Morsel.
Oh, wait, yeah. What was that? Oh, I was thinking it was like, oh, it's one of these. I'm just more sure of this one. Yeah.
Well, it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's why.
We completely avoided same game matchups.
Oh, that's pretty notable. Larva was pretty bad too. I'm supposed to do something else. I couldn't.
If I am holding out, I might have won.
Yeah,
the
he
game
might have won because I'm not
because
scoring enough.
and I'm gonna get, and I have the J for a score too.
Yeah, like if he plays that, keeping the J, I'm not the favorite anymore. So it's
Yeah.
not that. I don't think there's something better. What else?
Silly stuff like this instead of XI, because then you set that up.
Oh, well, that's a setup. I never see those.
Yeah, nobody does. Literally.
I want to
Except
keep
me.
laser.
Except
I'm
me.
not getting rid of my E there. Yeah, that's a much better play. Is it? How often does it stay open? Probably enough.
Doesn't need to be that often.
Probably
Doesn't
enough.
need to be
Yeah.
that often. Yeah.
Probably enough.
Honestly, when you played X, I mean, I didn't have an.
I was busy deciding between Zoe and
Oh yeah,
Solarize.
I had no.
Like-
I know.
I think we're
know.
pretty much.
Are they seem very.
I had nothing. to-
Solarize is like 6 better equity, but
I'm just saying,
I had,
I had nothing to.
ED and I had this line.
They said they were pretty close.
Yeah, it was extremely.
Yeah.
Felt like, oh, I want to put the game away with this. How could I not with those open lines? Like, yeah, even though you bingoed and got fenced, and yeah, I still
Yeah.
won. So
Yeah, like.
the ZO paid off.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, that's X is cool.
Mhm.
I
I
would
don't-
never
it's okay,
think.
I
I
don't
would
see
never
those
think
either.
to keep solar there. I mean, I should, but. Oh wait, no. I'm keeping
It's not the
Sizor.
polarized one.
Oh right. Oh yeah, that's clearly better.
Yeah, 'cause you're not trying to.
I'm not trying to bingo.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Wow, that's way better. Did not agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I nearly talked myself out of that, Nate.
I was like, wait, did he just phony me? Like, should I have challenged that? I maybe would have challenged that if I thought about it more, because I didn't know any of the words. Oh,
Congrats.
thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you. Yeah, I was like unsure of literally everything this game.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like,
'cause I was
It's
like,
me
are
every
they-
game.
are these words? I don't know.
yeah.
I gave him 10
Yeah.
points.
Yeah. Right. Because I was looking, I wanted you to give me a T to play and keep toss.
Yeah, I saw like, oh, he has
Yeah,
Ant
no,
Pita with a
patenate.
T.
Patenate. Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
patenate.
Yeah, no,
It's
I'm
just a
fine.
normal
I had to, at that point, I'm like,
Word.
this has to be a word. This has to be a word. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is my favorite part of Scrabble tournaments is the post-mortem where everybody gathers around the board and talks about all the positions.
Interesting.
But it looks like we're about winding down on the post-mortem here. Josh Castellano getting his congratulations. Jason Keller getting his condolences as he was the final character cast off in Season 2. In Season 3, just 2 factions remain. House Logan, House Castellano will face off for all the lands of Westeros. I am so stoked for it. We're going to try to get Josh Castellano fitted on a headset for a little interview after that crazy back and forwards game, after that crazy back and forward series where we did indeed see Jason Keller lose on spread. I've had fun. How about you, Charles?
Yeah, that was a great series of games. I think it did exactly what we wanted it to. Went all the way to 8 for all the marbles. I shouldn't say for all the money or all the marbles because they haven't won anything yet. Maybe they won some kind of second place prize. But the real test, if this wasn't a real enough test, the real test comes tomorrow when they face off against world champion Adam Logan.
Yeah, good luck. All right, you've had to play 2,000 rated opposition in 16 straight games over 2 days with a ton of pressure and an axe chasing you and chopping segments of the field periodically. And now you get Adam Logan in a best of 7 tomorrow. Good luck. He's only the defending world Scrabble champion. So, tomorrow, plenty more drama and intrigue brought to you from Kingston, Ontario, aka King's Landing, Ontario. As soon as we've got Josh Castellano set up with that headset, we will cut over. I'm going to read through the chat now. It looks like we still don't have any questions for Josh right now, which means, Charles, you and I get to improvise.
I'm just going to say I am taking off a day of work tomorrow to do this commentary. I think that's setting a good example for everybody else out there. If you can take a day off to watch this series of Scrabble. If you can't take a day off, bring your phone with you and pull it out while nobody's looking and watch the series anyway. I think that's the only way to go here. Am I right, Matt?
I'm actually running it through a Quackle simulation right now, and simulation agrees. You do want to take the day off work if possible, and if not, the second best play is to pull out your phone during breaks at work and tune in. $2,500 at stake for Josh Castellano. I will let you convert it to Canadian currency if that's the way you play, because that's what Adam Logan will be bringing, probably 3,300 or so if I had to guess. Lots at stake tomorrow. 7 more games of Scrabble. I'll be using one of my rare work holidays to commentate all of it. I will say, now having a full-time job and having to teach 8 to 4 every day, it is tougher to do these weekday gigs, but I'm stoked to do it. All right, Josh has been sized with a headset, so let's cut over to him. Congratulations to Josh Castellano for the second time in 2 days. We get to say congrats to you at the end of play. How are you feeling after that back and forward set?
Mostly relieved, if anything else. Feeling like I probably didn't play my best because I think the nerves got to me. But yeah, mostly relieved, and glad we got to play all 8. Glad we got to make it exciting for the viewers. Hopefully.
Yeah, the viewers at home were stoked to get that 8th matchup, even if it did come at the expense of maybe some of your mental health or your nerves there. Yeah, we wanted to talk about just something we heard. I know every Scrabble player has experienced a little bit of like the yips before, where all of a sudden, like, your command on the words is like, what is happening? Do you think fatigue is a factor there, or what's going on, Josh?
I think it's more fatigue is, of course, a little bit of a factor. I think in this case it was a little more nerves. It's like the nth stream game that I'm doing, and it's like I feel like some big mistake is inevitable, and I really don't want to make it, especially in the final game. And I just start doubting like literally everything. It's like, is that a word? I'm not sure. This, like, stuff that I'd normally be like play pretty confidently. It's I get a bit rattled.
Yeah, we were talking about it on the stream, but we imagine the average opponent rating that everybody's had to play this weekend is over 2,000. It's like stronger opposition than you would face at a world championship. So, I mean, it's just been an absolute grind. What is your plan for tonight? Are you trying to take a night off? You're going to crunch all of it through an engine? You're going to do words? You're going to sleep? You're going to drink?
I'll probably analyze a few games. I'm not going to be able to get through all of them. But yeah, I'll analyze a few, play some trivia. Thank you, Jason. But yeah, other than that, nothing too out of the ordinary.
All right. Well, I'm joined by Charles Ranke on the headset. Charles, what questions do you have for Josh?
So, Josh, first of all, congratulations. Nicely done. I think you're your own worst critic. I think you played really great through most of that series. I do say most of that series. There are some errors, of course, but I think overall a very high standard of play. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
You just got done with a very tough set against Jason Keller. Now you've got to go up against Adam Logan, defending world champion. How do you feel about that? Are you changing anything about your approach here, or are you just going in and trying to play your best?
No, I'm just going in trying to play my best. I feel like the final tomorrow for me is hopefully less nervous because I think he's a much better player than me, and I feel like the onus is on him to win the match, and I'll just be having fun. And if I get second place, that's totally fine. If you had told me that before the event, absolutely, I would have taken that. So I'm just going to try and play my best, and hopefully I won't be as stressed.
Yeah, we'll see. Adam Logan is a tough opponent, but you've got a great mindset about it. Hey, he's probably better than me, given he's a world champion. So I'm just here to have some fun. Hopefully, that takes some of the pressure off for you. Since we've got you, Josh, I wanted to ask about what upcoming tournaments you have Scrabble wise over the next like 6 months or so.
I'm going to like all big four turn. I guess the four that I consider big. I'll be going to Causeway. I'll be going to Albany 4th of July. Be going to World Cup, and I'll be going to Nationals. So I'm going to all those four. I probably won't be able to make it to the Summit Cup just because there's so much major Scrabble. But those are the four big events that I'm going to be playing at.
4 majors all coming up, and they're all going to be streamed. It's going to be such a treat for any fan of Scrabble out there. One more question from me, Josh. Who's on your trivia team tonight?
Oh, I'm going to be playing with Matthew Tunnicliffe. I think it's teams of 2, maybe 3. I think it's 2. So yeah, we don't consider ourselves that great at trivia, so we're just there to have a good time.
Just there to have a good time. All right, I'll turn things over to Charles for one final question, and we'll let you get off and enjoy your night. But congrats, Josh.
Thank you.
So $2,500 US dollars. You know all about US dollars being an American. Thinking about that money, or you're not counting your chickens before they hatch?
I'm not really thinking about the money too much. I mean, of course, that would be nice, but I'm also thinking, I mean, second place prize is also, that's also pretty good. I'm sort of thinking that that's probably the more likely outcome for me. So, either of those sums of money, totally good. I think either of those those will definitely cover the expenses for this trip. Because I didn't fly here or anything. So either way, I'll be in the green at the end of this tournament.
All right, great to hear.
In the green for the tournament is Josh, no matter what. We will see plenty more of Josh Castellano and Adam Logan. Josh, congratulations. We're going to set you free. Good luck at trivia. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And to our viewers at home, we hope to see you all tomorrow as well. Start time, I believe, is 9:30 yet again. Hopefully 7 games, guaranteed at least 4 games from King's Landing. One player will rule all of Westeros. It will be either Adam Logan or Josh Castellano. I will be here with Charles. Charles, we appreciate all you gave us today, and especially that you're taking a day off work tomorrow. And Josh dropping great words of wisdom. Nobody plays Scrabble for the money. We play it for the chicks, right?
Yeah, we'll say that. I don't know if that's true for you, Matt, but I'll say that's true for me.
All right, play Scrabble for the babes, not the money. That's why everybody's here. All right, my dogs are going to absolutely erupt if I don't get them out of the house soon. They're the real MVPs of the stream. Say bye, Colby and Soren, to everybody at home. Say bye to everybody at home, to you as well, Charles. I'm noting my displeasure of cat cam, but perhaps we fix that tomorrow. That's all I've got. Anything else from you, Charles?
I think I received instruction from chat that I need to catch up on Game of Thrones, so I will be watching all 8 seasons at 50 times speed. And by this time tomorrow, or 12 hours from now, I will be dropping Game of Thrones trivia like nobody's business. It'll be a reinvented Charles once tomorrow rolls around.
You will be a new man once you've seen Game of Thrones. You will be scarred for life by a few of the death scenes in it. And for you at home, watch Game of Thrones or don't. Full disclosure, I asked ChatGPT to give me a quick synopsis of a whole bunch of different plot points so I could make jokes. All right, we are going to set these dogs free. They're already malfunctioning a little bit if you check them out there. We will see all of you tomorrow or perhaps on the VOD after the fact. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for all you do. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.